Xiao Pengtian's suggested method of avoiding marriage to the North Free King did seem to have some feasibility to Xiao Wenyao. However, there was a significant problem. That was the fact she had grown up on the grasslands and had never been to Great Sum, nor had she lived there. If she went to Great Sum alone, how would she survive? Although she wasn't a weak woman, her realm had reached the 6th rank, giving her a certain ability to protect herself. She was after all a person of the barbarian tribe, with significant differences from the people of Great Sum. It was possible that upon her arrival in Great Sum, she would be quickly recognized as part of the barbarian tribe. At that time, living in Great Sum might not be so easy. Seeing that Xiao Wenyao had not spoken, Xiao Pengtian continued, once you get to North City, entering Great Sum will be much easier. Then, you can escape to Great Sum with Wu Yuan's merchant caravan. But once you're in Great Sum, you'll need to change your behavior and tone of speech. You must not let anyone recognize that you come from the grasslands, otherwise, they will treat you as a spy of the barbarian tribe. Xiao Pengtian was also worried that Xiao Wenyao might not survive after going to Great Sum. Although Xiao Wenyao had lived on the grasslands since childhood, her life wasn't much inferior to those daughters of noble families in Great Sum. Moreover, she had plenty of slaves to do everything for her. Once she got to Great Sum, she certainly wouldn't have it as good as she did now. Not only would she not have such treatment, but she would also have to be constantly on guard for Great Sum people discovering her identity. Perhaps after going to Great Sum, she would need to dodge and hide here and there. Of course, if she was set on not marrying the North Free King, then fleeing to Great Sum was her only option. Now it was up to Xiao Wenyao to make her own choice. At this moment, Xiao Pengtian looked at Xiao Wenyao and asked, Yao Yao, you have about a month to think this over. If you have made up your mind, you can tell me, and I will find a way to arrange it for you. But you must think it over carefully. Once you choose to go to Great Sum, there's no turning back. Xiao Pengtian knew in his heart that if he helped Xiao Wenyao escape to Great Sum, he would be taking a huge risk. If Xiao Hongbo found out about it, he could be punished, or he might even be killed. After all, Xiao Hongbo would have to explain things to the North Free King at that point. But Xiao Pengtian did not want to see his niece married off to a decrepit old man. He knew what kind of man the North Free King was. If Xiao Wenyao married the North Free King, she might as well be living a life worse than death. After hearing Xiao Pengtian's words, Xiao Wenyao bit down on her silver teeth and then said, Uncle, I don't need a month. I've decided, I want to go to Great Sum. It's better for me to die than to marry the North Free King. Determination shone in Xiao Wenyao's eyes. Though she didn't know what difficulties she would face in Great Sum, she believed that no matter how many hardships, they'd be better than marrying that filthy old man who never bathed and was a cannibal. Hearing Xiao Wenyao's words, Xiao Pengtian sighed again and said, All right, I will find a way to arrange it, and have someone take you to Great Sum. Xiao Wenyao did not ask Xiao Pengtian how he would manage to get her to Great Sum. She believed in her uncle's capabilities. After all, he was a general of the barbarian tribe. He could certainly handle this. An hour later, Wu Yuan's caravan was unloading cargo when Xiao Pengtian appeared behind Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan, come with me for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Upon hearing someone call his name, Wu Yuan stopped what he was doing and turned around. Realizing the person seeking him was Xiao Pengtian, Wu Yuan felt puzzled. What did Xiao Pengtian want with him? They didn't seem to have any connection, did they? Wu Yuan then asked, General Xiao, what do you want to see me for? Xiao Pengtian glanced at the people unloading cargo, then said, This isn't the place to talk. Let's go somewhere else. As his voice fell, Xiao Pengtian turned and walked toward a high slope on the grasslands. Driven by curiosity, Wu Yuan hurriedly followed. Soon they reached the top of the slope, and seeing that there was no one around, Wu Yuan asked again, General Xiao, do you perhaps have some goods you need me to transport for you? At that moment, Xiao Pengtian turned his head to look at Wu Yuan and said coldly, Wu Yuan, I've discovered your activities. Upon hearing this abrupt statement from Xiao Pengtian, Wu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. However, his face showed no change. Wu Yuan couldn't help but think, Could it be that Xiao Pengtian had discovered his involvement in passing intelligence to the North Prince mansion? If that was the case, then shouldn't Xiao Pengtian simply kill him on the spot, instead of bringing him here? Wu Yuan, with his expression unchanged, replied, General Xiao, what are you referring to? Xiao Pengtian let out a cold laugh and then said, so calm. It seems you really believe your actions were foolproof. Wu Yuan continued, General Xiao, I don't understand what you're talking about. Xiao Pengtian cut to the chase, Wu Yuan, you don't think that the silver you've been hiding has gone unnoticed, do you? At these words, Wu Yuan furrowed his brows. Hiding silver. He wasn't hiding silver. When he passed intelligence, he usually placed the information inside a box filled with silver and then buried the box in a predetermined spot, waiting for his contacts to retrieve it. If Xiao Pengtian discovered the hidden silver, it's very likely he discovered the espionage as well. Of course, it's possible that Xiao Pengtian only found the box and not the intelligence within, since the box containing the intelligence had a secret compartment. The reason he put silver in the box was to ensure that those who stumbled upon the box by accident would focus on the silver and overlook the secret compartment within. To gauge how much Xiao Pengtian knew, Wu Yuan suddenly changed expression, appearing shocked and disbelieving. How did you find out? Seeing Wu Yuan's drastic change in expression and his body trembling, Xiao Pengtian huffed and said, the night before last, while I was on patrol, I caught you sneaking out of the prince's mansion with a box, and you buried it here under the slope. I was curious about the contents of the box, and when I opened it, it was filled with shiny silver. It seems that the silver the princess consort gave you for the merchant convoy has been significantly pocketed by you. Wu Yuan fell to his knees with a thud and hastily said, General Xiao, please don't tell the princess consort about this. I am willing to hand over all the silver I've embezzled to honor you. Seeing that he had intimidated Wu Yuan, Xiao Pengtian indifferently said, I don't need your silver, just do one thing for me. Not only will I keep your embezzlement of silver a secret from the princess consort, but I will also return the box of silver I found to you. Wu Yuan quickly said, General Xiao, what do you need done? As long as you don't disclose my embezzlement to the princess consort, I am willing to do anything. Xiao Pengtian instructed, I need you to take someone to Great Sum in a month's time. If you handle this matter well, I'll give you 100,000 taels of silver. Xiao Pengtian surely didn't have 100,000 taels at the moment, but that might change after conquering North City. However, he had no intention of really giving Wu Yuan 100,000 taels, as such affairs often necessitated silencing witnesses post-success. Curiously, Wu Yuan inquired, who is this person? Xiao Pengtian said, you'll find out in a month. Wu Yuan immediately responded, I will make sure your task is accomplished, General. Xiao Pengtian glanced at Wu Yuan, still kneeling on the ground, and declared, your silver is still buried beneath the slope. I didn't touch it. They say you Great Sum people are greedy for money, and now I've seen it for myself. Just as Wu Yuan was about to speak, Xiao Pengtian turned and began walking down the slope, saying over his shoulder, try to be less greedy in the future. Eagerly, Wu Yuan said, yes, I will definitely mend my ways. Once Xiao Pengtian had left, Wu Yuan immediately went to the spot where he had buried the silver and opened the box to check. Fortunately, the encrypted letter was still there, and the secret compartment hadn't been tampered with. The multiple seals on the confidential letter were intact. Wu Yuan sighed with relief and thought to himself that he couldn't use this method to pass intelligence anymore. The atmosphere in North City became increasingly oppressive as the dark clouds of war hung over its skies. After the North Prince Mansion issued the notice of clearing the countryside and strengthening the walls, the people of Great Sha gained a new understanding of the North Prince. Nobody had expected the North Prince to actually consider leading 30,000 soldiers to a decisive death battle against the 300,000 cavalry of the barbarian tribe in Yan County. The North Prince, once considered uneducated, lecherous, and incompetent, suddenly stood up, a fact that astonished the people of Great Sha, especially those officials at court. People could not help but wonder if the North Prince truly was prepared to fight to the death for North City. That's 300,000 cavalry. How could 30,000 possibly hold them off? Could it be that the uneducated, lecherous, and incompetent North Prince actually possessed great integrity? Although he indulged in wine and pleasure, could he actually be a good prince? Meanwhile, the assassination of Prince Lu Shuyun was quickly overshadowed by the North Prince's declaration of life and death struggle, to the point where people seemed to think it no longer mattered who had attempted to assassinate the prince. What the people of Great Sha now wanted to know was whether the North Prince could hold off the barbarian tribe's army of 300,000 until the imperial army could send support from the north. As for the struggle for succession in the capital city, most commoners did not really care. It could be said that Lu Chen's announcement had drawn everyone's attention to North City, and particularly to him. This was the first time since the founding of the Great Sha dynasty that a prince dared to lead 30,000 soldiers into a decisive death battle with the barbarian tribe, and he was a prince once deemed useless by the people. This made Prince Lu Shuyun exceedingly angry, for the North Prince had attracted all the attention to North City, leaving almost no one concerned about his own plight. His own mansion had been blood-bathed, yet people were indifferent. What was key was the Ministry of Criminal Justice had been investigating for so long and yet had found not a single clue about the assassins, as if they had vanished into thin air. Rumors even circulated that the whole affair was a stunt he had performed himself, merely to draw the Sum Emperor's attention, a pure act of self-mutilation. Upon hearing these rumors, Lu Shuyun was so furious he was nearly exploding. His own mansion had been blood-bathed, and even the Grand Master sent by the Wang family to protect him had been killed, yet there were those who claimed it was all an act of self-mutilation. Who would kill their own Grand Master in an act of self-mutilation? A single Grand Master was worth thousands of martial artists. Only someone with a sickness in the head would sacrifice a Grand Master to put on such an act. Great Sha Dynasty. Qi Prince's territory. An army in red armor was marching rapidly, drawing closer to Yan County. Having been delayed by the provision of supplies in the capital city for so long, Lin Shuming finally led the imperial army's 70,000 elite troops to head north to resist the barbarian tribe. He had ordered his soldiers to march as quickly as possible, all to meet up with the North Prince before the barbarian tribe reached Yan County. With their 70,000 soldiers and the several tens of thousands from North City, they would have at least 100,000 soldiers. Though they were no match for the barbarian tribe in open battle, they would have no problem defending a few key cities. As long as they held on, they could buy time for the armies of the various seigneurs from Great Sha to mobilize. Especially the Qi Prince, who was closest to North City. If the Qi Prince did not dispatch troops, then the barbarian tribe could directly enter his territory. Thus, the Qi Prince was certain to be the first among the seigneurs to mobilize. With the Qi Prince's army, their chances of victory would be much greater. Lin Shuming, riding on horseback, saw the distant mountain peaks getting closer and knew they were not far from North City. He felt some concern. He did not know what the situation was like in North City at the moment. Had the barbarian tribe already entered North City? Had the North Prince's soldiers held the cities? Had the North Prince been scared into fleeing? He was unclear of it all. Since departing from the capital city, they had received no intelligence from North City, and so he was worried. If the North Prince had abandoned his people and fled south, and if the North Prince's soldiers had not held the cities, losing those key cities that were critical to stopping the southward advance of the barbarian tribe, then it was fantastical to think that their 70,000 soldiers could still hold North City. Especially Yan County. Yan County lay below Wanning Valley, and it was highly likely that the barbarian cavalry would pass through Wanning Valley if they headed south. If Yan County stood strong, they could defend it, preventing the barbarians from heading south quickly, as taking a detour would require time. Should Yan County be lost, the barbarians would be able to push forward unopposed, directly entering the domain of the Qi Prince. By that time, if Great Sha didn't assemble an army of hundreds of thousands, they simply wouldn't be able to drive the barbarians out of North City. As Lin Shuming worried over the situation in North City, a mounted soldier arrived before him with a bamboo tube containing intelligence reports. General, intelligence from North City. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuming's mind went blank for a moment, and he snatched the bamboo tube from the soldier's hand, took out the intelligence reports, and read them carefully. Seeing that the North Prince had withdrawn all defenses north of Yan County, Lin Shuming's face instantly turned pale. Had the North Prince lost his mind? To withdraw all defenses north of Yan County, with no cities to buffer them, meant that the barbarians' spearhead would be pointed directly at Yan County. How could Yan County's mere garrison hold back the barbarians' 300,000-strong army? That's not how you consolidate a defensive line. The barbarian cavalry is much faster than their march, and if the barbarians reached Yan County without any resistance, I'm afraid by the time the Imperial Army arrives at Yan County, it won't be them defending the city, but the barbarians. At this moment, Lin Shuming felt as though he already witnessed the defeat in the Northland and his own ensuing punishment. Although he was the son of the Prime Minister, he couldn't shirk responsibility for the defeat in the battle. Even if it wasn't his fault, the Sum Emperor would inevitably find someone to blame. The North Prince was royalty, representing the royal family's dignity. Surely, they couldn't make him take the blame. In the end, the only one who could possibly be held responsible was himself, the general who led the troops north. Lin Shuming was seething with anger at this point, truly wishing he could punch the North Prince upon seeing him. However, when Lin Shuming saw in the intelligence that the North Prince was leading the soldiers of Yan County to fight a decisive battle to the death against the barbarians, his resentment towards the North Prince vanished almost entirely in an instant. He furrowed his brow, his gaze repeatedly scanning over the intelligence report before him. A worthless prince suddenly showing such determination was unbelievable to Lin Shuming. If the North Prince truly fought to the death, perhaps when they arrived at Yan County, there might still be hope for him. If the North Prince's resolve faltered, shaking the army's morale, then his fate would be either death or capture by the barbarians. After a while, Lin Shuming snapped back to reality and then exclaimed loudly, "Increase our march speed. We must meet with the North Prince before the barbarians reach Yan County." North City. Yan County, North Prince Mansion. Lu Chen was in his study, seriously reviewing the intelligence reports sent by Wu Yuan regarding Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao. The intelligence on Yelv Nanyan was of utmost interest to Lu Chen, a woman who could achieve such a high status in the Sky Wolf King's tribe and have the Sky Wolf King heed her advice was clearly no ordinary woman. Just then, a soldier's voice suddenly rang out at the door of the study, "Prince, there is terrible news." Hearing Mu Changtian's urgent voice, Lu Chen immediately responded, "Come in." The soldier then pushed the door open and entered. Before Lu Chen could even ask, the soldier voluntarily said, "Prince, a troop of cavalry from Wanning Valley is quickly approaching Yan County. They are suspected to be the vanguard of the barbarian cavalry." Upon hearing the soldier's words, Lu Chen did not show much reaction. At this time, Lu Chen asked the system in his mind, "System, are my 50,000 black cavalry almost here?" Counting the days, his black cavalry should have arrived, so Lu Chen did not believe that the cavalry mentioned by the soldier was the vanguard of the barbarian tribe. The host's 50,000 black cavalry have arrived at Wanning Valley. To avoid misunderstanding with the Yan County garrison, the black cavalry have halted their advance. "Please proceed to inspect them," responded the system. After seeing the system's answer, Lu Chen thought to himself that they were indeed his black cavalry. He then instructed the soldier, "Immediately transmit my command to all three armies, do not attack the cavalry at Wanning Valley. Wait for this prince's arrival before any further action." Although the soldier did not understand why Lu Chen would issue such an order, he immediately complied. When Lu Chen's order reached the ears of generals like Mu Changtian, they were all very puzzled. They were already prepared for battle, and they had even rolled out the artillery camp's grenade cannons. But now the North Prince was asking them not to attack. Mu Changtian, originally the great general of Great Sha, was very familiar with the armor of the Great Sha army. Mu Changtian knew that those cavalrymen in Wanning Valley were not from Great Sha's forces, as Great Sha's cavalry did not wear such full-body black armor. Not only were these cavalrymen clad in black armor, but even their warhorses were covered in black armor. Great Sha had never established a heavy cavalry force. It was highly likely that such heavy cavalry belonged to the barbarian tribe. But since the North Prince had already ordered them not to attack, he must have had his own strategy. Thus, Mu Changtian and the others could only stay with their soldiers in Wanning Valley and did not initiate any attack. To the surprise of Mu Changtian and the others, they did not initiate an attack, and neither did their adversaries. The cavalrymen in black armor stopped on a flat area of Wanning Valley, seemingly waiting for something. This led Mu Changtian and his men to suspect that the barbarian tribe's cavalry was waiting for a larger force to arrive, and that Lu Chen's order to hold their attack was actually to let the entire barbarian cavalry force enter Wanning Valley. Not long after, Lu Chen arrived on horseback before Mu Changtian and the others. Upon seeing Lu Chen, all the generals immediately said, "We pay our respects to the prince." Lu Chen nodded slightly. At that moment, Mu Changtian said, "Your Highness, that cavalry force must be the barbarian tribe's heavy cavalry. Shall we not attack them? If we let them charge through, I fear the consequences will be unimaginable." The charge of heavy cavalry, after all, could not be withstood by the infantry of North City. Hearing this, Lu Chen said with a smile, "General Mu, you worry too much. They are not the barbarian tribe's cavalry, but my black cavalry." Upon these words, the generals present were stunned. The North Prince's black cavalry. Since when did the North Prince have such a massive force of heavy cavalry? Mu Changtian couldn't help but think, wasn't the North Prince still discussing the training of a cavalry force for North City with him during their first meeting? Yet the North Prince already possessed his cavalry force. And it was not just any cavalry, but heavy cavalry. Even from a distance, a rough estimate would suggest there were indeed 50,000 heavy cavalry. With North City being so impoverished and the North Prince not having been there for very long, how could he possibly have established a force of heavy cavalry? To train a cavalry force takes several months at the very least, not to mention the time required to forge armor. Producing so many sets of cavalry armor would be difficult to accomplish in less than a year. Yet there stood the heavy cavalry right before everyone. If these cavalrymen truly belonged to the North Prince, then it only meant one thing. The North Prince had already been clandestinely forming a force of heavy cavalry long before his arrival at North City. Thinking this, the generals had an even greater admiration for Lu Chen's foresight and were more convinced of what they believed to be the North Prince's grander ambitions. A prince without ambition wouldn't consistently act like a wastrel, all the while secretly training thousands of brocade guards and tens of thousands of heavy cavalrymen. The key point was that the court apparently had not a single official aware of the North Prince's actions. If the court knew that the North Prince was secretly building a heavy cavalry, they would likely have already deemed him as plotting a rebellion. Lu Chen ignored the shocked gazes of Mu Changtian and the others as he made his way directly towards the black cavalry. Seeing this scene, Mu Changtian and the others couldn't help but grow tense. Although Lu Chen had already said that these were his own heavy cavalry, Mu Changtian and his men had never seen this army before, and they were still worried that the army might disadvantage Lu Chen. At that moment, two burly men at the front of the black cavalry sped towards Lu Chen on horseback. As they approached him, the two sturdy men dismounted. They bent halfway toward Lu Chen and saluted, saying, "General Wenren Lai and General Xuanyuan Chen pay their respects to Prince. Long live the Prince for thousands and thousands of years." Seeing that the leaders of the black cavalry actually saluted Lu Chen, Mu Changtian and the others stood dumbfounded in their place. Then they remembered that half a month ago, Lu Chen talked about giving them a surprise after half a month. Could this be the surprise from the North Prince? Originally, they thought that although they had the deadly weapon of the grenade cannon, once it was used, the barbarian tribe's cavalry would surely be thrown into chaos. If the barbarian tribe cavalry decided to flee at that point, the few soldiers of North City wouldn't be able to stop them. But now things were different. With 50,000 heavy cavalry, if those barbarians wanted to escape, this heavy cavalry could directly emerge from behind Wanning Valley and cut off their retreat in an instant, preventing them from fleeing Wanning Valley. Lu Chen glanced over the data of the two men. Name: Wenren Lai. Status: Great Yu Remnant, Black Cavalry Leader. Strength: Master Realm. Loyalty: 100. Name: Xuanyuan Chen. Status: Great Yu Remnant, Black Cavalry Leader. Strength: Grand Master Realm. Loyalty: 100. Lu Chen then dismounted and, lending a hand to Xuanyuan Chen and resting a hand on Wenren Lai's shoulder, said, "Generals, please rise. This prince has been awaiting your arrival in Yan County for a long time." At this moment, Mu Changtian and others came to stand behind Lu Chen. When Mu Changtian felt the aura emanating from Xuanyuan Chen and Wenren Lai, he couldn't help but be surprised. Two more Grand Masters. Did the North Prince already have so many Grand Masters at his disposal? Just the ones he knew of, including these two, there were already 4 Grand Masters, and at that time, Mu Changtian was unaware that there was actually another Grand Master in the North Prince mansion. If Mu Changtian knew that even Lu Chen's concubine maid was a Grand Master, he would be even more astonished. The whole Great Sum had so few Grand Masters, and now, including Mu Changtian and commander of the Brocade Guard Liang Zong who was still in the capital city, North City already had 6 Grand Masters. Some small countries might not even have that many Grand Masters. Lu Chen then said with a smile, with the help of the 2 generals, the cavalry of the barbarian tribe will surely have a one-way trip. Let's return to the city. This prince wants to personally give a feast to welcome and refresh the 2 generals. In order not to attract the attention of the city's residents and prevent news from leaking out prematurely, Lu Chen had the heavy cavalry stationed in a military camp outside the city which had been prepared in advance. He then only brought Wenren Lai and Xuanyuan Chen along with a few other important generals into Yan County. Of course, Lu Chen also provided good wine and meat to treat those black cavalrymen. After all, they had come from afar, braving the wind and rain, and it was proper to treat them to a good meal and drink. After Lu Chen hosted Xuanyuan Chen, Wenren Lai, and a group of generals at the prince's mansion, he inquired about matters concerning the Great Yu remnants. After the war, Lu Chen planned to relocate all Great Yu remnants to North City, as the construction of North City required a vast population. With just the current population of North City, there was not enough support for his plans to build the city. Although there were only 500,000 Great Yu remnants, their relocation to North City would be a significant boost to the population. North City was vast with sparse population, many wilderness areas were still empty. It wouldn't be a problem to settle 500,000 people, even an additional 3 million could be accommodated. At the welcome feast, listening to Lu Chen and the black cavalry generals discussing, Mu Changtian and the others finally understood why they knew nothing about Lu Chen training such a large cavalry force. It turned out these black cavalry weren't even in North City but were stationed much further in North Land, a place that even had a population of 500,000. North Land was home to barbarian tribes, and Great Sum's army rarely ventured into North Land, so few knew that North Land actually harbored 500,000 Great Yu remnants. Mu Changtian and the others couldn't help but admire Lu Chen, who not only found these 500,000 Great Yu remnants but also subdued these 50,000 black cavalry. Indeed, Lu Chen was blessed by the gods. The allegiance of the Great Yu remnants further convinced Mu Changtian and the others that Lu Chen truly was the son of destiny. Now the loyalty of these generals and soldiers, who were not summoned by the system, toward Lu Chen had basically reached 100. The North Prince's demonstrated strength and ambition genuinely made them see the possibility of unifying the world. They believed that by following the North Prince, one day they would become his honored subjects. After the welcome banquet, Lu Chen immediately took the generals to his study and then began to plan the war against the barbarian tribes. Several days later. North City, Tianguang City. A massive cavalry force surrounded Tianguang City. Mounted on his horse, Xiao Hongbo was spirited as he looked at the dilapidated city before him and proclaimed, "North City, I have arrived. From now on, North City will be my land." If one could look from Tianguang City at that moment, just a short distance away, one would see a vast, endless sea of cavalry. However, it was a pity that Tianguang City was now deserted, and no one could behold this magnificent scene. Tianguang City was the closest city to North Land in North City, making it the first target for the barbarian tribe's assault. Currently, Xiao Hongbo's 300,000-strong army had not split up and was all outside of Tianguang City. Xiao Hongbo did not believe Tianguang City could withstand the iron cavalry of the barbarian tribe. He directly told the soldiers beside him, "Immediately call out to the Great Sum defenders of Tianguang City. As long as they surrender, the North Prince will not only spare their lives but will also let them join my army. In the future, they will share in wealth and honor with me." Before setting out, Yelv Nanyan had cautioned Xiao Hongbo that this military campaign should not always be about killing. Instead, They must try to reduce the local population's fear of the barbarian tribe as much as possible. The country they planned to establish would be difficult to build without the people of Great Sum. The barbarian tribe had always been nomadic tribes roaming the grasslands, with no experience in founding a nation. The people of Great Sum in North City were important to the barbarian tribe, so they must not overly aggravate the conflict between the people of Great Sum and the barbarian tribes. Of course, if the defenders of North City chose to resist to the end, they would still face a bloody suppression. At that moment, soldiers from the barbarian tribe rode up to Tianguang City and directly called out to the city's defenders to surrender. However, despite shouting with all their might, the soldiers received no response from the defenders of Tianguang City, and they did not even see any soldiers from the city appearing. Seeing this, Xiao Hongbo couldn't help but wonder if the soldiers of Tianguang City were planning to wait for their army to approach and then suddenly launch a surprise attack. In past raids to the south for food and women, this was a tactic of the Great Sum defenders, act as though the city was uninhabited, and when the barbarian tribe's soldiers approached, they would unleash a barrage of arrows, often catching them off guard. Xiao Hongbo then sent a few more soldiers to call out at the foot of Tianguang City, and this time they were to get even closer, already less than 20 meters from the city gates. But still, no one replied. Tianguang City seemed truly devoid of defenders. Xiao Hongbo furrowed his brow. He did not believe that the people of Great Sum had directly abandoned Tianguang City. In his view, the soldiers of Tianguang City had hidden themselves, waiting for the barbarian army to draw near then launch a sudden attack. At that thought, Xiao Hongbo felt a surge of anger. These Great Sum people really were bent on defiance. If they insisted on defending the city and refused to surrender, then death would be their only path. Immediately after, Xiao Hongbo picked up his massive axe and yelled towards Tianguang City, "Attack!" The next moment, a dozen soldiers carrying horns sounded their horns, and the blare echoed across the entire grassland. Before long, the soldiers tasked with breaching the city used a siege vehicle to break through the gates of Tianguang City. For this operation to claim North City, the Sky Wolf King's tribe had made ample preparations. They hadn't just brought an army of 300,000 cavalry, they were also fully equipped with siege machinery prepared in advance. This time it wasn't about plundering food or women, but a campaign of occupation, so having siege machinery was essential. Xiao Hongbo was utterly baffled to see the gates of Tianguang City so easily breached by the barbarian soldiers, who also stood dumbfounded. Normally, it would take dozens of strikes from a siege vehicle to breach city gates, yet the gates of Tianguang City had been broken in an instant. How was this possible? Could it be that Tianguang City's soldiers planned to let the barbarian cavalry enter the city, to then fight them to the death? Considering this possibility, the barbarian soldiers cautiously charged into Tianguang City. Xiao Hongbo, mounted on his horse, stood amidst the great army, silently waiting for news from inside Tianguang City. After a while, Xiao Pengtian emerged from Tianguang City on horseback, riding directly to Xiao Hongbo. "My king, Tianguang City is empty. There's not only a lack of Great Sum's defenders, but also not a single civilian has been found." Hearing this, Xiao Hongbo paused for a moment, then laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, this king understands now. It must be the young North Prince, scared out of his wits at the news of my arrival, who hastily fled North City with all the civilians in tow." At this moment, Xiao Pengtian reminded him, "My king, the queen ordered us to capture as many Great Sum civilians as possible when we took North City. If the civilians of Great Sum have all fled, we will have no one to work for us once we establish our nation." Upon hearing this, the smile on Xiao Hongbo's face instantly froze, as he had forgotten about this detail. Immediately, Xiao Hongbo ordered, "Xiao Pengtian, take 100,000 soldiers to Curve City in North City. Barbarian Iron, take 50,000 soldiers to Desolate City." Xiao Pengtian and another barbarian general responded immediately, "Yes, my king." Quickly, the barbarians split into 3 groups and continued their advance southward. However, they soon discovered that as they moved further south within North City, they encountered no Great Sum defenders and almost no civilians. Even the few civilians they did capture were the old, weak, sick, and disabled who refused to leave North City. This displeased Xiao Hongbo. He had marched south to conquer North City, seeking not only the land but also its people. But now that the civilians had all fled, even if they took over North City, they did not know how they would run it. The barbarian tribe has always been nomadic, with no permanent residence. They migrate with the water and grass, living pastoral lives. Now they're suddenly supposed to find a place to settle down, establish a country, and even farm the land. How could they possibly get used to that? Therefore, the common folk of Great Sum are crucial. Yelv Nanyan's idea is to ease the relationship between the Great Sum commoners and the barbarian tribe, then integrate the tribe into the agricultural culture of Great Sum. But as soon as the Great Sum commoners heard that the barbarian tribe was coming, they all fled. What use is it for the barbarian tribe to occupy North City if there are none of them left? Without the Great Sum commoners, could it be expected for these people, who are used to herding all year round, to farm the land? How can they, inexperienced, farm the land effectively? If they can't integrate into the farming culture, eventually, even if they occupy North City, they will still head south to plunder. Heading south to plunder will directly conflict with the core interests of Great Sum. Those seigneurs and aristocratic families who initially cooperated with the barbarian tribe will surely band together and send a large army north. By then, whether the barbarian tribe can hold North City remains uncertain. The barbarian tribe excels in cavalry, with high mobility. If it comes to attacking a city, fine, but defending a city is something they have no experience in. This is very disadvantageous for them. At this moment, Xiao Hongbo was riding on horseback, standing on a grassy knoll, gazing in the direction of Yan County. After a while, a cavalry unit approached rapidly towards their main forces. It was Xiao Pengtian and his men returning. Xiao Hongbo quickly turned to look at the army led by Xiao Pengtian. Xiao Pengtian arrived in front of Xiao Hongbo with a rather solemn face. My king, all the cities we visited are deserted. The majority of the Great Sum commoners have already migrated southward, he said. We've captured some Great Sum commoners. According to them, the North Prince issued an order a while ago, instructing all commoners to move south. He plans to lead 30,000 soldiers from North City to fight us to the death in Yan County. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongbo was stunned for a moment. Then he asked incredulously, North Prince wants to fight us to the death in Yan County. Although Xiao Hongbo had never seen the North Prince, he had heard from the Great Sum merchants about what kind of person the North Prince was, a prince who was ignorant and indulgent, a wastrel. After the North Prince came to North City, he spent every day in the prince's mansion indulging in pleasure, never bothering about the affairs of North City. Moreover, it seems that the North Prince was only about 17 years old this year. Although 17 is considered an adult in these times, most 17-year-olds are still seen as children in other people's eyes. The North Prince was no exception in Xiao Hongbo's view. To him, the North Prince was just a bratty kid. He always thought that as soon as the North Prince heard of his march south, that young scoundrel would be so frightened that he would scamper away with his tail between his legs. Now Xiao Pengtian was telling him that the North Prince hadn't run away but instead was waiting in Yan County to fight them to the death. This worthless prince actually dares to fight me to the death. To the iron cavalry of the barbarian tribe, what are 30,000 soldiers? Nothing more than a herd of two-legged sheep with weapons. Xiao Pengtian then said, My king, this is what the commoners we captured said, and it was reportedly an imperial edict to the North Prince, ordering him to hold North City to the death and not to flee. Of course, the commoners had no idea about any imperial edict ordering the North Prince to hold North City to the death, it was all their own speculation. After all, the North Prince gave the impression of being nothing more than a wastrel prince, and his sudden declaration of a decisive battle against the barbarian tribe in North City seemed utterly implausible. Therefore, the commoners believed that it must be an imperial command forcing the North Prince to stay in Yan County. After hearing what Xiao Pengtian said, Xiao Hongbo laughed and said, Ha ha ha, indeed, how could that young scoundrel possibly dare to confront my iron cavalry? So the Sum Emperor is planning to completely abandon that useless prince of his. Xiao Hongbo accepted Xiao Pengtian's reasoning, and he, too, believed that it was a strict order from the Great Sum court to North Prince not to retreat, which was why North Prince was left with no choice but to stubbornly hold his ground at Yan County. To take the entire North City in a short amount of time, one must pass through Wanning Valley, and Yan County sat right below it, making it imperative for them to capture. Perhaps to great sum, the strategic location of Yan County was advantageous, and by having North Prince defend Yan County, they could block the barbarian tribe to the north of Yan County. In truth, this idea wasn't wrong, as in the past, it was highly unlikely that the barbarian tribe would directly attack Yan County. Because previously, the barbarian tribe mainly raided to the south for food and to abduct women, and the other cities north of Yan County could satisfy their needs. Moreover, in the past, they mainly deployed cavalry without siege equipment. Taking a city like Yan County with tens of thousands of soldiers would have been impossible without several months. But this time was different, as they were resolute in capturing the entire North City, and they had prepared siege equipment from the onset. Taking Yan County wouldn't be difficult at all. Xiao Hongbo then loudly ordered, "Immediately send out the command, march to Yan County with utmost speed, I must capture that greenhorn North Prince. We can't let him escape." Upon hearing Xiao Hongbo's words, the soldiers behind him immediately sounded the trumpets. At that moment, Xiao Pengtian cautioned, "My king, it might be wise to exercise caution. With only 30,000 soldiers, how could North Prince propose a decisive battle to the death with us? In my view, we should first dispatch a vanguard to scout the situation, and then have the main army move south." Xiao Pengtian always felt something was amiss, with strangeness apparent in every aspect of the situation. If North Prince really wanted to resist the southward invasion of the barbarian tribe, he wouldn't have dismantled the entire defense to the north of Yan County. Although the city walls north of Yan County weren't as solid as Yan County's, the barbarian tribe would still need time to conquer those cities. If the barbarian tribe spent time attacking those cities, it would buy enough time for Yan County. In turn, some seigneurs within Great Sum would have time to dispatch troops to aid North Prince against the barbarian tribe. Although the court of Great Sum didn't dare to deploy troops recklessly at this time, they would inevitably require the seigneurs to send forces, albeit those seigneurs tend to drag their feet. Logically, the longer North City could stall, the greater the possibility of North Prince defending it. Even if North Prince understood nothing, those generals and soldiers beside him surely must recognize the importance of those cities in the Northland, right? Yet, North Prince had withdrawn all the soldiers and civilians from those cities. This made Xiao Pengtian sense the scent of conspiracy. Hearing Xiao Pengtian's words, Xiao Hongbo burst into laughter and then said, "Xiao Pengtian, you are just too cautious. Do you know why the elders didn't choose you to be the Sky Wolf King? It's because you're too indecisive and not decisive enough in your actions." With those words, Xiao Hongbo rode his horse straight towards Yan County, leaving Xiao Pengtian alone in his place. Watching Xiao Hongbo's retreating figure, Xiao Pengtian just sighed. For some reason, he felt a deep unease in his heart, as if something terrible was about to happen. The barbarian tribe was rushing toward Yan County with their utmost speed, and the vast army of Great Sum, 70,000 strong, was also marching at its swiftest pace, as if racing against time itself. However, from the grasslands to Yan County stretches a boundless plain, and no matter how fast Lin Shuming's forces were, they couldn't possibly catch up to the speed of the barbarian cavalry. In just a few days, the 300,000-strong barbarian army had already drawn near to Wanning Valley. Early in the morning, Lu Chen got up amidst the gentle jade fragrance of Bai Qingqing, who took the initiative to dress Lu Chen herself. The once haughty and reserved Bai Qingqing had now transformed into a chilly young matron. She had completely embraced her role as a concubine maid, diligently caring for Lu Chen's daily needs. As soon as Lu Chen was dressed and left the room, a female guard hurried over and said, "Prince, urgent news from the front, the barbarian tribe has reached Wanning Valley." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen replied with some surprise, "So soon?" The arrival time of the barbarian tribe was obviously much earlier than Lu Chen and his people had anticipated from spy reports, but that wasn't a major issue since they had already made their preparations. Just the thought of the imminent decisive battle with the barbarian tribe made Lu Chen's blood surge with excitement. Although he had killed before and witnessed killings, he had never seen what a real battlefield looked like. Without even having breakfast, Lu Chen hurried to the tower of Yan County. By this time, Mu Changtian, with 30,000 soldiers, was ready for battle. Mu Xingping had stationed the artillery camp on both sides of Wanning Valley, and the black cavalry was also on the move. Everything was waiting for the barbarian cavalry to enter Wanning Valley. Just then, a scout soldier approached Lu Chen and said, "Prince, the barbarian troops haven't entered Wanning Valley immediately, but have encamped on the grassland outside the valley." Upon hearing this, the soldiers on the city tower became tense all of a sudden. They couldn't help but wonder if the barbarian cavalry had discovered something, or if their own deployments had been leaked. If that was the case, then it would indeed be troublesome. Not only might they fail to defeat the barbarian cavalry, but the artillery camps stationed on both sides of Wanning Valley could be stealthily eliminated by the barbarian soldiers. If the howitzers, these devastating weapons, fell into the hands of the barbarian tribe, Yan County could be breached with a single attack, leaving no capability to resist. At this moment, Mu Changtian spoke up. "Prince, why don't I lead the troops out of the city to lure the barbarian tribe into Wanning Valley?" After hearing Mu Changtian's suggestion, Lu Chen didn't reply immediately. After thinking for a moment, he then asked the scouting soldier, "When did the barbarian army reach the outskirts of Wanning Valley?" The scout replied, "This morning." Hearing this, Lu Chen immediately commanded, "Immediately have the soldiers of the artillery camp on both sides of Wanning Valley conceal themselves, and do not reveal themselves before the barbarian army has entered the valley. Furthermore, there is no need for us to hurry. Since the barbarian soldiers have just arrived this morning, it is highly likely that they traveled through the night and are now resting in the camp. Let the frontline scouts keep an eye on their movements. If the barbarian tribe sends soldiers to scout, let them enter Wanning Valley, ignore them." The reporting scout quickly replied, "Yes, Prince. I shall take my leave." After the soldier left, Mu Changtian spoke again, "Prince, the barbarian tribe seems to be prepared for a long siege of Yan County. Otherwise, they would not have set up camp outside Wanning Valley, but would have chosen to enter directly." Lu Chen pondered before speaking. It seems Xiao Hongbo is no fool either. He knows Yan County won't be easy to take. If Xiao Hongbo truly believed that the first wave of attack on Yan County could defeat the city, then why would they set up camp at all? They should just rest briefly and directly send the army into Wanning Valley. After taking down Yan County, wouldn't it be better to rest there? The barbarian tribe setting up camp outside Wanning Valley demonstrated, on one hand, their cautiousness towards the terrain of Wanning Valley, and on the other hand, indicated that they did not believe they could capture Yan County today. Just then, another scout soldier returned from the front line. "Prince, the barbarian tribe has dispatched a scouting cavalry, which has already entered Wanning Valley and is headed straight for Yan County," the soldier reported. Lu Chen asked, "How many are there?" The soldier replied, "Only a few dozen people." Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, "Don't bother with them, continue monitoring." "Yes, Prince," the soldier acknowledged. Outside Wanning Valley. Xiao Pengtian stood by the riverbank, looking at the terrain of Wanning Valley with a grave sense of crisis. Originally, Xiao Hongbo planned to lead an army of 300,000 directly into Wanning Valley and then to attack Yan County, aiming to capture it before midday. However, Xiao Pengtian, using various persuasive arguments, pointed out that the soldiers were exhausted from traveling all night and needed rest. He even brought up the princess to strengthen his case, eventually convincing Xiao Hongbo to camp outside Wanning Valley for rest. Xiao Pengtian was well aware that Xiao Hongbo was severely dissatisfied with him. During their campaign southward to attack North City, he said many things that Xiao Hongbo did not want to hear, and even invoked the princess's name several times. In fact, Xiao Hongbo's discontent with him was not a recent development. Back when they were with the Sky Wolf King tribe, a rift had already formed between them due to their similar strengths. Xiao Pengtian was the strongest contender against Xiao Hongbo for the title of Sky Wolf King. Nevertheless, following the mediation by the princess, the elders of the Sky Wolf King tribe ultimately bestowed the kingship upon Xiao Hongbo. Even though Xiao Hongbo had become the Sky Wolf King, having someone by his side who was a constant threat to his throne still made him uncomfortable. Xiao Pengtian was no fool. He could clearly see Xiao Hongbo's aversion towards him. However, to ensure that there were no issues during the Sky Wolf King tribe's campaign to take North City, he had to speak up. Considering the terrain of Wanning Valley, if their army of 300,000 charged directly in and failed to take Yan County, with the Great Sum troops potentially coming in from behind, they would all be trapped within Wanning Valley. Just then, a servant from Wu Yuan's trading caravan approached Xiao Pengtian and said, "General Xiao, did you summon me for something?" They were escorting Wu Yuan's trading caravan on their campaign southward. After all, the plundered treasures needed to be transported, and Wu Yuan's caravan provided a convenient means. Xiao Pengtian inquired, "Has your caravan picked up any information about the movements of the Great Sum Court, such as whether they are sending a large army to reinforce North City?" The servant from Wu Yuan's caravan promptly replied, "Yes, General, the court has dispatched an army of 70,000 to support North Prince." Upon hearing this, Xiao Pengtian couldn't help but wonder, was he overthinking the situation? Only 70,000 troops. It was highly probable that this force was meant to help North Prince defend Yan County and would not take the offensive, let alone encircle them from behind. If the barbarian cavalry charged, the 70,000 troops would be scattered instantly. If the encirclement failed, those soldiers would instead be marching to their deaths. At that moment, a barbarian soldier rode up to Xiao Pengtian and said, "General, the king summons you." Upon receiving the order from Xiao Hongbo, Xiao Pengtian quickly arrived at Xiao Hongbo's tent. At this time, Xiao Hongbo was already arranging how the barbarian generals would attack Yan County. As Xiao Pengtian entered the tent, he opened with, "Great King, did you call for me?" Seeing Xiao Pengtian, Xiao Hongbo's face instantly broke into a smile, and then he said with a laugh, "Pengtian, I've been seriously thinking about what you said to me before, and I find your words very reasonable. If we charge directly into the Wanning Valley, and Great Sum soldiers appear behind us, we'd be trapped in the Wanning Valley. Therefore, I've decided to give you a very important task. When dusk falls, I will lead 25 armies to directly attack Yan County, and you will stay behind with 50,000 soldiers to guard against a surprise attack from Great Sum soldiers from behind." As he said this, Xiao Hongbo laughed and patted Xiao Pengtian's shoulder. "Pengtian, this task is very important. The safety of our rear is all entrusted to you." Hearing this, a half-smile appeared on Xiao Pengtian's face, and he said, "Thank you for your trust, Great King. I will certainly keep a good watch on our rear." Xiao Pengtian was no fool. How could he not see why Xiao Hongbo had made these arrangements? He already held a status second only to Xiao Hongbo among the Sky Wolf King's tribe, and if he made another remarkable contribution in the attack on Yan County, his achievements would overshadow his master's. Xiao Hongbo wasn't truly thinking he made a good point, it was clearly an excuse to keep him in the rear and out of the attacking action, preventing him from earning any merits. Xiao Pengtian didn't say much else, he would stay behind if that was the assignment. Besides, he, too, was concerned about a potential surprise attack from Great Sum soldiers. Just then, a soldier entered the tent. "Great King, the scouts we sent out have returned." Immediately, Xiao Hongbo commanded, "Let him in." No sooner had Xiao Hongbo's words faded, another soldier entered the tent. "Great King, we have scouted ahead, and the gates of Yan County are tightly shut, and their soldiers have already set up catapults on the city walls." With a smile, Xiao Hongbo said, "It looks like, most likely, the North Prince is indeed waiting for me in Yan County." "Excellent. I have heard long ago that the North Prince likes beautiful women, and has kept countless beauties in his estate. Once Yan County is taken, I must enjoy myself thoroughly and experience the joys of the North Prince." Yelv Nanyan wasn't there, so Xiao Hongbo openly revealed his true nature. He believed no one would dare tell Yelv Nanyan what he said and did. Meanwhile, Yan County, atop the city tower. Mu Chengtian, looking at the grenade launchers on the city wall, said with some concern, "Prince, displaying the grenade launchers like this, if the barbarian scouts see them, won't they suspect something?" Lu Chen smiled faintly, then replied, "Grenade launchers. What grenade launchers? These are catapults. The barbarian cavalry have never seen grenade launchers, so how could they possibly recognize them? If the barbarian cavalry knew about such devastating weaponry as grenade launchers, they wouldn't dare approach Yan County. Therefore, Lu Chen was not worried about the grenade launchers being seen by the barbarian scouts. Before the grenade launchers came into use, it was very possible that the barbarians would mistake them for catapults. In fact, if viewed from a distance, the grenade launchers did bear a resemblance to catapults. Of course, that was where the similarities ended. Now everything was ready, it was just a matter of the barbarian cavalry falling into the trap. For the rest of the day, Lu Chen stayed on the city walls, constantly watching the movements of the barbarian army. As time went by and the day was about to end, the sun began to touch the horizon, with vast swaths of fiery red twilight dominating the sky, casting everyone's skin in a bronze glow reflected by the twilight. At that moment, a scout soldier rode swiftly towards the city gate, shouting as he rode. The barbarian army has entered the Wanning Valley. The barbarian army has entered the Wanning Valley. The barbarian army has entered the Wanning Valley. ... Hearing the scout soldiers' report, the soldiers on the city wall didn't wait for Mu Chengtian's orders to spring into action, swiftly preparing for battle. Soon the scouting soldier reached Lu Chen. Prince, the barbarian army has entered the Wanning Valley. They have divided into two groups. The front seems to have about 250,000 soldiers, while the remaining 50,000 seem to be on alert in the rear. Hearing this, Lu Chen frowned. He had not anticipated that the barbarians would split into two groups upon entering the Wanning Valley. If the barbarian tribe left 50,000 to guard the rear, their 50,000 black cavalry would find it very difficult to complete the encirclement of the barbarian army. At this moment, Lu Chen asked, have the tens of thousands of troops from the barbarian rear entered Wanning Valley? The soldier immediately answered, they have, but they've kept a certain distance from the large force at the front. Hearing this from the soldier, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they all entered Wanning Valley, that would be fine. He was afraid that the barbarians' 300,000 strong army would leave a portion of their troops outside of Wanning Valley. In that case, the black cavalry would have to fight the barbarian cavalry left outside to block the barbarians' retreat. By the time the black cavalry eliminated the cavalry outside Wanning Valley, the barbarian army at the front might have already withdrawn from the valley, and by then they could only let the barbarian army go. At this point, Lu Chen said, prepare for battle. Pass the order to the artillery camp to open fire only after the barbarian cavalry is about to reach Yan County. With that command from Lu Chen, the defense of Yan County began, which was simultaneously the encirclement battle against the barbarian army. Under Xiao Hongbo's leadership, the 250,000-strong army was soon to arrive below the city of Yan County. Although the people on the city walls of Yan County had not yet seen the barbarian cavalry, they could already hear the thunderous sound of hooves. They even had the illusion that the earth itself was trembling. This was a 300,000-strong barbarian cavalry. The soldiers on the city wall were extremely tense. Even though they had grenade launchers, facing 300,000 troops still exerted an enormous pressure on them. Together with the Black Cavalry, North City had only 90,000 soldiers in total. 90,000 against 300,000, the pressure was inevitable. Hearing the thunderous hoofbeats, Lu Chen felt his heart pounding wildly as if adrenaline was furiously secreting within his body, enlivening every cell. As the sound of hoofbeats grew louder and closer, the flags of the barbarian army gradually appeared within everyone's sight. Lu Chen stood on the city tower and quickly surveyed the generals at the front of the barbarian army. Name: Xiao Hongbo. Title: Sky Wolf King of the Barbarian Tribe. Strength: Master Realm. Loyalty: -100 Hostile. ... Name: Barbarian Iron. Title: General of the Sky Wolf King's Tribe. Strength: Master Realm. Loyalty: -100 Hostile. ... Name: Xian Jia. Title: General of the North Free King's Tribe. Strength: Master Realm. Loyalty: -100 Hostile. After reviewing the data for these three individuals, Lu Chen then glanced over the other generals' information. In the end, counting among the vanguard of the barbarian army of more than 200,000, there were approximately only 3 Grand Masters, 5 half-step Grand Masters, and a dozen 9th-grade warriors. Lu Chen still did not know whether there were any Grand Masters in the several tens of thousands of troops behind. If he didn't have grenade launchers this time, North City would unquestionably fall to the strength of the barbarian army. With a formation like the barbarians, let alone capturing North City, they would have no problem launching a war of destruction against some smaller nations. Xiao Hongbo became incredibly excited when he saw the flag of the North Prince Mansion hanging on the walls of North City. He shouted to the soldiers behind him, "Yan County lies before our eyes. Warriors of the barbarian tribe, follow your prince into the charge. Whoever captures North Prince will be rewarded by me with 10 beautiful women and 1,000 cattle and sheep." Hearing Xiao Hongbo's words, the barbarian soldiers instantly became exuberant, and the barbarian army hastened its march. At the same time, when Xiao Pengtian saw that the barbarian soldiers were marching so much faster ahead, he instantly felt a strong unease. It was too quiet. Wanning Valley was too quiet. The quietness was suffocating and oppressive. Even if North Prince was truly defending Yan County and waiting for the barbarians' assault, there shouldn't be no obstacles at all in Wanning Valley to block the advance of the barbarian army. Xiao Pengtian had previously clashed with the army of Great Sum and knew their methods. When defending a city, they would certainly construct some barriers to impede the cavalry's advance. In the past, when they raided to the south, even the small cities they looted had obstacles constructed by the soldiers to stop the barbarian cavalry. It made no sense that the defenders of Yan County wouldn't do the same. Was that normal? Definitely not. Xiao Pengtian suspected that the defenders of Yan County were deliberately allowing them to get close or, perhaps, purposely letting them enter Wanning Valley. He hoped he was overthinking it, yet if the Yan County defenders were indeed allowing them into Wanning Valley intentionally, that would spell big trouble. At this moment, the barbarian army was nearly upon the city. The soldiers of Yan County had made their preparations, and the soldiers of the artillery camp on both sides of Wanning Valley had adjusted the howitzers to the correct angle. Now, they waited only for Lu Chen to give the command. As the black mass of barbarian cavalry grew closer, the thunderous sound of their horses' hooves also grew louder. Under the influence of these sounds, everyone's heartbeats involuntarily quickened. Lu Chen personally approached one of the howitzers, then adjusted its angle, aiming it at the location of Xiao Hongbo. Lu Chen had no intention of adhering to any code of martial honor, nor did he plan to take Xiao Hongbo alive. If he could kill him with a cannon shot, that was the best option. Naturally, Xiao Hongbo also saw the howitzers on the city wall. However, they paid them no mind, believing them to merely be trebuchets. To these master-level experts, such trebuchets posed no threat. A direct charge was all that was needed. Watching the barbarian army draw closer, Lu Chen felt the timing was almost right and immediately pulled the firing pin. The next moment, a 122mm howitzer shell soared into the sky and then plummeted toward several important figures of the barbarians, leading the way for Xiao Hongbo. As a Grandmaster-level expert, Xiao Hongbo naturally detected the shell, but to him, it was just a stone. Just as Xiao Hongbo readied himself to smash the stone with his axe, Xian Jia, a Grandmaster General among the barbarians beside him, pushed off from his horse, leaping up more than 10 meters into the air. Watching this scene, even Lu Chen was astonished. Was this the true power of a Grandmaster, to jump so high with just physical strength? However, at that moment, Xian Jia swung the giant axe in his hand toward the howitzer shell. In the following instant, the howitzer shell exploded. Boom! With a deafening blast, the body of Xian Jia, the Grandmaster General of the barbarian tribe, was blown to pieces. As the howitzer exploded, the soldiers in front of Xiao Hongbo were instantly killed or wounded without number, and Xiao Hongbo, along with another barbarian Grandmaster, were blown several meters away by the explosion. The originally exuberant barbarian army was instantly snapped awake by the blast. They finally realized something was amiss. The barbarian army, which had been marching at full speed, suddenly halted, and the whole army descended into chaos. My God! What on earth was that? Grandmaster! Grandmaster! Could there be a Grandmaster in Yan County? The North Prince is injured. We must avenge the North Prince. Attack! The already chaotic barbarian army hesitated for a moment before launching a charge, something Lu Chen hadn't anticipated. But this wasn't surprising as it had only been a single cannonball. They hadn't yet realized the terror of the grenade cannons. Lu Chen admired their bravery, though sometimes being too rash wasn't a good thing. Lu Chen then shouted loudly, "Fire!" The next moment, the archers and artillery on the city walls initiated their attack together. Countless arrows rained down from above. And the grenade cannons exploded among the ranks of the barbarian army, shattering men and horses alike. Coupled with the narrowness of the Wanning Valley, a single blast caused widespread destruction. In an instant, uncountable numbers of barbarian soldiers were dead or injured. At the same time, the artillery camp, lying in ambush on both sides of the Wanning Valley, did not attack immediately. They were waiting for Xiao Pengtian and his 50,000 soldiers to enter their firing range. At that moment, Xiao Pengtian realized that the barbarian army in front was suddenly thrown into disarray and immediately understood that something must have happened. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned around and said to the soldiers behind him, "Be on guard at our rear. Prepare to charge." Xiao Pengtian's reaction was remarkably quick. He even sensed they were about to be surrounded before the black cavalry revealed themselves. Seeing Xiao Pengtian's forces becoming alert, an artilleryman said to Mu Jingwu beside him, "Captain Mu, if we don't attack now, the ammunition in Yan County will have all been expended soon." Yan County didn't have many grenade cannons, and most of the cannonballs were allocated to the artillery camps on both sides of the Wanning Valley. Mu Jingwu glanced at Xiao Pengtian's 50,000 soldiers and then shouted loudly, "All units, prepare. Open fire." At the command, dozens of shells fell into the midst of the barbarian army, blowing the limbs of the barbarian cavalry into the air. Soil flew up to heights of over a dozen meters, with some barbarian cavalry being buried alive by the blast-ejected earth. The explosion was not far from Xiao Pengtian and his forces, and the sight of the army's grim condition in front prompted the 50,000 barbarian soldiers behind Xiao Pengtian to think of retreat. Wolf God, what kind of weapon is that? Since when did Great Sha possess such terrifying weapons? General, we've been tricked. General, we should retreat fast. ... Seeing the barbarian soldiers scattered in the air, Xiao Pengtian naturally understood they had been tricked. Right now, the most critical task was to protect the retreat route at the rear to ensure that their barbarian cavalry could withdraw from the Wanning Valley. Otherwise, under the bombardment of that mysterious weapon from Great Sha, their 300,000 barbarian cavalry might all meet their end in the Wanning Valley. Seeing Xiao Pengtian preparing to retreat with his 50,000 troops, the artillerymen on both sides of the Wanning Valley grew anxious. They had nearly tens of thousands of barbarian soldiers in their sights, they couldn't just let them escape. Immediately, some artillerymen adjusted the direction of the grenade cannons, targeting Xiao Pengtian's 50,000 troops and firing away. When a shell exploded in the crowd, in that instant, Xiao Pengtian's 50,000 strong force was thrown into complete disarray. Seeing this scene, Xiao Pengtian knew they had to retreat quickly, and he shouted loudly, "Retreat! The entire army, retreat!" Following that, the messenger soldier took out the horn and sounded the signal for retreat. Wu wuuu. As the retreat horn sounded in Wanning Valley, the barbarian soldiers at the front finally snapped to their senses. Immediately after, without even waiting for the severely injured Xiao Hongbo to issue a command, the few 100,000 barbarian army at the vanguard also sounded the retreat horn. In fact, Lu Chen's few hundred cannon shots were simply incapable of killing all few 100,000 barbarian soldiers. But the barbarian cavalry was, after all, seeing such a terrifying weapon for the first time, which magnified the fear in their hearts. People are always most afraid of the unknown, and the barbarian soldiers also had no idea how many of those exploding stones Yan County actually possessed. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. The urgent retreat horn echoed through Wanning Valley, with the barbarian soldiers running crazily toward the rear. The initial formation of the barbarian soldiers also completely disintegrated as they only focused on their own escape. Soon a severe trampling incident occurred in Wanning Valley, and many of the barbarian cavalry who were knocked down were stepped on by their own comrades, trampled to death. Seeing the barbarian soldiers in complete disarray, Lu Chen finally understood what it meant to collapse like a crumbling mountain. If you really counted, the grenade launchers probably killed fewer than 10,000 barbarian cavalry, but the soldiers trampled to death by their own people were estimated by Lu Chen to be nearly 10,000. At this moment, Mu Changtian, mounted on his horse, had already become incredibly impatient. The soldiers inside the city were already prepared to charge. Lu Chen then said, "Signal the artillery camp, fire all the cannonballs, don't hold back a single one." As the flags conveyed the order, the artillerymen in Wanning Valley immediately began bombing the fleeing barbarian soldiers. Seeing the barbarian cavalry being blown sky high, even the soldiers of the artillery camp couldn't help but gasp in shock. Many in the artillery camp were archers, veterans who had participated in defending North City against the barbarian tribe. But when had they ever witnessed such a scene? The once invincible barbarian cavalry, in face of the grenade launchers, could only be mercilessly annihilated. Just thinking of such a terrible weapon being used against themselves someday, the soldiers of the artillery camp felt a chill and broke into a cold sweat. The soldiers couldn't help but feel fortunate that they were born in North City, were soldiers from North City, soldiers under the North Prince. Meanwhile, the severely injured Xiao Hongbo stood up with the help of his subordinates, his mind still foggy, having no clue about the current situation. All he knew was that suddenly a powerful force had flung him into the air. Seeing that Xiao Hongbo was still not dead, Lu Chen instantly took out the Barrett from his space system, loaded the bullet, and aimed at the distant Xiao Hongbo. At that moment, Mu Changtian came up from under the city wall, wishing to get Lu Chen to order an immediate pursuit of the fleeing barbarian cavalry. But as soon as he approached Lu Chen, he found that Lu Chen held a black long stick in his hand, aiming at the far-off Xiao Hongbo. Before Mu Changtian could speak, a gunshot rang out. Bang! Then, the still confused Xiao Hongbo was instantly shot through the chest. Feeling the huge wound in his chest, Xiao Hongbo looked down slightly, his pupils contracted, revealing an unbelieving expression. Afterwards, Xiao Hongbo slowly collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Seeing this, Mu Changtian was slightly stunned. He remembered what Li Feng had told him not long ago, that the North Prince possessed a mysterious weapon capable of instantaneously killing a Grandmaster. This black long stick must be the mysterious weapon Li Feng spoke of. The North Prince's weapons were all too terrifying. From 1 kilometer away, it directly killed a Master Realm expert, a feat that even a Grandmaster would find difficult to achieve. Of course, no matter how terrifying the weapons in the North Prince's hands were, they were still not as horrifying as the grenade launchers. Just now, they had witnessed with their own eyes a single cannonball blowing a barbarian Grandmaster into dozens of pieces. In terms of power, the grenade launchers were still far more formidable. After shooting Xiao Hongbo, Lu Chen came back to his senses and said to Mu Changtian beside him, "General Mu, the task of exterminating the barbarian cavalry is up to you." Hearing this, Mu Changtian immediately replied loudly, "Yes, Prince." As soon as he had spoken, Mu Changtian pushed off with his legs and jumped straight down from the city tower, landing firmly on his horse below. With a wave of his hand, Mu Changtian flung his robe aside and bellowed, "Open the city gates." With Mu Changtian's powerful voice, the gates of Yan County slowly opened. The next moment, Mu Changtian, leading the charge, dashed out of the city gates. "Soldiers, follow me to kill. Kill, kill, kill." The morale of Yan County's soldiers was instantly rallied, and they left the city walls to pursue and kill the barbarian cavalry. At the same time, after Xiao Pengtian's army of 50,000 had been bombed, losing untold numbers, they finally managed to escape the range of the artillery. Seeing that there were no more explosive rocks falling from the sky, the soldiers finally breathed a sigh of relief. But very soon, they sensed something was wrong. Suddenly, Wanning Valley became exceptionally quiet. Even quieter than before. So silent that they seemed to hear their own heartbeats, as if even the sound of the retreat horn had disappeared. Xiao Pengtian frowned, sensing that something was amiss. At that moment, a soldier beside Xiao Pengtian suddenly exclaimed, "General, quick, look." Xiao Pengtian immediately looked into the distance. The huge setting sun was facing their direction, seemingly blocking the entire Wanning Valley. Amidst the sunset, line after line of vast, dark shadows loomed closer to them. And then the earth began to tremble. It was only when the cavalry approached that Xiao Pengtian and his men could see clearly. The soldiers of that army were clad in black armor, even their warhorses covered in thick armor. In the light of the setting sun, they appeared as though they were an army emerging from hell. Xiao Pengtian's face turned pale in an instant. Heavy cavalry. And there were at least tens of thousands of them. How was this possible? The barbarian tribes didn't have so many heavy cavalry units. Just crafting a single set of heavy cavalry armor could take an unimaginable amount of time. Yet Great Sum actually possessed such an enormous force of heavy cavalry. If on the open plains, these Great Sum heavy cavalry might not have been able to do much against them. After all, the barbarian tribe's light cavalry was more mobile and faster, and these heavy cavalry could be relatively clumsy and might not catch up with them. But now it was different. This was Wanning Valley. Tens of thousands of heavy cavalry stationed in Wanning Valley were like an array of iron walls. Where could they run to? Heading towards Yan County now would mean getting blown to pieces, and if they charged straight at them, they would also get chopped down by this heavy cavalry. Xiao Pengtian gripped the axe in his hands tightly, his muscles bulging, straining against his armor. Finally, he made his decision. Xiao Pengtian raised the axe in his hands toward the direction of the sun, and with all his might, he shouted, "Warriors of the barbarian tribe! Charge with me!" As his words fell, Xiao Pengtian rode his horse straight at the black cavalry, and the barbarian tribe's soldiers followed him like a tidal wave towards the iron walls beneath the setting sun. Under the glow of the setting sun, two fast-moving cavalry formations on the plains of Wanning Valley were charging towards each other with all their might. As the barbarian cavalry was about to close in on the black cavalry led by Wenren Lai, the black cavalry immediately shifted their formation into an offensive configuration. Soon after, Xiao Pengtian's cavalry charged into the midst of the heavy cavalry formation. The next moment, on the riverbanks of Wanning Valley, the clashing of weapons and thunderous roars of combat filled the air. Yet, not far away, the 20,000 heavy cavalry led by Xuanyuan Chen stood still, without any movement. The black cavalry was divided into two parts, the front 30,000 led by Wenren Lai, responsible for charging and killing, while the rear 20,000 led by Xuanyuan Chen, tasked with blocking Wanning Valley to prevent any barbarian cavalry from breaking through. The black cavalry's fighting strength was extremely formidable. Each barbarian cavalry that plunged into their ranks was chopped down from his horse. The weapons used by the black cavalry were incomparably sharp. Any barbarian cavalry struck carelessly by a black cavalry sword would almost certainly meet death, both rider and mount. After a quarter of an hour of relentless combat, the black cavalry and the barbarian cavalry led by Xiao Pengtian finally parted. Only when Xiao Pengtian emerged from the black cavalry's formation did he realize that there was another detachment of black cavalry, which had made no move, coldly observing them. Those black cavalrymen were like emotionless ghosts, an army of specters from the depths of the underworld. Xiao Pengtian glanced at the sparse barbarian soldiers behind him. Nearly all of them were wounded, with many having their arms severed. A single charge, and fewer than 10,000 of their soldiers remained. Is this the might of Great Shaw's heavy cavalry? Xiao Pengtian had never imagined that one day, Great Shaw's heavy cavalry could crush the barbarian cavalry. They had encountered their true adversaries. Xiao Pengtian observed the gash on his own armor and promptly stripped it off, casually throwing it onto the ground. In front of this cavalry, any armor proved worthless. At that moment, Xiao Pengtian didn't charge towards Xuanyuan Chen's unmoving black cavalry. Instead, he turned around. Now they were surrounded, and even if they charged towards the setting sun's direction, they could not escape. Xiao Pengtian had already sensed his end. He was certain to die today. Rather than attempting to break through those immobile cavalrymen and escape, only to die a disgraceful death, it was better to perish on the battlefield. Xiao Pengtian's trembling hand raised the axe, and once more he shouted, "To restore the wolf god's glory, follow me and charge. Kill." Leading the remaining less than 10,000 barbarian cavalry, Xiao Pengtian charged once again towards the black cavalry led by Wenren Lai. A moment later, the two cavalries met again on the banks of Wanning River, and the sounds of battle once again echoed through Wanning Valley. The sun gradually set, only half of it still shining over Wanning Valley. The clanging noises became sparser, the cries of the battle grew less, and ultimately, a single man on horseback emerged from the black cavalry formation, his body laden with wounds. Xiao Pengtian, facing the direction of the sun, observed the indifferent black cavalry in the distance. Blood slid from his head, his vision obscured by the crimson hue. His entire world turned red, the color of blood. Countless memories flashed through Xiao Pengtian's mind. He recalled being orphaned from a young age, growing up with his elder sister. Amid the sunset, he perceived the vast expanse of white snow. He saw the cattle and sheep that had frozen to death, the yurts blown away by fierce winds. He also saw when the barbarian army swept south to plunder Great Shah's people, the people of Great Shah kneeling and begging for mercy only to be killed nonetheless. Xiao Pengtian, with his disheveled hair, burst into laughter and then mumbled to himself, "Yao Yao, it looks like your uncle can't take you to Great Sum after all." As the words fell, Xiao Pengtian raised his axe once more. Using his last bit of strength, he hoarsely roared. "Reforge the glory of the wolf god. Kill." Alone on his horse against the setting sun, his figure grew longer and fainter. Wenren Lai raised his hand, signaling the soldiers not to move. Immediately after, Wenren Lai picked up his hammer and charged directly towards Xiao Pengtian. Soon, the two met on the corpse-strewn riverbank, with Wenren Lai striking first with a swing of his hammer. Xiao Pengtian tried to defend, but found he had no strength left in his body. He was then hit by the hammer, sent flying, spewing out fresh blood, and completely lost consciousness. Seeing the 50,000 cavalry clean up and stand still without any action or words, Xuanyuan Chen said in a tone devoid of emotion, "Continue advancing." It seemed as though, in Xuanyuan Chen's eyes, the battle that just occurred might as well had never happened. Wenren Lai glanced at Xiao Pengtian on the ground and then ordered the soldiers beside him, "Take him with us, hand him over to the prince." "Yes, General." The soldier immediately approached Xiao Pengtian, tied him up, and placed him on the back of a horse. Before long, the fleeing barbarian cavalry encountered Wenren Lai's black cavalry. As the sky had already darkened, the barbarian cavalry initially mistook the black cavalry up ahead for Xiao Pengtian's troops guarding the rear. However, when the retreating barbarian cavalry got closer, they suddenly realized that these were actually tens of thousands of heavy cavalry. Without any hesitation, Wenren Lai and Xuanyuan Chen led the 50,000 heavy cavalry towards Yan County, leaving nothing but the bodies of barbarian cavalry in their wake. The barbarian cavalry, having been terrified by the earlier grenade cannons, had lost all will to fight. Moreover, with their king dead and no one to command them, the current barbarian cavalry had virtually no fighting strength left. The advancement of the black cavalry was incredibly fast. It didn't take long before they entered the range of the artillery camp, but by then, the artillery camp had nearly run out of ammunition, so they didn't need to worry about friendly fire. Mu Jingwu stood on a protruding rock and observed the black cavalry's relentless push forward. He felt utterly astonished. Was this the combat power of the heavy cavalry? Wherever they passed, there were only bodies. The black cavalry slaughtered the barbarians as if they were mere chickens. If the royal court knew about these 50,000 black cavalry, Mu Jingwu believed the court would surely send troops north overnight, then station hundreds of thousands of soldiers in Qi Prince's territory. Mu Jingwu was very clear about what the heavy cavalry meant in this era. He couldn't help but wonder when the prince would vie for that position. The twilight in the sky gradually dissipated, and a massive moon hung in the sky, its cold moonlight spreading across the ground, enabling people to see clearly ahead even at night. Regrettably, the barbarian army could not discern the direction back home. The sounds of slaughter echoed ceaselessly in Wanning Valley. Even within Yan County, one could faintly hear the sounds of battle. The civilians who had not left Yan County hid in their rooms, listening to the combat noises outside the city, spending the entire night without sleep. Lu Chen realized that in the end, he had still underestimated the brutality of war. Ever since Mu Changtian had led the troops out of the city, he had been waiting on the city tower for Mu Changtian's return. But as 2 hours passed after another, Lu Chen could only hear the sounds of slaughter coming from Wanning Valley, but he did not see Mu Changtian and his men returning. To be honest, at this point, Lu Chen couldn't help but start to worry. Although the barbarian army of 300,000 had been scattered and seemed to no longer have the capacity to fight, the barbarians were still barbarians after all. Caught in the pincer movement before and after Wanning Valley, it was very likely that the barbarian army would desperately fight back. He was not worried about the Black Cavalry. What concerned him were the tens of thousands of soldiers led by Mu Changtian, most of whom were infantry with relatively few cavalry. Hopefully, his tens of thousands of soldiers hadn't all been lost in combat. With concern, Lu Chen stood silently on the city tower, gazing in the direction of Wanning Valley. After an indeterminable amount of time, the sky gradually brightened, and before he knew it, an entire night had passed. At this time, a soldier covered in blood returned to the city wall on horseback. Despite his exhaustion, he excitedly exclaimed, "Prince! We have won! We have slain 200,000 barbarians and captured 100,000. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately shouted to the soldiers inside the city, "Open the city gates." Following that, the soldier entered the city and came before Lu Chen, saying, "Prince, the battle has ended. General Mo invites you to inspect the aftermath." Lu Chen said, "You've worked hard. Go rest now. For the prince, for North City, it isn't hard work." It was evident that the soldier was still in a very excited state. This was the most beautifully fought battle in the history of the Great Xia dynasty, and as participants in this war, how could they not be excited? At this time, Lu Chen came down from the city tower and rode directly towards Wanning Valley. All along the way, Lu Chen saw countless bodies of barbarian soldiers, and among them occasionally lay some from the North City forces. Seeing the ground littered with bodies, even Lu Chen, who had killed before, felt quite uncomfortable. The blood on the ground had even dyed the soil red, the air was filled with a thick scent of blood, and the sky was crowded with flocks of crows circling overhead. Lu Chen's expression became very solemn. Is this war? Lu Chen continued to advance toward the front of Wanning Valley. After a while, he noticed the bodies of North City soldiers on the ground were becoming more and more frequent. As he expected, after Mu Changtian had led the troops out of the city last night, the barbarian soldiers had retaliated against Mu Changtian's forces, which was why there were so many bodies of North City soldiers. With a heavy heart, Lu Chen quickly arrived at where Mu Changtian and his men were located. The army led by Mu Changtian had already regrouped with the Black Cavalry. The Black Cavalry had surrounded the 100,000 barbarian soldiers, who were trembling and squatting on the ground, not daring to move. Almost all the barbarian leaders had been killed, and among these 100,000 barbarian soldiers, not one was above the 6th rank in the Master Realm. Lu Chen glanced again at the North City soldiers behind Mu Changtian. There were now less than 10,000 North City soldiers remaining. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen frowned deeply. He had still underestimated this war. He had thought that with the grenade cannons, North City would not suffer heavy casualties, but even with grenade cannons, about 20,000 North City soldiers had still fallen in battle. Lu Chen suddenly had a thought. If he had not allowed Mu Changtian to pursue those barbarian tribe soldiers outside North City, would those over 20,000 North City soldiers still be alive? If he had not ordered the Black Cavalry to cut off the barbarian army's escape route, the barbarian army would have surely fled Wanning Valley, and thus they could have defended North City without losing a single soldier. It was precisely because he wanted to annihilate all 30,000 soldiers of the barbarian army that the North City soldiers suffered casualties. Lu Chen also realized that by capturing these 30,000 soldiers, he had laid a solid foundation for the future stable development of North City, ensuring that the barbarians would not dare to invade the south for a long time to come. Whether the sacrifice of the North City soldiers was worth it would depend on how North City developed in the future. At that moment, Lu Chen looked at Xuanyuan Chen and his Black Cavalry again. Fortunately, the Black Cavalry seemed not to have lost many men. If the cavalry had been wiped out in this war, Lu Chen felt he would probably be filled with regret. At this time, Mu Changtian, Wenren Lai, and Xuanyuan Chen saw Lu Chen coming and immediately rode over on their horses, then dismounted to pay their respects, saying, "Greetings, Prince." Lu Chen nodded, "Rise." Then, Mu Changtian excitedly said, "Prince, this is the greatest victory the Great Xia dynasty has ever had over the barbarian tribe in history. Your achievements will surely go down in history." Hearing Mu Changtian's words, Lu Chen did not feel much stirred inside and did not show any sign of happiness. Mu Changtian was a general, He had led troops to fight the barbarian army in the north several times before and was accustomed to the cruelty of war. Hence, the dead soldiers of North City were merely numbers in his eyes. What he saw was the victory of this war, and so he was very excited. The North City soldiers who had survived felt the same way. What they saw was the victory of this war and their roles as witnesses to the most fruitful battle in the history of the great Shah dynasty's foreign wars. Therefore, they were all very excited. Their faces showed no sorrow, as if those who died never existed. Seeing the soldiers so thrilled, Lu Chen did not want to dampen their spirits with his own emotions, and so he said, "This victory is not my victory alone, it belongs to all the generals and soldiers of North City. You shall enter the annals of history with me. Immortalized forever." Upon hearing these words, the morale of the soldiers surged even higher, and the voices of the soldiers rang out through Wanning Valley. Prince is mighty. The prince will unify the world and command respect from all corners. Hearing the soldiers' cheers, Lu Chen felt a headache coming. He didn't know when it started, but in North City, both commanders and ordinary soldiers believed that his ambition was to unify the world. When had he ever said that he wanted to unify the world? Announcing the unification of the world at such a time was just asking for trouble. After all, his own father, the emperor, was still alive. Even his father had not claimed he wanted to unify the world, yet a mere prince was declaring such ambition. Wasn't that openly inviting rebellion? However, Lu Chen did not correct their words, as he did not wish to crush the soldiers' morale at this time. Then, Wenren Lai said to Lu Chen, "Prince, we have captured a barbarian tribe general." Upon saying that, Wenren Lai commanded the soldiers behind him, "Bring him forth." The next moment, a soldier led a horse up to Lu Chen. A disheveled, shirtless strong man was sprawled over the horse's back, looking as if he might already be dead. Lu Chen immediately used the system to identify him. Name: Xiao Pengtian. Identity: Grand General of the Sky Wolf King's barbarian tribe, uncle to the barbarian princess Xiao Wenyao, captive of the North Prince. Strength: Master Realm, near death. Loyalty: 0. Seeing Xiao Pengtian's information, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned, having not expected the existence of a Grandmaster realm within the barbarian army. Thinking back on it, the tens of thousands of people following the barbarian army must have been under Xiao Pengtian's command. Wenren Lai saw that Lu Chen did not speak and took the opportunity to ask, "Prince, what do you plan to do with him? He's still alive but severely injured and currently unconscious." Lu Chen said, "Have someone treat his injuries immediately and save him. Once he wakes up, this prince has some matters to inquire about with him." "Yes, my prince." The soldiers then led the horse carrying Xiao Pengtian away for treatment. At that moment, Mu Changtian glanced at the 100,000 kneeling barbarian captives and whispered to Lu Chen, "Prince, how do you plan to handle these captives? There are quite a lot of them, and Yan County doesn't have enough food to sustain them. Perhaps we should just." Mu Changtian stopped there, not finishing his sentence. Lu Chen understood Mu Changtian's meaning. Mu Changtian felt that the 100,000 barbarian captives were a burden and should all be killed. Hearing this, Lu Chen said with a smile, "If we were not in North City, this prince might indeed have buried them all." This. Mu Changtian, hearing Lu Chen's apparent lack of intention to kill them, continued, "Prince, are you thinking of subjugating them?" Such practices were quite common. Despite the barbarian tribe being a different race, the imperial army of the Great Shah dynasty still incorporated many barbarian soldiers. Back when Mu Changtian went north to battle the barbarian army, he captured many barbarian soldiers, and after re-educating these barbarian soldiers, he had them lead the way northward in search of the barbarian royal courts. Although there were often cases of one race exterminating another, more often than not, deterrence and subjugation were employed. In this era, population was precious, and unless they truly couldn't sustain so many people, they wouldn't just kill them off. Lu Chen said, "After the war is over, this prince will need a large workforce to build up North City. These 100,000 barbarian captives have just solved the problem of an insufficient workforce." Lu Chen had already acquired cement, and he had long planned to rebuild North City. However, as he had been conserving his strength, he had not taken any action yet. But after this war was over, he could no longer hide. Everyone would know that he commanded an extremely powerful army. Since he could no longer keep it a secret, there was no point in trying to. As North City was his fiefdom, it was time to properly develop it. As for the succession struggles in the capital city, Lu Chen had no intention of meddling at all. As long as the Great Shah was not in chaos, he planned not to return to the capital city and stay in North City instead, which was quite preferable. Hearing Lu Chen's plan, Mu Chengtian immediately understood and said, "My prince, that is a brilliant move. If these 100,000 barbarian soldiers can be re-educated in time, we will have gained 100,000 more slave soldiers. No one will dare covet North City in the future." Mu Chengtian's thoughts were clearly different from Lu Chen's. Lu Chen intended to use these 100,000 barbarian slaves to build up North City, while Mu Chengtian thought Lu Chen wanted to keep these barbarian soldiers for their strong combat capabilities, with the intention of using these 100,000 barbarian slave soldiers to deter other forces. Lu Chen already had 50,000 heavy cavalry at his command, and with his military expansion order, the soldiers of North City would soon reach 150,000. If the barbarian slave soldiers were added, that would make 250,000 troops. With these 200,000 troops, not to mention attacking a small country, even directly assaulting the Great Shah dynasty would not be out of the question. Of course, to win a war of conquest, it was not just about having more soldiers, logistics were also crucial. So, Mu Chengtian believed that Lu Chen was planning to continue conserving his strength, waiting for the right moment. Just then, Mu Chengtian suddenly thought of something and immediately said to Lu Chen, "My prince, the war has ended. If the imperial court becomes aware that you command tens of thousands of heavy cavalry, some might harbor designs on your wife and children. The most urgent task is to immediately send someone to bring the princess and the others back to North City, or to send someone to Anping City to protect them." Lu Chen immediately understood what Mu Chengtian meant. Heavy cavalry in this era not only symbolized combat power but also represented a strong comprehensive strength, because creating a heavy cavalry required many resources, and maintaining one also cost a great deal of money. The entire Great Shah did not have 50,000 heavy cavalry, yet just North City alone had so many, which would inevitably arouse the imperial court's fear. At that time, the imperial court might suggest that the Sum emperor bring Lu Chen's wife or children to the capital city as hostages to prevent Lu Chen from rebelling. Using a seigneur's children as hostages was the most common approach by the imperial court. Previously, the Sum emperor would not do so because Lu Chen seemed inept, and there was no need to take his children as hostages. Now things were different, as the troops of North City, led by Lu Chen, not only killed 200,000 barbarian soldiers but also captured another 100,000 from the barbarian army. This had reached the point where one's merits could overshadow their master. Even if Lu Chen was the Sum emperor's son, the Sum emperor would now be wary, and he might, taking advantage of Lu Chen being caught off guard, directly bring Lu Chen's wife and children from Anping City to the capital city as hostages. Lu Chen then said to Xuanyuan Chen, "General Xuanyuan, you immediately lead 5,000 black cavalry, together with Captain Mu, and head south to bring back all members of my family to Yan County." People in Anping City were still unaware that he possessed heavy cavalry, so they would likely be vigilant about Xuanyuan Chen's identity. Thus Lu Chen planned to have Mu Jingwu also go south to bring back Mu Zixuan and the others, to prevent the imperial court from targeting his children later on. Upon hearing Lu Chen's order, Xuanyuan Chen and Mu Jingwu immediately responded, "Yes, Prince." They then mounted their horses and rode away. At the same time, Lin Shuming and his troops, numbering 70,000, were fast approaching Wanning Valley. In order to arrive at Yan County before the barbarian army did, they were traveling day and night, hardly resting at all. The soldiers were now beginning to doze off even as they marched. At that moment, a soldier spotting the city gates in the distance, immediately shouted, "We've arrived. We have finally reached Yan County." Lin Shuming's expression was stern as he frowned deeply. He did not relax despite having reached Yan County. Entering Yan County was the most crucial step, as no one knew if the city was already occupied by the barbarian tribe at this time. Lin Shuming immediately shouted, "Stay vigilant. Scouts, Go scout ahead. As his words echoed, several dozen cavalry headed toward the south gate of Yan County. To defend against the barbarians, most of Yan County's soldiers were at the north gate, leaving only a few at the south gate. When the soldiers guarding the southern gate saw the Imperial army approaching, they were immediately alarmed. The soldiers of Yan County were not foolish, they knew very well that some things about the North Prince should not be displayed, as it could lead to serious trouble with the Imperial court if it found out. The squad leader guarding the gate immediately said to his men, "Quick! Go inform the prince that the Imperial army has arrived." The guard did not hesitate to mount a fast horse and rode toward the north gate. Before long, Lin Shuming's scout cavalry arrived beneath Yan County's city walls, where one of the soldiers shouted, "We are the reinforcement troops sent by the Imperial court to aid the North Prince. Our general is Lin Shuming, please open the city gates immediately. Let us in." Upon hearing this, the soldiers of Yan County were extremely tense. At that moment, a colonel guarding the city gate promptly replied, "The North Prince is currently holding off the barbarian army at the north gate. Please wait a moment. We will go and report this." Hearing this, a soldier instantly became irate, "What's there to report? The barbarian army is already here, hurry up and let us in. If anything happens to the North Prince, can you gatekeepers take responsibility?" The colonel spoke again, "Don't be hasty, this is a critical period, we need to confirm that you are indeed the Imperial army." Hearing this, the scout could only comply with the procedure, showing them official documents to confirm their identity to the soldiers at the southern gate. Seeing that the soldiers of Yan County seemed to be stalling, Lin Shuming's expression grew increasingly grim. At that time, Lin Shuming's deputy, Zhou Yu, said beside him, "General, could it be that Yan County has already fallen to the barbarian tribe? I have a feeling that these soldiers guarding the city don't want to let us in." Zhou Yu was a man from Prince Lu Shuyan's side and naturally wouldn't mind seeing the North Prince captured by the barbarians. If Yan County were to fall, Zhou Yu wouldn't feel like it was a loss for great sum. After hearing Zhou Yu's words, Lin Shuming just looked at the city in front of him expressionlessly, without saying a word. He could tell from Zhou Yu's tone that Zhou Yu seemed quite eager to see the North Prince in trouble, and Lin Shuming was no fool. He knew Zhou Yu was Prince Lu Shuyan's man as soon as he left the capital city. As a child of the Prime Minister's household, Lin Shuming had a profound understanding of the political situation in the court. Then Zhou Yu continued, "General, if Yan County truly has been occupied by the barbarians, then we should retreat as quickly as possible. If we wait for the barbarian army to catch up, I'm afraid all 70,000 of us will be annihilated." Upon hearing this, Lin Shuming coldly said, "Deputy General Zhou, you seem quite eager to see the North Prince in trouble." Zhou Yu hurriedly replied, "General, you misunderstand me. I just feel that if Yan County has fallen, then there is no longer any need to defend North City." Hearing this, Lin Shuming turned to glance at Zhou Yu, then sternly said, "Today we surrender North City to the barbarians, tomorrow we might as well give the Qi Prince's territory to them as well, then the day after tomorrow, should we surrender the entire Great Sum to the barbarian tribe." Seeing Lin Shuming grow angry, Zhou Yu immediately fell silent, not saying anything more. Lin Shuming turned his gaze back to the city tower of Yan County. The flag of the North Prince was still displayed there. He guessed Yan County had not yet fallen and likely, as the soldiers guarding the city had said, the barbarian army was indeed already in the Wanning Valley. All they needed now was the North Prince's orders. Once the North Prince knew that the Imperial army had arrived, he would definitely order them into Yan County immediately, to help defend the city against the barbarians. With their 70,000 men, holding Yan County was most likely not going to be a problem. Lin Shuming tried to think optimistically, and at this point, he could only think optimistically. If Yan County had indeed fallen at this time, then they would certainly not be able to recapture it, and most likely would have to retreat embarrassingly back to the Qi Prince's territory and then to the capital city to accept punishment. About half an hour later, the city gates of the south finally opened. Seeing the city gates open, Lin Shuming finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was already prepared for battle. At that moment, a soldier rode out from the city on horseback and then loudly said, "The battle against the barbarian tribe has ended. The prince has instructed me to inform you to proceed to Wanning Valley quickly to clean up the battlefield. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuming and the other officers were stunned. What? The war is over. How is that possible? Could it be that Yan County really has fallen to the barbarians? Is this a trap? Do the barbarians want to wait for their 70,000 men to enter the city and then annihilate them? While they were entertaining these thoughts, Lin Shuming still took the lead, charging towards the city gates. Soldiers, follow me into the city. However, whether Yan County had already been occupied by the barbarian tribe or not, Lin Shuming needed to verify it personally, even if it meant his 70,000 men might be attacked by the barbarians in the process. These 70,000 men had come to North City to resist the barbarian tribe, so how could they just run away without having even seen the barbarians? Did that make any sense? Seeing Lin Shuming set out, the soldiers also began to make their move, with the army slowly following Lin Shuming into the city. But all the soldiers were very vigilant. This army of 70,000 elite soldiers, all battle-hardened, still had their necessary caution. After entering the city, Lin Shuming found that there were still sparse commoners on the streets. However, most of the commoners were inside their rooms, opening just half of their doors, stealthily watching the outside. The commoners naturally knew that the barbarian army was attacking Yan County, so they dared not go out. Just at this moment, a messenger soldier shouted loudly, "Great victory in North City! Great victory in Yan County! North Prince has led the soldiers of North City, slain 200,000 barbarian soldiers, and captured 100,000. The messenger soldier shuttled non-stop through every street in the city, loudly announcing the outcome of the war. Soon, the imperial army that had entered the city all heard the announcements from the messenger soldier. Hearing the messenger soldier say that the North Prince had led the army of North City to kill 200,000 soldiers and had captured 100,000 barbarian soldiers, the soldiers of the imperial army were astonished. The first thing they thought of was that this must be fake news. Most of the soldiers in the 70,000 army that Lin Shuming led had fought against the barbarians before. They were well aware of the barbarians' combat strength. Let alone 300,000, if they were to fight 50,000 of the barbarian army without the protection of a fortress, it wouldn't be an easy task for this 70,000 to achieve victory. And now North City's messenger soldier was saying that the North Prince, with his troops, had defeated the 30,000-strong barbarian army. Not just defeated, but had also slain 200,000 barbarian soldiers and captured 100,000, effectively annihilating them. Could that be possible? What a joke. How many soldiers did North City have? Forget beating the barbarian army, even defending North City itself was extremely difficult. If they truly had that strength, the imperial court would not have needed to dispatch 70,000 troops for reinforcement. Lin Shuming was puzzled. Why would the North Prince spread such false news within the city? This sounded completely unbelievable upon hearing it. Anyone with a bit of sense would know that the North Prince could not possibly have defeated the 30,000-strong barbarian army. Moreover, the North Prince's fabricated news was too far-fetched. If he had said they repelled the barbarians' attack, perhaps the common folk might have believed it. But claiming to have slain 200,000 of the barbarian army and captured another 100,000 soldiers. Who would believe that? There's always a reason behind everything, and now Lin Shuming really wanted to know what the North Prince was up to. He then said to the soldiers behind him, "Pick up the pace, we must rendezvous with the North Prince as soon as possible." About half an hour later, Lin Shuming, leading the 70,000-strong imperial army, finally arrived at the northern gate of Yan County. At this moment, Lu Chen was standing on the city tower, gazing toward the north. A soldier from North City came to Lin Shuming's side and said, "General Lin, the North Prince is waiting for you on the city tower." Seeing the North City soldiers before him soaked in blood, with the stains on their armor not yet dry, and their body armor everywhere marked with slashes, they looked as if they'd just been through a great battle. Lin Shuming's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that, before they entered the city, North City was really in battle with the barbarian tribe? Lin Shuming didn't think too much about it. He immediately leapt up and landed directly on the walls of North City. However, Just as Lin Shuming had landed on the city walls, he saw the ground beyond the walls littered with the bodies of barbarian tribe members, and countless pits that couldn't be assessed quickly. Some of the barbarian tribe soldiers and horses had died particularly gruesome deaths, almost dismembered, with organs scattered all over. The ground outside the city was dyed red with blood. Seeing this scene, Lin Shuming was completely stunned. He even forgot to walk up to Lu Chen to pay his respects. From this, it was evident that a great battle had indeed taken place before the imperial army entered the city. And judging by the many bodies the barbarian tribe had left behind, it seemed that the barbarian tribe had been repelled by the garrison of North City. Lin Shuming was utterly astonished. He really wanted to know how so many soldiers from the barbarian tribe could have died, especially since it appeared that they had died before even getting close to the walls of Yan County. Especially those large pits on the open ground, Lin Shuming found them very puzzling. What were those pits for? Of course, astonished as he was, Lin Shuming still didn't believe the earlier reports they heard of North City soldiers killing 200,000 barbarian tribe soldiers and capturing 100,000 were true. Lin Shuming took a deep breath to quickly calm himself down, then lifted his head to look into the distance. At this moment, a young man in golden armor stood atop the walls, gazing into the distance. Lin Shuming had seen Lu Chen, so he recognized him at a glance. However, for some reason, Lin Shuming always felt there was something extraordinary about the aura emanating from Lu Chen, whose entire demeanor had undergone a drastic change. When Lu Chen had his wedding, Lin Shuming attended his banquet, and Lu Chen did not have such a demeanor back then. Lin Shuming hurried towards Lu Chen, and only after getting closer did he suddenly realize why he felt different about Lu Chen. It turned out that Lu Chen emitted the aura of a martial artist, and his presence bore a heavy killing intent, typical of martial artists who had killed a large number of people. The North Prince is actually a martial artist. How could this be possible? Lin Shuming was even more confused. The North Prince he saw in the capital was an absolute waste, someone without any strength and who was not adept in martial arts. How could he possibly be a martial artist? The key was that Lin Shuming felt that Lu Chen's strength was not weak. At the very least, he had reached the realm of a half-step Grandmaster, and even Lin Shuming, a Grandmaster, felt some pressure in Lu Chen's presence. Lin Shuming immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, Prince. I failed to arrive in North City on time. Please punish me, Prince." Lu Chen didn't turn his head, his gaze fixed on the north. At that moment, he spoke indifferently, "Punish. No, General Lin, you've arrived just in time. The previous night's battle had killed 200,000 barbarian tribe soldiers, and now Wanning Valley was strewn with the bodies of barbarian tribe soldiers and horses." Although Lu Chen had considered having the captured barbarian tribe soldiers transport the bodies and clean up the battlefield. But since those barbarian tribe soldiers had just been captured, Lu Chen was worried they might harbor ulterior motives. So he didn't have them clean up the battlefield, but the battlefield did need cleaning. With so many bodies of barbarian tribe soldiers and horses, if they were left in Wanning Valley, a plague could very well break out. Moreover, there was the Wanning River in Wanning Valley. With so many corpses near the river, the entire river would be polluted. Where would Yan County get its water then? These bodies had to be dealt with. Since they couldn't let the barbarian tribe soldiers handle it, Lu Chen had thought of having the soldiers of North City or mobilizing the common folk do the job. He had someone go back to the city to announce the victory because he wanted to mobilize the people. But with the arrival of the 70,000-strong imperial army, they did not need the common folk. It was just right to have this huge army clean up the battlefield. They had come all this way, and it wouldn't do to return without doing anything. At this moment, Lu Chen continued to address Lin Shuming, "General Lin, I'll leave the task of cleaning up the battlefield to you." Upon hearing this, Lin Shuming was momentarily stunned. Cleaning up the battlefield. Had the barbarian army already retreated? Lin Shuming then asked, "Prince, has the barbarian army already retreated?" Hearing this question, Lu Chen simply said, "You'll understand once you go out of the city to clean up the battlefield." When Lu Chen heard that the imperial army was coming to Yan County, he only brought a few people back with him, and now the soldiers of North City are still cleaning up the battlefield outside Yan County. Lin Shuming and his men will know the situation outside once they go there. Telling Lin Shuming about the outcome of the war now would probably lead to disbelief, so it's better to let the Imperial Army, see it for themselves. Lu Chen had already ordered the artillery camp to withdraw the howitzers. Now, even if Lin Shuming and his men went out, they wouldn't see this kind of weapon. As for the heavy cavalry, it was fine for Lin Shuming and the others to see them. After all, North City had achieved such a significant military victory and must have a reasonable explanation, otherwise, it would bring more suspicion. The heavy cavalry was a very good explanation. Once Lin Shuming and his men saw the tens of thousands of heavy cavalry of North City, they would most likely believe that North City's victory was due to these heavy cavalry. This would make it even easier to conceal the howitzers, and as for whether the heavy cavalry might cause concern from the imperial court, that was inevitable. However, Lu Chen also knew that the current court and his own father, the Sum Emperor, were not focused on dealing with him, the seigneur of North City. The Sum Emperor's primary concern was still purging the court and dealing with aristocratic families. Before removing the aristocratic families, it was unlikely he would take action against a seigneur. Moreover, the court had just issued a military expansion order. As a seigneur who could recruit up to 150,000 soldiers, maintaining a cavalry unit shouldn't be a problem, right? The military expansion order did not prohibit the formation of cavalry troops. At this time, Li Feng arrived at the city tower. When he saw that the arriving general was Lin Shuming, Li Feng was slightly startled, thinking it was fortunate that General Mu had also returned. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if discovered by Lin Shuming and his men later. Li Feng saluted Lu Chen and said, "Greetings, Prince." Lu Chen turned his head towards Li Feng and said, "General Li, I will trouble you to lead General Lin and his men to clean up the battlefield. I am feeling a bit tired, so I'll be heading back now." Li Feng immediately said, "Yes, Prince." After that, Lu Chen turned and left. Watching the departing figure of Lu Chen, Lin Shuming paused for a moment, then turned to Li Feng next to him and said, "General Li, has the barbarian army retreated?" Lin Shuming had some recollection of Li Feng. After all, Li Feng had been a critical support for Mu Changtian in the Huben army. Hearing Lin Shuming's question, Li Feng said with a smile, "General Lin, it's not just a simple matter of having repelled the barbarians. Wait until we leave the city and you will see the great achievements our soldiers of North City have made under the leadership of the prince." Seeing that Li Feng was also playing coy, Lin Shuming frowned slightly. He couldn't help but wonder, could it be that North City truly achieved a significant victory this time? Could they have been lucky enough to kill an important figure from the barbarian tribe's royal court? At this moment, Lin Shuming still couldn't believe the battle report announced earlier by the messenger soldier in the city. After all, that was an army of 300,000 from the barbarian tribe. Not just anyone could defeat an army of 300,000 barbarians. North City simply didn't possess that capability. He could only assume that North City had achieved some decent results while defending against the barbarian onslaught. Perhaps by luck, they had taken out an important figure from the barbarians. Beyond that, he really couldn't think of any other significant results the tens of thousands of soldiers from North City could have achieved. Li Feng didn't offer much explanation to Lin Shuming, knowing full well that until they saw the corpses of the barbarian soldiers on the battlefield, Lin Shuming and the others would be unable to believe the victory North City's soldiers had achieved. Li Feng then led Lin Shuming and the others out of the city. After the imperial army exited the city, seeing the ground littered with barbarian corpses, they were all incredibly incredulous. The blood on the ground hadn't even dried yet, clearly indicating a battle had erupted the previous night. Did North City really possess such terrifying combat power? How did they achieve this? The soldiers were having a hard time believing the scene before their eyes, especially when they saw that the bodies of the barbarian soldiers and their horses were in pieces. They became even more curious about what kind of weapon North City had used to pulverize the bodies of men and horses alike. These 70,000 men were mostly veterans of many battles, but this was the first time they had ever witnessed such a bloody battlefield, more sanguinary and ghastly than any battle they had experienced before. The armor on those barbarian soldiers was as if it had been destroyed by something. In their previous battles, at least the soldiers had bodies that were somewhat intact, at most missing an arm or a leg or something. But the scene before them was utterly different. The bodies of some barbarian soldiers were likely beyond reassembly, completely annihilated into fragments by something. A question arose in the soldiers' hearts. Just what happened at the north gate of Yan County last night? It wasn't just the soldiers who thought this way. Lin Shuming and Zhou Yu were also incredibly shocked and speculating about what had happened the previous night. At this point, Lin Shuming couldn't hold back any longer, so he took the initiative to ask Li Feng, "General Li, why have these barbarians' bodies become so fragmented?" Upon hearing this question, Li Feng replied, "Oh, maybe they were hit by rocks." Hearing this, Lin Shuming instantly knew Li Feng was lying. Could rocks create a crater several meters wide and pulverize barbarian soldiers to such an extent? Moreover, why did some barbarian bodies have so many bloody holes? Obviously, North City had employed some kind of mysterious weapon they had never witnessed before. Lin Shuming was, after all, the commander of the Qilin army and battle seasoned. He was no fool. Although he didn't know what weapon North City had used, Lin Shuming was very clear that this weapon was definitely not a trebuchet and was far more terrifying than one. But when he had gone up the city wall earlier, he had not seen any large-scale weapon capable of producing such lethal effects. What did this indicate? It showed that in the half-hour they had waited at the south gate, North City had already moved away all the weapons they had used the previous night, specifically to keep the Imperial Army from discovering them. Lin Shuming's expression became somewhat grim. He had now understood that the North Prince was no longer the same North Prince he had seen in Capital City. From the martial aura he had sensed on the North Prince earlier, he could determine that a great change had occurred with the North Prince, and likewise, a significant change had happened in North City. A bold speculation suddenly emerged in Lin Shuming's mind. The North Prince of the past had always been concealing his true capabilities. With this conjecture, Lin Shuming led the Imperial Army to continue moving northwards toward Wanning Valley. Just then, the earth began to tremble. Distant rumbling of horse hooves approached. Subsequently, a mass of shadows rapidly moved toward Yan County. Seeing this, Lin Shuming thought the barbarian army had arrived and immediately said, "All troops on alert." However, just as Lin Shuming's words fell, Li Feng spoke up, "General Lin, don't be nervous, those are North City's cavalry." After hearing Li Feng's words, Lin Shuming was once again stunned. North City's cavalry. Does North City actually have such a large scale of cavalry? As Lin Shuming spaced out, his deputy, Zhou Yu, immediately reminded him, "General, look quick. Those are heavy cavalry." Hearing these words, Lin Shuming looked towards the dark mass of cavalry ahead and was instantly dumbstruck. They were actually heavy cavalry. And it seemed that there were at least 5,000 men. How is this possible? When did North City acquire so many heavy cavalry? A seigneur could already be considered quite good if they could afford 3,000 light cavalry, yet the North Prince actually had more than 5,000 heavy cavalry. Soon, the heavy cavalry led by Xuanyuan Chen appeared in front of Li Feng and his group. Although Lu Chen had ordered Xuanyuan Chen to immediately take his troops to Anping City to meet with the prince's consort, they had just ended a war, and the soldiers were all exhausted. So, Xuanyuan Chen made some brief arrangements and then happened to run into Li Feng and his group. After giving a nod to Li Feng as a gesture, Xuanyuan Chen bypassed the Imperial Army and headed straight for Yan County. Seeing the imposing heavy cavalry, the soldiers of the Imperial Army felt their bodies trembling, the sound of hooves resonating with their hearts. After Xuanyuan Chen and his heavy cavalry left, Lin Shuming turned his head and asked Li Feng, "General Li, are those really the prince's cavalry? If I'm not mistaken, there must be at least 5,000 heavy cavalry, right? How long has the prince been in North City, and how could he have forged so many armors in such a short period of time?" To create a heavy cavalry force, one not only needs to forge armor for the soldiers but also battle armor for their horses, and moreover, one needs to breed horses of exceptionally good quality. Lin Shuming did not believe that the North Prince could have created such a force of 5,000 heavy cavalry in such a short period of time, especially with a Grandmaster-level officer leading them. Let alone whether the North Prince mansion in North City had that much money, there simply wasn't enough time. Unless the North Prince had already been secretly having such a cavalry force made. To secretly construct such a force of heavy cavalry behind the Sum Emperor's back, what was the North Prince planning to do? It seemed to go without saying. At this moment, a smile involuntarily appeared on Zhou Yu's face, who stood beside Lin Shuming. He truly hadn't expected that his visit to North City would reveal the North Prince's secret. If he were to report to the imperial court that the North Prince had privately constructed 5,000 heavy cavalry, the North Prince might not be able to get away with it this time. At that time, Li Feng replied with a smile, "The prince's mansion has many craftsmen, so the speed of crafting armors is quite fast, nothing surprising." Having said that, Li Feng continued onward with Lin Shuming and their group. Lin Shuming also realized that Li Feng was not going to tell him about the North Prince, so he didn't ask further and followed Li Feng to continue northward. Gradually, Lin Shuming and his men discovered more and more corpses of barbarian tribe soldiers, and soon they came upon the Wanning River, dyed red with blood. At this moment, the Wanning River was like the river of Netherworld flowing out from the underworld. Seeing the pile of corpses on the river bank, the soldiers couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. They had originally thought that the news of 20,000 barbarian tribe soldiers being slain, announced by the messenger soldier in the city, was false. But having seen the Wanning River turned red with blood, they realized that there were probably even more corpses of barbarian tribe soldiers upstream in the Wanning Valley. Perhaps the military achievement of slaying 20,000 barbarian tribe soldiers was real. Thinking that the North Prince, along with the soldiers of North City, had slain 200,000 barbarian soldiers, the Imperial Army soldiers felt a chill down their spines. How many people were there in North City? To have slain 200,000 barbarian tribe soldiers. This meant that the soldiers from North City had reached the strength of 8th grade, or even 9th grade, each. But was that possible? At that moment, the ground began to tremble again. More dark figures appeared in the distance once more. Seeing the black figures in the distance, Li Feng frowned and shouted again, "All troops, to arms." The cavalry that had just passed by were from the North Prince, so surely these weren't his men, right? Therefore, Lin Shuming believed that there was a high probability that the barbarian tribe's army had come for revenge. However, just as the soldiers braced themselves for an imminent battle, Li Feng spoke up, "General Lin, no need to panic, these are also the prince's cavalry." Upon hearing this, Lin Shuming and Zhou Yu were taken aback. How could that be? North City was such a poor place that it was already unbelievable that they could maintain 5,000 heavy cavalry, and now Li Feng was actually telling them that the North Prince had another cavalry force. Just as Lin Shuming felt his entire worldview being overturned, the cavalry led by Wenren Lai had already arrived before them. This time the cavalry formation led by Wenren Lai was even more astonishing because this time it wasn't just 5,000 cavalrymen. Seeing such a vast number of heavy cavalry, Lin Shuming, Zhou Yu, and the 70,000 imperial soldiers stood frozen in place. By the time this force, consisting of tens of thousands of heavy cavalry, drew closer, the imperial soldiers could not help but grip their weapons tighter. How intimidating could a force of heavy cavalry be? To put it this way, in the history of Great Sum, there had been an instance where 3,000 heavy cavalry defeated 100,000 peasant soldiers, and they did so by chasing them down. The soldiers' fear of heavy cavalry was ingrained in their very bones, especially on such open ground. If it were a siege, even the mightiest heavy cavalry would have a hard time being effective, but once it came to open battle, that was a different matter altogether. The charge of heavy cavalry could quickly break the infantry formations. Once the infantry lines were disordered, their morale would plummet. In battle between two armies, morale is very important, especially during hand-to-hand combat where the braver force wins when encountering the enemy in a narrow path. Lin Shuming watched the 10,000 heavy cavalry before him, dumbfounded. As a general, he could roughly estimate the number of soldiers in a formation. Even without Li Feng telling him how many men made up this force of heavy cavalry, Lin Shuming suspected that there were at least 20,000 men. If one included the heavy cavalry that had previously departed, North City would have nearly 30,000 heavy cavalrymen. This How did North City sustain 30,000 heavy cavalry? How much silver would that require? Lin Shuming also knew about the North Prince Mansion's soap sales, the perfume business, and he understood these were lucrative, but even so, how could so many heavy cavalrymen have been raised so quickly? The entire imperial court of Great Sum had only slightly over 20,000 heavy cavalrymen. Yet now, just North City alone had nearly 30,000 heavy cavalrymen. Could anyone really believe that the North Prince harbored no other intentions? Probably as soon as news of North City reached the court would station troops in Chi Prince's domain overnight to prevent the North Prince from moving south, or they would immediately bring the North Prince's wives and children from Anping City to the capital city as hostages to keep them under surveillance. The North Prince's heavy cavalry were much more intimidating than the barbarian tribe's 300,000 warriors. With the barbarian tribe's 300,000 moving southward, for now, it seemed that, at most, they would occupy North City. Perhaps in private, they even struck some deals with certain aristocratic families or princes, and they wouldn't directly attack Great Sum's heartland. But if the North Prince's tens of thousands of heavy cavalry moved south, their goal would likely not be just a single county, but the entirety of Great Sum. Zhou Yu, as Prince Lu Shuyun, felt cold sweat streaming down. He felt as though he had walked into a dangerous place. Having discovered the North Prince's secret today, he wondered if he would be able to leave North City. At that moment, one of Lin Shuming's soldiers stammered, General, look over there. There's so many barbarian tribe soldiers. Lin Shuming quickly raised his eyes toward the distance. That was when they noticed the hands of the barbarian tribe soldiers, bound as they were being escorted in groups by the soldiers of North City toward them. At a glance, it seemed endless. People once again recalled the battle reports they had heard from the messenger soldier in Yan County. 20,000 barbarian tribe members slain. 10,000 barbarian tribe soldiers captured. Could this be true? Good heavens. What kind of victory is this? North City is going to turn upside down. No, it should be said that the North Prince is going to turn everything upside down. Since the establishment of Great Sum, there has never been such a victory in foreign wars. When they exterminated the Chen nation, and in the largest battle against Chen nation, the Chen nation's soldiers only totaled 200,000. And the barbarian tribe is not the same as the Chen nation's soldiers. The fighting power of the barbarian tribe is even more ferocious. In the wars against the barbarian tribe, it was almost always the barbarians who were the aggressors, while Great Sum was the defender, and each time, Great Sum suffered heavy losses. Heavy losses aside, at the end of each war, just when Great Sum was about to counterattack, the barbarian tribe would take their troops and leave without a trace, never giving Great Sum's army any opportunity to counterattack. Now, not only has North City defeated the barbarian tribe's army of 300,000, they have even captured 100,000 of their soldiers. Once this news is sent back to the court, I'm afraid the capital city will see a change of heaven. At this moment, the 70,000 soldiers of the court hardly dared to breathe, all watching those captured barbarian prisoners being escorted. 10,000 barbarian prisoners took half an hour just to walk past them, of course, mainly because the soldiers from North City, fearing they would cause trouble, had separated them, and this wasted some time. Watching the soldiers finally finish passing by after half an hour, Lin Shuming and the 70,000 soldiers from the court understood that the outcome they had heard in the city was true. As citizens of Great Sum, they should feel joyful. After all, this was the greatest victory in the history of wars against the barbarian tribe. But from general to colonel, down to the soldiers below, no one showed a smile. While Lin Shuming and the court's soldiers were still dazed, urgent hoofbeats could be heard again in the distance. They saw yet another line of dark shadows approaching. Lin Shuming felt completely numbed. Another several tens of thousands of heavy cavalry. Where did North City get so many heavy cavalry? What is the North Prince trying to do? Is he trying to rebel? After a rough estimate by Lin Shuming, North City must have at least close to 50,000 heavy cavalry. With this 50,000 heavy cavalry, plus the 100,000 slave soldiers from North City, and then recruiting some regular soldiers, North City would have the strength to attack any dynasty. As of now, the most a dynasty could mobilize is about 1 million soldiers, but a considerable number of them are not combat ready. Those that can actually fight would definitely not reach 1 million, whereas North City's soldiers are all genuine, especially these barbarian slave soldiers, who are practically perfect cannon fodder. The only thought in Lin Shuming's mind at this moment was 3 words: write a petition. He had to write a petition and report it tonight. The power of North City is too immense, there is a risk of losing control, and the court must be informed of what happened in North City as soon as possible. Of course, the victory won by North City must also be made known to the court. So Lin Shuming will use the opportunity to convey the victory to send the news of what happened in North City to the court using the Red Ribbon Messenger. As for whether the North Prince would allow the Red Ribbon Messenger to return to the court, that's another matter. The North Prince had always pretended to be useless, but now he suddenly revealed his true capabilities and stopped pretending. What does this indicate? It means that his wings are fully grown and he no longer needs to pretend. Intercepting the court's Red Ribbon Messenger would be a piece of cake for him. Lin Shuming even suspects whether the North Prince would take this opportunity to collude with the Chu family and directly usurp power. After the soldiers from North City had taken the barbarian tribe away from their sight, Li Feng said with a smile to Lin Shuming, "General Lin, let us continue moving forward. Soon we will arrive at the battlefield where last night's fighting was most intense." Startled by Li Feng's voice, a dazed Lin Shuming snapped back to reality. His mind had been entirely consumed with drafting the military report. "Oh, right, okay." With that, Lin Shuming called out loudly to the soldiers behind him, "Advance." At the sound of Lin Shuming's voice, the imperial soldiers, whose minds had been a blank, were jolted back to their senses. The scene that had just unfolded before their eyes still seemed so surreal to them. They even wondered if they were, in fact, still en route to North City and if everything they had seen was just a dream they had on the way due to the exhaustion from the march, and in reality, perhaps Yan County might have already fallen to the barbarian tribe. Of course, they were aware that this was reality. In a short while, under Li Feng's lead, the imperial army of 70,000 soldiers arrived at the place where Mu Chengtian and the Black Cavalry had joined forces the previous night, which was also where the most barbarian soldiers had died. The entire riverbank was covered with the bodies of barbarian soldiers, as far as the eye could see. Even the imperial soldiers, who had been mentally prepared just a short time ago, were stunned at the sight of so many barbarian corpses. Compared to the horrific state of the corpses they had seen before, the bodies of the barbarian soldiers here were in a more complete state, not so fragmented. But the scene of corpses stretching across the field was just as shocking as the bloody battlefield they had witnessed earlier. The bodies of the barbarian soldiers had been piled up, and the water of the Wanning River was dyed very red, as if the entire river had turned into fresh blood. 200,000 barbarian soldiers, the combat prowess of North City was truly terrifying. Lin Shuming and the soldiers couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It had been a long time since Great Sum had seen an army with such fierce combat ability. No, it should be said that Great Sum had never before seen a seigneur with this level of strength. Whether the Sum Emperor's decision to place the North Prince in North City was good or bad, Lin Shuming couldn't tell. At this time, Li Feng said to Lin Shuming, "General Lin, I'll leave the cleanup of the battlefield to you." The soldiers of North City fought heroically through the night, covered in blood, and are now too exhausted to handle the cleanup. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Lin Shuming once again came to his senses and immediately replied, "Of course, General Li, you go and rest. We will take care of everything from here on." Li Feng said, "All right, then I'll leave you to it." Lin Shuming politely responded, "It's no trouble at all, this is our duty." As soon as Lin Shuming finished speaking, Li Feng turned his horse and left the battlefield. Watching Li Feng's retreating figure, Lin Shuming fell into deep thought. It was a long time before Zhou Yu's voice sounded beside Lin Shuming, "General, how should we report the situation in North City?" The military achievements in North City were so astounding that even if they reported them, the imperial court might not believe it. After pondering for a moment, Lin Shuming then said, "Report it as it is." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu paused, then tentatively asked, "General, are you sure we should report it exactly as it is?" Hearing Zhou Yu's question, Lin Shuming turned to look at him and asked sternly, "What, do you intend to take credit for something you did not do?" Zhou Yu hurriedly replied, "General, I didn't mean it that way. I'm just concerned that if we report truthfully, we might offend the North Prince." Zhou Yu thought to himself that he wouldn't dare claim such military achievements. If North City had merely repelled the barbarian tribe's invasion, perhaps they could have exaggerated their own impact in the report, claiming how the imperial army of 70,000 had played a significant role. But the situation now was different. The war between North City and the barbarian tribe had ended even before the imperial army arrived at Yan County. Not only had it ended, but it had ended with a crushing victory for North City. If they were to claim such military achievements, an investigation from above would surely lead to their exile or the execution of their entire families. Besides, after seeing the tens of thousands of North City's heavy cavalry and the mountainous bodies of the barbarian soldiers on the battlefield, who would dare to think of usurping military credits? The North Prince was clearly no ordinary individual. If one dared to usurp his military achievements, the North Prince might deal with them even before the imperial court could investigate. Although Zhou Yu was from Prince Lu Shuyan's faction, after witnessing the might of North City's heavy cavalry and the stacked bodies of barbarian soldiers, he had no inclination to play any tricks. He wanted to stay alive and return to the capital city. With the North Prince Mansion's power being so formidable, who would dare to engage in trickery under the North Prince's watch? After hearing Zhou Yu's words, Lin Shuming thought for a while and then said, "Let's not worry about the North Prince for now. Tonight, we'll send the battle report to the imperial court using a red ribbon messenger. If the North Prince doesn't send anyone to intercept it, that's for the best. But if he does send someone to stop it, then I will personally go to the North Prince Mansion and discuss how to report to the imperial court." Lin Shuming was concerned that the North Prince might intercept their red ribbon messenger since, once the military achievements of North City were reported to the imperial court, the North Prince's strength could no longer be concealed. Enough about that. Order the soldiers to begin cleaning up the battlefield. As soon as Lin Shuming gave his command, the imperial army of 70,000 began the cleanup of the battlefield. Originally, these 70,000 soldiers were the elite of the imperial court, all of them battle-hardened warriors, yet now they had been reduced to the men specifically responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. However, most soldiers harbored no complaints. Compared to directly battling with the barbarian tribe soldiers, carrying their bodies was a more relaxed activity, and, what's more, it posed no threat to their lives. And, after witnessing the terrifying strength of North City, they were willing to clean up the battlefield for North City's soldiers. At dusk, inside the tent, Lin Shuming was leaning over the table, writing a military report, when a red-robed eunuch walked in. This eunuch was the military supervisor for this imperial army. He, just like Lin Shuming and the others, was deeply shaken by the strength displayed by North City. At the same time, he harbored a worry in his heart, whether his military report could even be sent out of North City. The military supervisor and the generals involved in combat each had to write a military report, and they were not allowed to communicate with one another, to prevent the generals in charge of troops from inflating their military achievements. Originally, Wang had no need to seek out Lin Shuming, he could directly send his report with a red ribbon messenger. But the thought that his report might not be able to be dispatched had led Wang to Lin Shuming's tent. Seeing the military supervisor enter his tent, Lin Shuming asked, "Eunuch Wang, do you have something on your mind?" With a worried face, Eunuch Wang asked, "General Lin, have you finished writing your military report?" Lin Shuming answered, "I'm in the process of writing it, Eunuch Wang. Surely you aren't here to collude with me regarding the report. That simply wouldn't be proper." Eunuch Wang exclaimed, "Aiyo, General Lin, at a time like this, you still have the mood to joke around. General Lin, you can't possibly be unaware of our current predicament, right? The North Prince hasn't even allowed us to enter the city but has had us camp in Wanning Valley. This shows he's guarding against us. Whether our military reports can be dispatched is an issue." Lin Shuming calmly inquired, "So what are you suggesting, Eunuch Wang?" Eunuch Wang replied, "My thought is to first approach the North Prince to discuss this, to see what his stance is on what can and cannot be written, so we can have a clear idea in our minds. Lin Shuming commented, Eunuch Wang, do you intend to conceal North City's military achievements? Eunuch Wang responded, it's not a question of whether we want to hide them. The key is whether the North Prince is willing to let the court know. Lin Shuming continued to focus on writing his report, while saying, Eunuch Wang, do you think that such astonishing military achievements can be kept from the court by the North Prince? Even if we inflate the reports, the court will soon learn of the events in North City. The North Prince is not a fool. Slaying 200,000 of the barbarian tribe and capturing another 100,000, this news has already spread through Yan County. It won't be long before His Majesty's shadow guards will know, and the events in North City will reach His Majesty's ears. What the North Prince intends to let the Imperial Court know, he will let them know. We only need to write. If the North Prince does indeed intercept our reports, we can always go to North Prince Mansion to see him just the same. After hearing what Lin Shuming said, Eunuch Wang felt there was some sense to it and then said, well then, I'll heed General Lin's opinion. General Lin, once your report is sent out, inform me so I can dispatch my red ribbon messenger afterward. Eunuch Wang wanted to first see if Lin Shuming's report could be sent out. If Lin Shuming's report could be dispatched, then he would send his own. But if Lin Shuming's report was intercepted by North Prince Mansion, he would immediately seek out the North Prince, so as to avoid offending him. In the silence of the deep night, Prince's mansion. Lu Chen had just finished bathing and was planning to visit Bai Qingqing's room to exercise. At this moment, a female guard approached Lu Chen. Prince, Commander Qin has stopped the court's red ribbon messenger. He instructs me to ask whether you wish to review their reports before letting them depart. Lu Chen immediately replied, no need. If I were to do that and the court found out, I would simply be branded a traitor. The red ribbon messenger's reports went directly from the hands of the frontline generals to the emperor. The first person to open and examine them must be the emperor. If a senior like him were to open and inspect the red ribbon messenger's reports, and if it came to light, he would certainly be labeled a traitor, a thought not even worth contemplating. Besides, the military achievements of North City were too great to be concealed from the court, and Lu Chen had no intention of doing so. Playing the cards openly was his plan now. What was there to hide? With several tens of thousands of heavy cavalry and 100,000 captured barbarians, was there a need to be as timid as before? Not at all. Moreover, his father, the emperor, was focused on the aristocratic families. He hardly had the mind to weaken his vassals. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the guard said, I understand your will, my prince. I will let Commander Qin know to release the red ribbon messenger immediately. With that said, the female guard promptly turned and exited the courtyard. A few days later, Anping City. After arriving at Anping City, Mu Zixuan and her group were constantly worried about the situation in Yan County, frequently sending people from the prince's mansion to gather news. Chu Yukan sat listlessly in the courtyard at that moment. She suddenly realized that without her Chenur, her entire being seemed devoid of spirit. Before, she always thought of maintaining a distance from Lu Chen to avoid unintended consequences, yet when they truly parted, she found herself deeply missing him. Chu Yukan sighed deeply, when will I be able to see Chenur again? Just then, a young maidservant entered the courtyard. Madam Chu, a lady outside is asking for you. She says she's your sister. After hearing the maid's words, Chu Yukan, seated on the stone stool, lapsed momentarily into a daze, her face revealing a look of puzzlement. Sister. Chu Yukan immediately snapped back to reality. Qing Li. Could it be Qing Li who has arrived? She then rose from the stone stool and, with graceful strides, quickly made her way toward the mansion's entrance. By the time Chu Yukan reached the entrance, she saw Chu Qingli, dressed in a green cloud attire, tall and poised, with an expression of cool detachment, standing outside with a sword in hand. Chu Yukan, curious, asked, Qing Li, what brings you here? Though Chu Qingli, like Chu Yukan, was raised by the Chu family, their upbringing within the family differed. Chu Yukan's upbringing was geared towards being the personal maid of Chu Yu, and then, as she grew up, to protect Chu Yu, serving as a tool to take a hit for her. Chu Qingli's upbringing, on the other hand, was to be the family's assassin, a tool to do the family's dirty work. Unlike Chu Yukan had now completely left the Chu family, and neither would she return to the Chu family nor would they say anything about it. But Chu Qingli was different. In theory, Chu Qingli could not leave the Chu family without a mission. Chu Yukon felt a momentary pause in her heart. That's right, Chu Qingli wouldn't leave the Chu family without a mission. Could it be that she had some mission? Chu Qingli's presence here meant that her mission was very likely related to the North Prince mansion. As Chu Yukon's thoughts were running wild, Chu Qingli asked impassively, "Sister, why haven't you returned to the Chu family?" Hearing this, Chu Yukon came back to her senses, then said, "Sister is now married and no longer considered part of the Chu family." Chu Qingli continued to inquire, "Since you are already married, why do you still follow the North Prince? Why do you stay in the North Prince mansion? What can you gain by following that incompetent man?" An assassin like Chu Qingli was trained to suppress emotions, and all her emotions were entrusted to Chu Yukon, the person she had been closest to since childhood. Thus, in Chu Qingli's eyes, Chu Yukon's happiness was her own happiness. Now that Chu Yukon no longer had to stay in the Chu family, she was free to pursue whatever she desired, yet she still chose to follow the child of Chu Yu. In Chu Qingli's eyes, Chu Yukon had become a maid to the North Prince. Back when she was the maid to Chu Yu, and now, with Chu Yu gone, she continued to serve Chu Yu's son as her master. This was a sign of servility. Chu Yukon's servility deeply disgusted Chu Qingli. In truth, Chu Qingli was also disgusted with her own lack of will to rebel, projecting her own feelings onto Chu Yukon instead. Upon hearing Chu Qingli call Lu Chen an incompetent man, Chu Yukon was taken aback, then responded with slight displeasure, "Qingli, have you come to North City just to tell sister these things?" Chu Qingli said coldly, "You are still the same as before, loyally devoted to your master." Chu Yukon then spoke up, "Given the current instability in North City, if sister has nothing important, you should leave North City immediately." Chu Yukon didn't want to argue with Chu Qingli. She was well aware that Chu Qingli had always looked down on Lu Chen, considering him nothing but a worthless man. When Chu Yukon had previously returned to the Chu family, Chu Qingli had urged her to leave Lu Chen to seek her own happiness. But she hadn't done so, which had caused a rift between the sisters. Chu Qingli, with an impassive face, asked, "Sister, are you going to abandon me too?" This. Stunned by the question, Chu Yukon asked in confusion, "What do you mean by that?" Chu Qingli replied directly, "The family head thinks I'm useless and sent me to find you. I thought you would remember our bond and leave North City with me. Now it seems you've completely submitted to that incompetent man." Once Chu Qingli made this clear, Chu Yukon instantly understood what was happening. Chu Shang had given Chu Qingli freedom to come to North City, probably intending for her to stay by Lu Chen's side to protect him, as after all, Lu Chen was his grandson, related by blood. Chu Shang was not like most men, he didn't care as deeply about the patriarchal preference for sons, and he had always cherished Chu Yu. Perhaps because of his own son's failures, Chu Shang had come to favor Chu Yu more, and he had many regrets about marrying her to the Sum Queen, believing he had destroyed his daughter's happiness. After Chu Yu's death, it was also Chu Shang who had Chu Yukon go to Lu Chen's side to look after and protect him. Even though Lu Chen had no hope of contending for the throne anymore, Chu Shang instructed Chu Yukon not to leave him. In Chu Yukon's view, Chu Shang's concern for Lu Chen stemmed from the love for his daughter having transferred to Lu Chen, his grandson, after her passing. Chu Yukon sighed and then said, "Qingli, have you ever considered that the family head sent you to North City because he wants you to protect the North Prince?" Chu Qingli asked in a tone devoid of emotion, "Why should I protect that useless man? The family head has already given me freedom, and from now on, I'm free to do whatever I want." Chu Yukon understood why Chu Qingli thought this way, having been trapped in a cage for too long. Now that she had suddenly gained her freedom, she naturally wouldn't carry out any more tasks given by the Chu family. Then Chu Qingli said, "Sister, let's leave North City together. Away from that man, the world is vast, there will always be a place for us sisters to seek refuge. We don't have to be bound by anyone, nor serve as any man's maid anymore. We are free now." Hearing Chu Qingli's words, Chu Yukon sighed again and then spoke with deep meaning, "Qingli, I cannot leave North City with you. I have found my place of refuge. Chu Qingli questioned, is the North Prince Mansion what you call your place of refuge? Do you enjoy being a maid to others that much? You are now a married woman, constantly staying at the North Prince Mansion. Do you know how others view you, what they say about you? There are already rumors in the martial world that you are the North Prince's pet, a shameless and unfilial woman. Hearing this from Chu Qingli, Chu Yukon was stunned again. She had indeed thought that such a day might come. After all, the North Prince was no longer a child, and she was no longer Chu Yu's maid. She had married into the Wang family, and her presence at the North Prince's side was always somewhat illegitimate. It was normal for people to suspect that there was something between her and the North Prince. Seeing Chu Yukon fall silent, Chu Qingli thought she was wavering and took the opportunity to press on. Sister, come with me. The barbarian tribe's 300,000 cavalry are moving southward, and staying by the North Prince's side is a dead end for you. Chu Yukon then snapped back to reality. Her previously serious expression instantly vanished, replaced by a slight smile. Qingli, I am happy that the family head has given you freedom, but I cannot leave with you. I have decided to stay in the North Prince Mansion for life, no matter what outsiders say about me. I will accept it. I promised Sister Chu Yu that I would take good care of Chanur. Chanur is now everything to me, and I will never leave him. Qingli, go. Seeing that Chu Yukon still refused to leave with her, Chu Qingli's expression remained unchanged, and she said indifferently, so, the rumors outside are true after all. You have indeed climbed into the North Prince's bed, haven't you? Chu Yukon still did not get angry. She simply said, the innocent cleanse themselves, the corrupt taint themselves. There's no point in me saying more. Qingli, live well from now on. Pretend you don't have a sister like me. At this point, Chu Yukon was about to turn around and head back to the mansion, but just then, Chu Qingli suddenly said, since you refuse to leave with me, then I won't go either. I want to see what's so great about that man that has you so utterly bewitched. This. Chu Yukon was instantly stunned. Honestly, if this were before, Chu Yukon would definitely be very happy to have another 9th grade master protecting Lu Chen. But now things were different. Lu Chen was already surrounded by many experts, not only 9th grade masters but even those at the master level. One more or one less 9th grade made no real difference to Lu Chen. Moreover, Chu Qingli had a prejudice against Lu Chen, and Chu Yukon was afraid that one day Chu Qingli would impulsively attack Lu Chen. With these thoughts, Chu Yukon said, Qingli, everyone has their own life. You have gained your freedom and should cherish this hard-won liberty. You don't need to follow your sister. Chu Qingli still spoke expressionlessly. You seem so reluctant to have me follow you. Are you afraid I will discover your secret affair with the North Prince? Chu Yukon sighed deeply. Chu Qingli, who had always repressed her emotions since childhood, was stubborn. Once she set her mind on something, it was very hard for her to change. If you want to follow your sister, I will not object, but let me remind you, if you attempt to harm Chanur, from then on, we are no longer sisters, but enemies. At this point, Chu Qingli did not speak. Chu Yukon then said, come with me, I'll arrange a room for you. With that, Chu Yukon walked toward the mansion, and Chu Qingli followed. When they entered the courtyard, Mu Zixuan saw a stunning woman with an icy demeanor following Chu Yukon and asked, Madam Chu, who is this lady? Chu Yukon replied, Zixuan, this is my sister from the Chu family. Hearing this, Mu Zixuan immediately said, so this is Madam Chu's sister. Miss Chu, please come and sit over here. Originally, Chu Yukon had intended to arrange a room for her, but since the princess had invited her for tea, she was in no hurry for the moment. At that moment, Chu Yukon turned back to Chu Qingli and said, Qingli, this is the princess, and these are Chanur's 2 wives. Chu Qingli promptly curtsied and said, the commoner greets the princess and pays respects to the 2 ladies. Mu Zixuan smiled and said, Miss Chu, no need to be formal. Come and sit. Without hesitation, Chu Qingli went straight to the stone table inside the pavilion and sat down. Mu Zixuan subconsciously poured a cup of tea for Chu Qingli, then curiously asked, Miss Chu, do you have any business in North City? Chu Qingli answered, back to the princess, I plan to take my sister away from the prince's mansion. Upon hearing Chu Qingli's answer, both Mu Zixuan and the 2 Zhou servants were stunned. After regaining her composure, Mu Zixuan looked at Chu Yukon and said, Madam Chu. Are you planning to leave the prince's mansion? The relationship between Lu Chen and Chu Yukon was known to them. How could Lu Chen possibly let Chu Yukon leave? Chu Yukon hurriedly said, I have no plans to leave the prince's mansion for the time being, I have already rejected her. Hearing this from Chu Yukon, Mu Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Chu Yukon said to Chu Qingli, Qingli, the tea of the prince's mansion has the effect of refreshing the mind and relieving fatigue. You must be somewhat tired after your long journey. Why not taste the tea of the prince's mansion? No sooner had Chu Yukon finished speaking than Chu Qingli picked up the cup of tea Mu Zixuan had poured for her and drank it down. Seeing Chu Qingli drink the tea, Mu Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! She had forgotten to change the tea. The tea they were drinking was Dragon and Phoenix tea brought from Yan County. Others might not know the effects of Dragon and Phoenix tea, but Mu Zixuan was well aware of them. This was trouble. At this time, Mu Zixuan took another look at Chu Qingli. Cold as ice, skin like creamy jade, an elegant and cold demeanor, a willowy figure, like a goddess descending from the nine heavens, very similar to Bai Qingqing, the concubine maid that Lu Chen had just accepted before they left the prince's mansion. Mu Zixuan thought to herself that the prince must like such a woman, right? She just hoped that when they returned to Yan County, Lu Chen wouldn't be angry with her. After drinking the Dragon and Phoenix tea, Chu Qingli found that the tea from the prince's mansion did indeed have the effect of refreshing the mind and stabilizing emotions. Despite her consistently cold expression, she had been feeling quite heavy-hearted after hearing Chu Yukon's unwillingness to leave the prince's mansion with her. But after drinking the Dragon and Phoenix tea, that feeling of heaviness dissipated instantly, and she felt much more relaxed. The tea was indeed miraculous. Afterward, Chu Qingli said to Mu Zixuan, Thank you for the tea, princess. Mu Zixuan replied with a slightly embarrassed tone, You're welcome. Then Mu Zixuan continued to ask, Miss Chu, with the current unstable situation in North City, what are your plans now? Chu Qingli, with an impassive face, answered, Back to the princess, wherever my sister is, I shall be as well. This. Mu Zixuan looked at Chu Yukon. Then Chu Yukon quickly said, Zixuan, I plan to make her the deputy commander of the guard in the inner court of the prince's mansion. What do you think? Without hesitation, Mu Zixuan said, That's no problem at all. By the way, Miss Chu, I still don't know your name. Chu Qingli then said, My name is Chu Qingli. Mu Zixuan enthusiastically said, Then from now on, we will call you Qingli. Just as Mu Zixuan was about to continue speaking, a maid from the prince's mansion suddenly rushed in, panic-stricken, Princess. Princess. It's terrible. Seeing the maid's pale face and frantic expression, Mu Zixuan immediately asked, What happened? The maid hurriedly responded, Princess, the garrison of Anping City has just spotted a cavalry of about 5,000 men rapidly approaching Anping City. They are suspected to be the vanguard of the barbarian tribe. Upon hearing these words, Mu Zixuan felt her mind go blank, almost fainting to the floor. Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao quickly supported Mu Zixuan. With trembling body, Mu Zixuan said, How is this possible? With Yan County there, how could the barbarian tribe reach Anping City so quickly, could it be? Yan County has already. As she spoke, Mu Zixuan became more agitated, her complexion turning even paler, completely devoid of color. Mu Zixuan did not understand military affairs, but she was not foolish either. She knew that Yan County was the fortress blocking the barbarian army's advance southward. If Yan County stood firm, the barbarians would have to take a much longer route to reach Anping City. It simply was not possible for them to arrive so quickly. There was only one scenario where the barbarians, cavalry could reach Anping City so fast. Yan County had fallen. The thought of Yan County falling, with Lu Chen's fate unknown, made Mu Zixuan feel like her world was collapsing. For a moment, the atmosphere in the courtyard became instantly oppressive and gloomy. Although Dazhou and Xiaozhou were supporting Mu Zixuan, they themselves could barely stand steady. If the North Prince really had met with disaster, what would become of all the women of the prince's mansion? It was then that Chu Yukon snapped back to her senses and immediately asked a maid, Has Captain Mu confirmed that they were the barbarians, cavalry? Chu Yukon refused to believe that Lu Chen had just met with an accident. Lu Chen was someone blessed by fate. Considering his confidence in staying at Yan County, he must have been quite sure he could hold the fortress for a while, until the Imperial Army marched northward. It hadn't been long. How could Yan County have fallen already? Perhaps the cavalry was not from the barbarian tribe but from the Imperial Army instead. The maid said, Captain Mu has already ordered the city gates to be shut, and all soldiers within the city are prepared for battle. However, he did not say they were conclusively the barbarians, cavalry. He just said the cavalry came from the north and is most likely the barbarian cavalry, advising the princess to prepare herself mentally. Mu Xingping, Mu Zixuan's second brother, had intended not to tell her about this matter, fearing she would not be able to bear the news. But in the end, Mu Xingping had someone inform the North Prince Mansion, thinking that giving Mu Zixuan some forewarning could provide her time to brace herself, as it was still uncertain the advancing cavalry were indeed the barbarians. If they waited until the North Prince's fate was confirmed before telling Mu Zixuan, she might be even less able to withstand the shock. Hearing the maid's words, Mu Zixuan's complexion turned even paler. At that moment, Zhou Yuyu's tears could not help but fall from her eyes. Wu has the prince already. Chu Yukon then said, Zixuan, don't panic, everyone. I'll go take a look and find out. Have you all forgotten that Chun'er has a blessed destiny? He won't encounter misfortune so easily. Even if North City has indeed fallen, he would not be in trouble. Hearing this, the other women came to their senses. Indeed, their prince had a blessed destiny. How could he have died so easily? Thinking this, Mu Zixuan breathed a slight sigh of relief, yet she remained very worried. Chu Yukon then went straight towards the exit of the courtyard. Seeing Chu Yukon leave, Chu Qingli quickly got up and followed. Chu Qingli saw this as a good opportunity and said on the way, Sister, if the North Prince really has an accident, will you leave North City with me? As soon as Chu Qingli finished speaking, Chu Yukon immediately replied, Chun'er won't have an accident. Hearing the certainty in Chu Yukon's tone, Chu Qingli thought she was in denial and did not say anything more. She thought to herself that it wouldn't be long before Chu Yukon had to face reality, and there was no need for her to hurry. The barbarian army of 300,000 was moving southward, and Yan County had at most 50,000 soldiers. It was clear to anyone with eyes that the North Prince could not hold out, yet Chu Yukon still had faith in him. Chu Qingli found this somewhat laughable. She was eager to know what kind of enchanting potion the North Prince had given her sister, making her believe he could withstand the barbarians' southern invasion. After leaving the courtyard, Chu Yukon immediately went to Ma Peng to get a group of horses and headed straight for the city gates. Chu Qingli also hurriedly followed with a group of horses from the prince's mansion. Soon, the two of them arrived at the city gates, where the gates of Anping City were completely closed, and the catapults on the city walls were ready. Chu Yukon and Chu Qingli leapt up to the city wall. Seeing Chu Yukon had come, Mu Xingping immediately approached and said, I've seen Madame Chu. Chu Yukon promptly asked, Captain Mo, what's the situation? Is it confirmed to be the barbarians, cavalry? Since they were in front of the soldiers, Chu Yukon still addressed Mu Xingping as Captain Mo to avoid detection of his true identity as part of the Mu family. And being in Anping City, closer to the core of Great Sum, called for extra attention to these details. Mu Xingping, frowning, answered seriously, it's not confirmed yet. They seem to be all heavy cavalry dressed in black armor. I have never heard my father mention such cavalry among the barbarians. Mu Xingping did not have experience fighting the barbarians directly, but he had heard many things about them from Mu Changtian and had some understanding of them. However, it was his first time hearing about black-armored heavy cavalry from the barbarian tribes of the Northland. The barbarians of the grasslands lacked iron and would find it challenging to produce a heavy cavalry, so Mu Xingping was still unsure if they were definitely barbarians. As Mu Xingping spoke, dust kicked up in the distance, and a soldier immediately reminded, Captain Mo, Madame Chu, they're coming. Chu Yukon immediately turned to look at the cavalry charging straight towards Anping City from afar. Chu Yukon and the others had left Yan County before the Black Cavalry arrived, so they were unaware that Lu Chen had a heavy cavalry in his command. This also led them to misunderstand the approaching cavalry, believing Xuanyuan Chen's men to be from the barbarian tribe. Fortunately, Mu Jingwu was also in Xuanyuan Chen's group, so the misunderstanding was easily cleared up. Just when the defenders of Anping City had readied themselves for battle, the black cavalry suddenly all stopped, with only one rider charging straight for the city gates. When that person approached, some soldiers on the city wall quickly recognized him. It's Captain Mo. Thank goodness, it's not an enemy. Could this be the prince's heavy cavalry? Since when did the prince have heavy cavalry? Weren't we just a few hundred light cavalry when we left Yan County? Yes indeed, where did the prince get heavy cavalry from? Could it be the heavy cavalry of the royal court? The soldiers on the city wall relaxed instantly upon seeing Mu Jingwu, but Chu Yukon did not relax. She was still frowning, watching Mu Jingwu closely. North City did not have heavy cavalry, and now suddenly there were several thousand heavy cavalrymen. This was bound to raise suspicion. In the current situation, it was not possible to rule out the likelihood of Mu Jingwu having surrendered to the barbarian tribe. They needed to keep watching to see what would happen. At this moment, Mu Jingwu arrived below Anping City. He then shouted loudly, "Great victory in Yan County." The North Prince led the soldiers of North City, and within one night killed 200,000 from the barbarian tribe and captured another 100,000. The prince has sent me to welcome back the princess. Upon hearing Mu Jingwu's words, the soldiers on the tower were stunned. Killed 200,000 barbarian soldiers in one night. And captured another 100,000. Is this even possible? Even Chu Yukon was taken aback. She knew that Lu Chen had chosen to stay behind because he was confident, but she had not anticipated this outcome. At this moment, Chu Qingli on the side of Chu Yukon murmured, "Impossible, how could North City have such strength? This is clearly false, the one under the wall must be a spy sent by the barbarian tribe, deliberately spreading false news to get you to open the gates." Chu Qingli had been thinking that once that useless North Prince died, she could take her sister and leave North City for a life of leisure and joy, yet now she was told not only had Yan County not fallen, but North City had actually defeated the barbarian soldiers, and it was a crushing victory. This instantly shattered her fantasy, and there was no way she could accept this result. After all, this news sounded too unreal. The state of North City was well known to the people of Great Sum, and Chu Qingli had also heard on her way to North City that the royal court had only dispatched 70,000 soldiers to support the north. Putting aside whether that army of 70,000 could reach North City in such a short period of time, even if they really arrived at North City, together with the soldiers of North City they would only number around 100,000. 100,000 soldiers expecting to defeat the barbarian tribe's 300,000 heavy cavalry. If it were merely to hold off the barbarian tribe and prevent them from moving south, there might be a slim possibility. But to kill 200,000 from the barbarian tribe and even capture another 100,000, how could anyone believe such an unprecedented military achievement in the history of Great Sum? However, no sooner had Chu Qingli finished speaking than a commander of the brocade guard on the city tower said, "I believe what Captain Mo has said, the prince is the son of destiny. What are 300,000 barbarian soldiers to him? They are nothing but chickens and dogs." Just after the commander of the brocade guard finished speaking, other soldiers echoed, "Exactly, the barbarian soldiers are nothing in front of the prince, what Captain Mo has said must be true." After hearing the soldiers on the wall, Chu Qingli was utterly astonished. Although there was no change in her expression, she could hardly believe that the soldiers of North City held the North Prince in such high regard. Wasn't the North Prince a loser? These soldiers actually said that 300,000 barbarian heavy cavalry were no more than chickens and dogs in front of the North Prince. To say what? That the North Prince is the son of destiny. What kind of bewitchment has the North Prince cast on these soldiers? This reminded Chu Qingli of Chu Yukon. Chu Yukon must have been fed a bewitching potion as well. After contemplating for a moment, Mu Xingping directly said, "Open the city gates." Mu Xingping knew his elder brother well. Even if Mu Jingwu truly betrays Great Sum, he would only consider joining another dynasty, not the barbarian tribe with whom they shared a deep-seated hatred, not to mention there were still their own Mu family members within the city. Upon hearing Mu Xingping's orders, the soldiers opened the city gates without hesitation. Chu Qingli thought to herself that this was hopelessly foolish of them. They would regret it when the heavy cavalry outside stormed in shortly. However, she had no intention of interfering, for to her, this was actually an opportune moment. If the heavy cavalry really did storm into Anping City, she could simply take her sister and leave North City. For her, escaping was never a difficult task. Yet, the scenario Chu Qingli envisaged did not occur. Once Mu Jingwu entered Anping City, the Black Cavalry remained in place. They not only refrained from attacking but turned around and faced south, as if on alert. At this moment, Mu Xingping and Chu Yukan came down from the city tower to greet Mu Jingwu. As Mu Jingwu entered the city, Mu Xingping hurried over and asked, "Elder brother, is all that you've said true? Did the prince really slay 200,000 barbarian soldiers and capture another 100,000? Mu Jingwu replied, "Yes, it's all true. After you all left, a force of 50,000 heavy cavalry arrived at Yan County. It is said that this heavy cavalry was secretly formed by the prince, who also introduced a tremendously powerful secret weapon. Yan County had only a little over 10,000 casualties." Upon hearing Mu Jingwu's words, Chu Yukan instantly thought of the mysterious weapon in Lu Chen's possession that could instantly kill martial artists and grandmasters of 9th grade. If Lu Chen had an even more terrifying weapon with greater power, then dealing with the barbarian tribe wouldn't be that difficult. But when did Lu Chen train a heavy cavalry? This was something she knew nothing about at all. Even the brocade guards could be overlooked, but this was an army. Maintaining a 50,000-strong heavy cavalry required many resources. Surely the prince's mansion had to provide these soldiers with resources. Yet, Chu Yukan had seen no expenditure related to this. At this time, Mu Xingping cocked his head and glanced through the city gate at the distant heavy cavalry before asking, "Elder brother, are those heavy cavalry under the command of the prince?" Yes, Mu Jingwu confirmed. They played a significant role in this battle. The combat power of these black cavalry is extremely fearsome, easily overpowering 100 enemies each. Out of curiosity, Mu Xingping asked, "Why would the prince send so many heavy cavalry to pick up the sisters?" Mu Jingwu glanced around, then whispered, "The prince was concerned that the south would learn of his victory and take the sisters there, so he deliberately had me bring 5,000 heavy cavalry." Although Mu Jingwu didn't specify whom they were guarding against, Mu Xingping instantly grasped his implication. South referred to none other than the capital city. Now that the North Prince had defeated the 300,000-strong barbarian iron cavalry and made a name for himself, coupled with tens of thousands of heavy cavalry in his command, he had become the most militarily powerful seigneur in Great Sum in practice, and the court could not but guard against him. To secure the obedience of the North Prince, the court would likely take his children to the capital city as hostages. Hearing Mu Jingwu's words, Chu Yukan also felt that Lu Chen had taken the right action. It was indeed important to send someone to bring Mu Zixuan back to Yan County in a timely manner. At this time, Chu Yukan said, "You two catch up first. I must hurry back and inform Zixuan about this so they don't worry." No sooner had she finished speaking than Chu Yukan mounted her horse and immediately sped towards the temporary prince's mansion. Seeing this, Chu Qingli was taken aback for a moment. She quickly followed suit. After catching up with Chu Yukan, Chu Qingli immediately asked, "Sister, do you really believe what that man said is true?" While riding, Chu Yukan smiled and responded, "I know you suspect it's false, but in fact, Chanur is someone who can create miracles. Once you accompany your sister to Yan County, you'll understand." This. Chu Qingli was at a loss for words. She could only feel that Chu Yukan was beyond help. Mu Zixuan and the others were still anxiously waiting in the courtyard, unable to believe that Yan County had been captured just like that. Of course, they also didn't dare to believe it. If something really happened to Lu Chen, then their sky would have fallen. At this moment, Zhou Yuyu sobbed and said, "Wu, Queen, the prince will be fine, right?" Mu Zixuan sat on the stone bench with a vacant gaze, absent-mindedly saying, "I believe in the prince. The prince is an immortal, and immortals won't die so easily." As the three ladies were beside themselves with worry, a maid rushed in and said, "Queen, Madame Chu and the others are back." Mu Zixuan immediately got up from the stone bench and then headed for the entrance of the courtyard, but before she reached the gate, Chu Yukan walked in. Mu Zixuan immediately asked, Madam Chu, what's the situation, are those cavalry from the barbarian tribe? Chu Yukan replied, Zixuan, you don't have to worry anymore, those cavalry are not from the barbarian tribe, but were sent by Chun'er to escort you back to Yan County. Hearing this, a huge weight lifted off the hearts of the three women. Zhou Yuyu, while wiping her tears, said, Woo, that's such a relief. I thought Yan County had been captured by the barbarian tribe. Unlike Xiaozhou and Dazhou, Mu Zixuan quickly sensed that something was amiss and immediately asked, Madam Chu, since when did North City have thousands of cavalry? As a general's successor, even if Mu Zixuan didn't understand military affairs well, she was still sensitive to such information. When she left Yan County, she was very aware of the military situation there. The cavalry in Yan County were still being organized, there wasn't even a significant number of horses that could be used as war horses, let alone thousands of cavalry. Where did these cavalry come from? Upon hearing Mu Zixuan's question, Chu Qingli felt somewhat pleased within. She couldn't help thinking that at last she had met someone sane. Unexpectedly, it was the Queen of North Prince who kept a clear head in the end. Indeed, only the person closest to someone can truly understand them. Everyone else had been bewitched by the North Prince. Just as Chu Qingli was looking forward to the queen exposing the lies, Chu Yukan said, Zixuan, have you forgotten about the brocade guard? Upon hearing Chu Yukan's question, Mu Zixuan snapped back to reality. That's right, she didn't even know when Lu Chen had created the brocade guard. The brocade guard was a massive intelligence organization, establishing such a structure couldn't have been done without a few years' time. If Lu Chen had a secret organization like the brocade guard, it meant that he had been organizing the cavalry for quite some time, they simply didn't know about it. The North Prince was always a man of mystery, it was normal for there to be a few little secrets she didn't know about. Thinking this, Mu Zixuan said, Madam Chu, I understand what you mean. Let's get ready then, we'll set off for Yan County today. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingli was stunned, her face betraying no emotion even as she felt extremely perplexed and confused internally. The queen understood her sister so quickly. The brocade guard. What was that? Why did the mention of the brocade guard make the queen accept the existence of thousands of cavalry in North City? Chu Qingli had thought that Mu Zixuan would come to her senses and see through the barbarian tribes scheme, but even Mu Zixuan ended up believing it in the end. Chu Qingli felt uneasy. If the North Prince Mansion really went with those outside cavalry, they might end up at the barbarian tribe's court instead of Yan County. Since all the women of the North Prince Mansion were somewhat beautiful, the barbarian tribe could have deliberately sent people to pose as North Prince's soldiers to deceive them into going to Yan County. Chu Qingli believed her guess was the correct one. After all, the North Prince was just a waste, how could he possibly defeat the great army of the barbarian tribe? Just as Chu Qingli was worrying that this was a trap set by the barbarian tribe, she had a sudden brainwave and realized something. If this was indeed a trap by the barbarian tribe, it might actually be a good thing for her. What did she have to be afraid of? When the time came, she could just take her sister and flee far away. Although thousands of barbarian cavalry were daunting, they were all heavy cavalry, and her Qinggong was excellent, it's not certain they'd be able to catch up with her. She had the capability to whisk away someone amidst a myriad of troops. With this thought, Chu Qingli couldn't help feeling a bit excited, looking forward to the women of the mansion heading north, so she would have her chance. Meanwhile, Chu Yukan said, let's hurry up and prepare. Chun'er has achieved a great victory in North City. If we delay and the news spreads to the south will send people. Mu Zixuan wasn't aware of the extent of Lu Chen's military exploits yet, but she understood what Chu Yukan meant. Immediately, she instructed the maids in the courtyard, notify everyone in the prince's mansion at once, pack up your belongings. We're setting off for Yan County before dusk. Meanwhile, inside a room of the temporary prince's mansion, a woman dressed in a red long skirt was tossing and turning uncomfortably on the beauty couch, her long, shapely legs seeming to have no place to rest, At one moment, the left leg over the right, soon after, the right leg over the left. The woman was wriggling her buttocks on the couch, reclining with her delicate hand propping up her head, displaying her shapely figure perfectly. It was a pity that her graceful figure had no admirers at this moment. Wang Qingqi remained completely oblivious to everything happening in the yard, and hadn't experienced the panic that Mu Zixuan and the others just went through. Ever since she followed Mu Zixuan and the others on their journey south, she spent almost every day inside her own room. Although she was Lu Chen's female slave, her relationship with Mu Zixuan and the others was still quite good. It was only that Chu Yukan had always looked at her with displeasure, and Wang Qingqi couldn't be bothered to compete with Chu Yukan for favor in Lu Chen's absence, so she simply avoided joining them for chats and tea. At this moment, Wang Qingqi lifted a hand, her fingers as delicate as jade, and raised the hem of her long red silk dress, revealing her snowy white legs. Then she sighed and said, "My young prince, when will this servant be able to see you again? I can no longer bear it." Wang Qingqi felt that her current life was extremely dull. She used to fear that Lu Chen would be harsh with her, but now that she hadn't seen him for so long, she actually felt uncomfortable. She began to think that she was truly lowly, that if Lu Chen didn't torment her severely, she felt uneasy inside. Just then, the voice of a maid rang outside the door. "Miss Wang, the Queen of North Prince has ordered that everyone in the prince's mansion start packing immediately. We will return to Yan County by evening." Upon hearing this, Wang Qingqi was momentarily stunned, then suddenly rose from her couch. She quickly walked to the door, opened it, and asked, "What?" "Pack our luggage. The war has ended." The maid responded, "It is said to have ended. Everyone in the prince's mansion is talking about how the prince killed 200,000 soldiers from the barbarian tribe in North City, and also captured another 100,000. Hearing this, Wang Qingqi was stunned once more. Was the young prince so fierce? She had always thought that his fierceness was only in bed. To have slain 200,000 from the barbarian army and captured another 100,000, how did he accomplish that? But then again, the young prince has always been a mysterious man. Since he dared to remain in Yan County, it meant he was confident from the start that he could hold back the barbarians. Although the victories achieved were somewhat unbelievable, considering the young prince was behind it all, even the impossible seemed possible. With this thought, Wang Qingqi's admiration for Lu Chen suddenly deepened, and for a moment, she felt her delicate body warming up. She even involuntarily squeezed her legs together, wishing she could be by her young prince's side right now. At the same time, in a pavilion of the temporary prince's mansion, Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyan were meditating when they felt the maids and servants around the mansion becoming busy, turning the once quiet prince's mansion lively. Both opened their eyes simultaneously. Chen Wanrong looked at the maids bustling in the courtyard and turned to a nearby maid to ask, "What's happening?" The maid said, "This servant is not sure, I will go and find out immediately." After that, the maid left the pavilion to inquire among other servants and maids. She soon returned to Chen Wanrong's side. With a joyful expression, the maid excitedly said, "Miss Chen, Miss Lin, the queen has ordered us to pack quickly. We will be returning to Yan County before sunset." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanyan asked with confusion, "We're returning to Yan County so soon? Has the war already ended?" The maid replied, "It is said to have ended, and not just that, the prince led the soldiers of North City to slay 200,000 barbarian soldiers and captured another 100,000. Upon receiving the maid's answer, both Lin Wanyan and Chen Wanrong were taken aback. They looked at each other, seeing confusion in each other's eyes. To have slain 200,000 from the barbarian army and captured another 100,000. Even if they were exaggerating their military achievements, this seemed too audacious, right? Even if the North Prince had indeed defended Yan County and North City and held back the barbarians from advancing southward, it was still improbable that he had killed 200,000 barbarians. The situation in North City was well known to their mysterious Moon Palace. What was the North Prince up to? Such an exaggeration of military achievements, wasn't he afraid of the imperial court's blame? Of course, more astonishing to Chen Wanrong than the exaggerated achievements was the fact that the North Prince had actually managed to hold back the barbarian tribe with the meager forces of North City. One should know that the barbarian tribe had 300,000 soldiers, and all of North City combined with the 70,000 soldiers supported by the imperial court totaled only over 100,000. Moreover, the barbarian soldiers were more fierce and valiant in battle. Apart from relying on the walls of Yan County, the soldiers of North City had no significant advantage. At that moment, Lin Wanyan said to Chen Wanrong, "Palace Master, this news hasn't been confirmed yet. I will have the disciples of the mysterious Moon Palace investigate the specifics." Chen Wanrong simply hummed in response, not saying much else. This news was indeed shocking and definitely warranted a thorough check to ascertain the truth. After all, the intelligence network of their mysterious Moon Palace was quite formidable, and they would soon find out what was really happening. After that, Lin Wanyan left the temporary prince's mansion to let the disciples of the mysterious Moon Palace in the city investigate the matter. About half an hour later, the disciples of the mysterious Moon Palace delivered the collected intelligence neatly compiled into a booklet to Chen Wanrong. Looking at the booklet in her hands, Chen Wanrong fell into deep thought. The North Prince had sent 5,000 heavy cavalry to welcome the queen back to Yan County. Since when did the North Prince have heavy cavalry? Could North City, so poor, afford to maintain 5,000 heavy cavalry? One should know that the entire Great Shah had only just over 20,000 heavy cavalry. Also, their mysterious Moon Palace had never heard about heavy cavalry in North City, where even regular cavalry were scarce, let alone heavy cavalry. Where did these 5,000 heavy cavalry suddenly come from? Are they truly soldiers under North Prince? Seeing Chen Wanrong holding the intelligence report yet remaining silent, Lin Wanyan spoke up. "Palace Master, could those heavy cavalry be barbarian tribe members in disguise? Perhaps Yan County has already been captured, and they are masquerading as North Prince's soldiers, intending to lure the women of North Prince Mansion into Yan County, into the barbarian tribe's royal court." Any normal person, upon learning of the arrival of heavy cavalry to Anping City, would naturally think these were barbarian tribe members in disguise. That's because North City doesn't have heavy cavalry at all, and it simply can't afford to maintain such a large number of them. This is a force that has appeared out of nowhere. Could this heavy cavalry be deployed by the royal court for North Prince? This is even more improbable. In order to defend against the barbarian tribe moving southward, the court is only willing to deploy 70,000 troops northward, so how could they possibly send heavy cavalry to North Prince, let alone 5,000 of them? The 20,000 heavy cavalry of the Great Shah dynasty are the sharpest sword in the hands of some emperor, and he would absolutely not use such a weapon for national defense at this time. After hearing Lin Wanyan's words, Chen Wanrong came back to her senses. With a calm expression, she put down the intelligence report and said softly, "If the barbarian tribe wants to deceive women of North Prince to Yan County, there's no need to send so many heavy cavalry to Anping City, at most 2,000 cavalry would be enough. Currently, there are 5,000 heavy cavalry stationed outside Anping City. Let's not even discuss whether the barbarian tribe of the North Land can forge so much armor needed by such a large cavalry. Even if the barbarian tribe truly had 5,000 heavy cavalry, they wouldn't dispatch such an important force to this location just to deceive a woman from the prince's mansion. This clearly doesn't make sense. This whole affair is shrouded in mystery from beginning to end." Chen Wanrong continued, "Once we return to Yan County, we will know what this is all about." Upon hearing Chen Wanrong's words, Lin Wanyan expressed her concerns. "Palace Master, we don't yet know if there is deceit with these 5,000 heavy cavalry. If we simply follow the people of North Prince Mansion northward, I fear there may be danger." Chen Wanrong, with an expressionless face, said, "If there is danger, we will leave the convoy at the first opportunity. 5,000 heavy cavalry can't hold us back." Lin Wanyan thought for a moment, feeling there was some truth to this. It indeed seemed unlikely that 5,000 heavy cavalry could detain a Grand Master, especially the Palace Master of Mysterious Moon Palace. Lin Wanyan then said, "I understand, I'll have someone pack our luggage right away." By evening, the sun was gradually setting, the sky filled with evening clouds of various shapes, as a massive convoy slowly made its way out of Anping City. The common folk of Anping City had already heard the news of North Prince slaughtering 200,000 of the barbarian tribe and capturing another 100,000. At first, the common folk didn't believe it, as the achievement seemed too exaggerated. Moreover, their prince was deemed incompetent, and the military forces of North City were also not impressive. The limited military forces of North City capable of slaughtering 200,000 from the barbarian tribe. Even in dreams that didn't happen. However, when the common folk saw the convoy of the prince's mansion really leaving Anping City, preparing to head north, they suddenly felt that North Prince must have achieved great military success in Yan County. Even if they hadn't slaughtered 200,000 of the barbarian tribe, they likely held off the barbarian tribe's attack, or perhaps the barbarian tribe's forces had already left North City. Otherwise, how could the queen and the others possibly head north at this time? The common people who had followed North Prince Mansion south were now again picking up their belongings and following North Prince Mansion northward. In the eyes of the common folk, North Prince wouldn't allow his women to be in danger. Since the queen was heading north, it was certain that the crisis in North City had been resolved. As for slaying 200,000 of the barbarian tribe and capturing another 100,000, that was something to be taken with a pinch of salt and enjoyed as a pleasant fiction. When the convoy from the North Prince Mansion left Anping City, some people from the prince's mansion were actually a bit tense, as they all worried that the cavalry outside of Anping City were actually the cavalry of the barbarian tribe. However, once they left the city gate, they saw that the cavalry was still stationed in place, keeping guard, and had not done anything to the prince's mansion's convoy. Only then did everyone feel relieved. At this time, the curtain of a carriage within the convoy was lifted, and Lin Wanyan and Chen Wanrong carefully examined the heavy cavalry dressed in black armor through the carriage window. Seeing that the commander leading the troops was a Grand Master, Chen Wanrong's eyebrows slightly lifted. Then, Lin Wanyan said, "These people indeed do not look like those from the barbarian tribe, but they also do not resemble the heavy cavalry of Great Shah." Chen Wanrong did not speak. She, of course, also noticed this point. The barbarians and the people of Great Shah have some differences that make them easy to distinguish. The soldiers of this cavalry looked very much like people of Great Shah, but Great Shah apparently did not have heavy cavalry with black standard issue armor. The heavy cavalry of Great Shah used silver gleaming armor, not black, so it was very likely that these heavy cavalry were not those of Great Shah either. This was strange. A heavy cavalry force of 5,000 men, neither belonging to the barbarian tribe nor to Great Shah, where did they emerge from? Could the North Prince manifest an army out of thin air? Lin Wanyan again put forth a bold conjecture: could these cavalry be from another dynasty? Since they were not from Great Shah, nor from the barbarian tribe, and certainly not from North City, then there was only one other possibility: these cavalry were foreign reinforcements invited by the North Prince from another dynasty. At this time, Chen Wanrong softly said, "Madam Lin, the barbarian tribe is to the north, Great Ju to the west, Great Shah to the south, and the Great Ocean to the east." Chen Wanrong did not directly deny Lin Wanyan's conjecture, but her words clearly indicated that Lin Wanyan's guess was also unlikely. Firstly, besides Great Shah, the only dynasty bordering North City, the Dayu dynasty, did not have heavy cavalry. They were so poor they could barely survive, let alone lend heavy cavalry to North City. If this cavalry truly were borrowed by the North Prince from another dynasty, they would necessarily have to pass through either Great Shah or Great Ju. A heavy cavalry of 5,000 men passing through any dynasty would certainly attract attention. This was fully armored heavy cavalry, not merely a force of 5,000 regular soldiers. As soon as heavy cavalry were deployed, the surrounding countries or dynasties would quickly become aware of the movement of heavy cavalry. The North Prince surely couldn't have covertly transported this heavy cavalry force to North City across the sea, could he? Just at this moment, the commander of the Black Cavalry suddenly left the formation and headed straight for the convoy. Seeing this scene, Lin Wanyan immediately became nervous. The commander of this cavalry seemed extraordinary, as if he were a ferocious soldier who had stepped out of the underworld, his body laden with a heavy murderous aura, signifying the countless lives he must have taken. Fortunately, the Grandmaster level commander did not come to their carriage but instead went to the carriage of Queen Mu Zixuan. General Xuanyuan Chen dismounted and knelt in front of Mu Zixuan's carriage, saying, "This lowly general, Xuanyuan Chen, pays his respects to the queen." Watching through the carriage window, Mu Zixuan immediately said, "General Xuanyuan, please rise quickly." At this moment, those in the carriages in front of and behind Mu Zixuan opened their curtains, poking their heads slightly out of the windows to look towards Mu Zixuan's side. After Xuanyuan Chen said, "Thank you, Queen," he stood up from the ground. Curiously, Mu Zixuan then asked, "General Xuanyuan, I heard that the prince led the soldiers of North City to slay 200,000 barbarian tribe soldiers, is this true?" Xuanyuan Chen immediately replied, "In response to the queen, this matter is absolutely true. Not only that, we have also captured 100,000 soldiers of the barbarian tribe." Upon hearing Xuanyuan Chen's reply, Chu Qingli, originally expressionless inside her carriage, couldn't help but frown. From Xuanyuan Chen's attitude towards Mu Zixuan, it was as if Xuanyuan Chen truly was a general under the North Prince's command. Even if the barbarian tribe intended to deceive the queen into heading north, now that the convoy of the North Prince mansion had already left the city, they would have no need to continue the charade. Moreover, this appeared to be a general of master level. Chu Qingli could sense the killing intent on him and the daunting aura of a martial artist. Did a grandmaster level barbarian tribe general need to act in front of the queen of the North Prince? The warriors of the barbarian tribe typically do not kneel to women. This was common knowledge even the people of Great Sha were aware of. But just now, Xuanyuan Chen knelt before Mu Zixuan, proving that Xuanyuan Chen was very likely not a general of the barbarian tribe. Chu Qingli's heart grew cold. She had been ready to flee with her sister, but then Xuanyuan Chen knelt directly in front of the queen. Also surprised were Lin Wanyan and Chen Wanrong. The moment Xuanyuan Chen knelt before the queen of the North Prince, it signified that the heavy cavalry belonged to the North Prince mansion, otherwise, the general would not perform a half-kneel ritual before the queen. In this era, generally only soldiers who especially acknowledge a female head would perform a half-kneel in front of her. Speaking plainly, if Xuanyuan Chen had only acknowledged the North Prince, he had no need to offer a half-kneel to Mu Zixuan. Other generals of Great Sha, upon meeting Mu Zixuan, likewise did not need to offer a half-kneel but merely needed to bow and salute. By performing this ritual, it was to some extent as though he was saying, "Seeing the queen of the North Prince is as though I am seeing the North Prince." At this time, Chen Wanrong murmured to herself, "It seems the entire Great Sha has been deceived by the North Prince." Lin Wanyan said worriedly, "Palace Master, we should just leave North City directly. The North Prince is no fool. He must have realized that we are getting close to him with ulterior motives. That the North Prince has amassed such a huge force in secret is enough to show his deep scheming. How could such a person not see that the mysterious Moon Palace's approach is purposeful? If the North Prince learns that the mysterious Moon Palace intends to control him with the love worm, he might deal with them harshly." At this time, Chen Wanrong spoke, "People are easier to control when they have desires. He has amassed such an enormous force, surely for that position in the capital city. The mysterious Moon Palace should indeed help him at this time." Lin Wanyan instantly understood Chen Wanrong's meaning. Chen Wanrong intended to use Lu Chen as a puppet and have him fight a life or death battle with the Sum Emperor, allowing the mysterious Moon Palace to reap the benefits in the end. Chen Wanrong's idea was simple. Since the North Prince had already accumulated such a tremendous force, they should first control him, and then let him and the Sum Emperor duke it out. This would not interfere with their use of Lu Chen to refine the subtle dragon spell either. Originally, Lu Chen was only valuable for refining the subtle dragon spell, but now, in Chen Wanrong's mind, his value had risen to a new height. After hearing Chen Wanrong's words, Lin Wanyan sighed inwardly and said no more. At that moment, the caravan continued onward. The Great Sha Dynasty. Capital City, Xuanzheng Hall. Today, as usual, the Sum Emperor was again in a thunderous rage in the court. "You've been investigating for so long and still haven't found a trace of the assassin. What use is the Ministry of Criminal Justice to me?" Hearing the Sum Emperor's bellow, officials from the Ministry of Criminal Justice shivered and didn't dare to breathe a word. The Sum Emperor had given the ministry only a few days to investigate the massacre at Prince Lu Shuyun's residence. Days had passed, and they hadn't found a bit of news about the assassin. Later, who knows who the brilliant one was who framed an assassin from Blood Moon Tower, alleging that the assassin harbored hatred against Prince Lu Shuyun and thus sought to kill him. But the Sum Emperor was not so easily duped. He soon received news that the Tower Master of Blood Moon Tower had already died in North City. Although it was unclear how he died, the existence of Blood Moon Tower in the capital city was now in name only. Obviously, the Ministry of Criminal Justice had not found the real assassin, so they pinned the blame on Blood Moon Tower. Afterward, the Sum Emperor disposed of a group of officials from the ministry and gave the remaining officials some more time to continue the investigation. Yet, there was still no trace to be found. The ministry officials were all aware of the conflict between the North Prince and Prince Lu Shuyun, but the North Prince was useless, they couldn't just push the blame onto him. If they were to shift the blame onto the North Prince, they feared it would only incite further rage from the Sum Emperor. Just then, Left Minister Lin Gaoyuan said through gritted teeth, "Your Majesty, finding the assassin who attempted to kill Prince Lu Shuyun is certainly important, but the current situation in the North Land is of the utmost importance." Lin Gaoyuan cared more about the situation in the North Land than anyone else in the court, as his own son was the one leading the troops to battle. Upon hearing Lin Gaoyuan's reminder, the Sum Emperor calmed his emotions and then said to the officials from the Ministry of Criminal Justice, "I will give you 3 more days. If you still can't find anything, you'll have to consider the consequences." At this point, the Sum Emperor was ready to sit down when suddenly, a soldier's voice came from outside Xuanzheng Hall. Victory in the North Land. Upon hearing this, the ministers within Xuanzheng Hall were all stunned. A great victory. How could there be a great victory at this time? The capital's 70,000 soldiers, along with the handful of old, weak, and sick from North City, merely holding North City would have been an impressive feat. How could there possibly be a great victory? It was obvious that the frontline generals were fabricating the good news to falsely report military achievements. Thinking that the person leading the troops to the north was the son of Left Minister Lin Gaoyuan, those associated with Right Minister Zhao Wenan swallowed hard and moistened their throats, immediately preparing to impeach Lin Shuming for falsifying military reports. However, when the Red Ribbon Messenger entered the hall, one statement from the messenger silenced the entire court, plunging it into a deathly quiet. After entering Xuanzheng Hall, the Red Ribbon Messenger immediately knelt down, holding up the battle report with both hands and shouting with all his might, "Your Majesty, the North Prince led the soldiers of North City in a valiant battle, slaying 200,000 barbarian tribe soldiers and capturing another 100,000. Upon hearing this, it was like a bomb had dropped. The entire court erupted with commotion. All the ministers were dumbstruck. They had seen falsified battle reports, but they had never seen one so blatantly fabricated. Slaying 200,000 of the barbarian tribe. What a joke. The mere forces from North City were already doing well just to withstand the barbarian tribe's invasion. And now to claim they had slain 200,000 barbarian tribe soldiers. It would be more believable if 200,000 civilians had been slaughtered by the barbarian tribe. Who on earth wrote this battle report? This was not a battle report. This was akin to involving one's 10 clans in the matter. For the ministers in the court, to what extent had the Red Ribbon Messenger's military report become fake? It had become so fake that they all dared not even open their mouths to question it. This was the first time in the history of Great Sum that someone had dared to report such a fake military report. If the Red Ribbon Messenger's report had claimed they killed tens of thousands and defeated the barbarian tribe, right now the ministers of Right Minister Zhao Wenan's faction might have already started impeaching Lin Shuming, accusing him of falsely reporting military achievements. But to say that the North Prince had slain 200,000 barbarians. With such an obviously fake report, did they even need to impeach him? They didn't even dare to speak. This was not 20,000, it was 200,000. And just now the Red Ribbon Messenger also claimed that North City captured 100,000 barbarian soldiers. What did this indicate? To a certain extent, it indicated that North City had annihilated the entire barbarian army of 300,000 marching south. If the North Prince truly accomplished this, then his contribution would already be on par with the Sum Emperor, and it could even be said that he overshadowed his sovereign. But was that possible? What kind of person was the North Prince, and who in the capital city didn't know? That weak, incapable, greedy, and lustful waste could lead the army of North City to annihilate a barbarian army of 300,000. What a joke. Why didn't the report say that some ancestor climbed out from his mausoleum and killed 200,000 barbarians? If you said some ancestor climbed out from his tomb, perhaps some would believe this military report to be true. At this moment, the entire court was silent, one could even hear people breathing. It took who knows how long before the court eunuch finally came to his senses. He stumbled over to the red ribbon messenger, took the military report, and then proceeded to the emperor, delivering the report to him. At this moment, the emperor's face was dark, his complexion extremely unsightly. This was the fakest military report he had ever heard. He truly couldn't believe how Lin Shuming dared to send back such a false military report to the capital city. Even though Lin Shuming's father was the prime minister of the court, no one could save him for fabricating such a blatantly false report, not even if Lin Gaoyuan was the prime minister. Lin Gaoyuan couldn't only not save his son Lin Shuming, rather, his entire household was likely to be implicated by Lin Shuming's actions. Seeing the military report handed over by the eunuch, the Sum Emperor came back to his senses. He promptly picked up the report and directly started to read it. Even if the report was false, he had to seriously read it. He wanted to see what Lin Shuming was up to. As the emperor started to carefully read the report, all the ministers' gazes were fixed on his face, eager to see his reaction. At this moment, some people in the court had begun to take pleasure in Lin Shuming's misfortune. They had been pondering ways to take down Lin Gaoyuan and had not expected Lin Gaoyuan's son to make a mistake so quickly. And it was the mistake of falsely reporting military intelligence. Most importantly, this was military information that couldn't be faker. This time, even if the Lin family were not exterminated and their property confiscated, they would at least be exiled, right? Using a red ribbon messenger to report such a terrible fake piece of military intelligence, the emperor simply could not overlook Lin Shuming's action. Meanwhile, Lin Gaoyuan in the Great Hall was already sweating profusely. He had never dreamed that his own son would make such a grave mistake. Reporting false military intelligence was one thing, but to fabricate such an exaggerated report, how could anyone believe it? Was he taking everyone to be a fool? Lin Gaoyuan couldn't help but think, his son shouldn't be that kind of person, so what was going on with this military report? Could it have been tampered with? Was someone out to harm the Lin family? This seemed not entirely impossible. Once this thought occurred to him, Lin Gaoyuan immediately knelt down. Your Majesty, I have failed in educating my son and am willing to accept punishment. In front of the emperor, whether you were right or wrong, it's better to kneel and admit your mistake first. Admitting wrong could give a glimmer of hope, but if you were stubborn, what awaited the Lin family could only be a fate like that of the Duke Mu residence. At this moment, the emperor paid no attention to Lin Gaoyuan. His gaze was still fixed on the military report in his hands. After flipping through the report for quite a while, the emperor finally handed it to the eunuch and said, "Read it out loud." The eunuch nearby, trembling, took the military report and began to read aloud. On the 7th day of the 12th month, I led a force of 70,000 to Yan County, where the battle had already ended. The North Prince had fought bravely, commanding several tens of thousands of soldiers from North City to slay 200,000 of the barbarian tribe overnight and capture over 100,000 more. In Wanning Valley, barbarian corpses littered the fields, and their blood dyed the entire Wanning River red. As I learned, during the attack on Yan County, the Sky Wolf King of the barbarians was shot dead by an arrow from the North Prince. 3 days later, the North Prince will send someone to deliver the head of the Sky Wolf King to the capital city. Lin Shuming's military report was rather simple, just describing the military achievements of North City. As the eunuch finished reading the military report, the ministers in the court were instantly dumbfounded. When they previously heard the red ribbon messenger say that the North Prince led the soldiers of North City to kill 200,000 barbarians, they thought, the soldiers of North City, meant that the North Prince led the imperial forces and then added North City's troops, which could total over 100,000. But according to Lin Shuming's report, the Imperial Army had not yet arrived at Yan County when the North Prince defeated the barbarian army of 300,000 with just North City's troops. That means the Imperial Army of 70,000 didn't even play a role. Not even liberating the auxiliary forces. What a joke. The handful of troops from North City could defeat a barbarian army of 300,000. So some ancestor has really risen from his mausoleum, is that it? For a moment, the court ministers were dumbfounded. If the North Prince, that incompetent, had such ability, he might as well already be the crown prince by now, and he would not be in North City but atop the court and even standing at the forefront of all officials. A worthless prince being able to hold North City would have been more than enough, and now they were actually saying that he led the troops of North City to defeat the barbarian tribe's army of 300,000. Moreover, according to the battle report, they killed 200,000 barbarians overnight, which clearly was an overwhelming victory. What's most absurd was the battle report mentioning that the North Prince shot and killed the Sky Wolf King of the barbarian tribe with a single arrow. Although people were not very familiar with the current Sky Wolf King, the officials knew that at least every Sky Wolf King would be at the Master Realm. The North Prince, who couldn't even truss a chicken, who had been hollowed out by wine and lust, was able to shoot and kill a Grand Master with one arrow. Bluffing shouldn't be this ludicrous. Although the officials were all stunned by this battle report, at this moment, one person breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Gaoyuan thought to himself, fortunately, Lin Shuming did not take all these military credits for himself, but pushed them all onto the North Prince instead. Even if Lin Shuming lied about the military situation, he would not be punished too severely, and they could also push everything onto the North Prince. After all, when Lin Shuming arrived at North City, he was to be controlled by the North Prince. Once Lin Shuming returned, he could fully claim that the battle reports were forced by the North Prince. Although the royal family might have Lin Shuming take the blame to preserve the royal face, as a general and also the son of the prime minister, the Sum Emperor would likely punish him lightly, considering the stability of the court. After the eunuch had finished reading the battle report, the entire court was still silent as death. The officials looked at each other, no one daring to speak out. They also didn't know what they should say at this time. Such a fabricated battle report, no one believed it, nor would the Sum Emperor possibly believe it. The Sum Emperor at this time was likely already in a towering rage, and if they said anything now, it might very well provoke the Sum Emperor's ire. They did not want to take that risk at this time. At this moment, the Sum Emperor stood on the dragon platform, looking down at the ministers with an indifferent gaze. Seeing the ministers still as cicadas in winter, the Sum Emperor coldly said, "Usually you all argue non-stop in the court, how come today you've all turned mute?" No minister spoke up after the Sum Emperor dropped his words, not even the princes, and not even Prince Lu Shuyun, who was hostile towards Lu Chen, said a word. All of them simply bowed their heads, quietly waiting. They were waiting, and so was the Sum Emperor. They were waiting for the Sum Emperor to speak about how to deal with this matter. And what was the Sum Emperor waiting for? He was waiting for another battle report. In the Imperial Army, there was a military supervisor, generally a eunuch trusted by the Sum Emperor. Besides the eunuch, there were shadow guards, and he was also waiting for news from the shadow guards. Lin Shuming's battle report was so shocking that even the Sum Emperor doubted its authenticity. If Lin Shuming had claimed to have killed tens of thousands of barbarian soldiers, with the others fleeing in disarray, he might still believe Lin Shuming was exaggerating his military achievements. But to claim 20,000 barbarians were slain bordered on absurdity. It was so false it couldn't possibly be true. Lin Shuming wasn't writing a battle report, he was writing fantasy. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Great Hall was exceptionally oppressive, and people could even hear their own thudding heartbeats. After who knows how long, finally a voice broke the silence outside the Great Hall. North City has achieved a great victory. Hearing this voice, the minister's hearts skipped a beat. Generally speaking, the first battle report is sent by the frontline general, and the second is from the military supervisor. Although the military supervisor and general are both on the front line, they do not see face to face. The military supervisor represents the eyes of the emperor. Although there are occasional collusions between military supervisors and generals, such cases are rare in Great Sum because the eunuchs are very aware of how powerful the shadow guards beside the Sum Emperor are. Most supervisors dare not conspire with frontline generals. The first battle report was of a great victory. The second one from the military supervisor also mentioned a great victory. Does that not mean that North City truly achieved remarkable battle results? How could this be possible? Could it be that Lin Shuming's battle report was true? No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. They would rather believe that the Sum ancestor had crawled out of the imperial tomb than believe the North Prince was capable of such a feat. Soon, the red ribbon messenger sent by the military supervisor arrived in the Great Hall. He knelt on the ground and loudly proclaimed, "Great victory in North City." The North Prince led the soldiers of North City, fought valiantly, and slew countless enemies. He has elevated the might of our great Sum country. This time, the red ribbon messenger did not specify the number of slain barbarian tribe soldiers, but from the second red ribbon messenger's words, it was basically possible to judge that North City had truly achieved a great victory. The ministers nearly dropped their jaws in shock. Had North City truly had a great victory? Had the barbarian tribe become so weak? However, it didn't take long for the ministers to recover. Killing 1,000 barbarian soldiers could be considered a great victory, as could killing 10,000 barbarian soldiers. The second red ribbon messenger did not mention how many barbarian tribe soldiers were killed this time, so it couldn't prove Lin Shuming's battle report was true. Perhaps Lin Shuming had really exaggerated the number of dead barbarian soldiers. Moreover, Lin Shuming said that the war had ended before they even reached Yan County. What kind of great victory could the North Prince have achieved with his meager troops? It would be good enough if they managed to kill a few thousand barbarian soldiers. At this moment, an eunuch quickly took the battle report from the second red ribbon messenger at the foot of the dragon platform, then walked over to the Sum Emperor and handed it to him. The Sum Emperor did not hesitate to pick up the battle report and read it carefully. At this time, the ministers once again looked up, watching the emperor's face, wanting to see how angry he would become. However, the scenario the ministers had anticipated did not occur. As the Sum Emperor's eyes moved across the battle report, his brows furrowed more and more, quickly forming a Chuan character. At this moment, the ministers did not see anger on the Sum Emperor's face. His expression showed more shock, confusion, and puzzlement. This time, the Sum Emperor did not have the eunuch read the battle report aloud. Unlike Lin Shuming's concise report, the military supervisor accompanying the troops had described in detail what they had seen in their report. The military supervisor stated he saw barbarian corpses everywhere, which matched Lin Shuming's report, and he also mentioned in the battle report that he saw North City possessing at least 50,000 heavy cavalry. Upon reading this, the Sum Emperor instantly felt that something was amiss. Where had these 50,000 heavy cavalry come from? Just then, a shadow guard clad in black armor suddenly appeared at the foot of the dragon platform, and the ministers didn't know how he had arrived. Under normal circumstances, the shadow guards would not appear in the court. They would report to the Sum Emperor in private after the court session had ended. Unless it was a matter of great importance. At this point, the shadow guard spoke up, "Your Majesty, an urgent report from North City." The eunuch immediately took the report from the shadow guard and presented it to the Sum Emperor. After reading the shadow guard's report, the Sum Emperor felt completely uneasy. From Lin Shuming's battle report, to the military supervisor's report, and finally the shadow guard's intelligence, all had confirmed that the North Prince indeed had a force of nearly 50,000 heavy cavalry and that the North Prince was no ordinary man. As for the matter of killing 200,000 barbarians and capturing over 100,000 barbarian prisoners, that was naturally true as well. The Sum Emperor suddenly felt that his worldview had been seriously shaken. His least favored son was now becoming his biggest threat. Seeing the Sum Emperor's grim expression, Right Minister Zhao Wenan could no longer stay silent. He tentatively asked, "Your Majesty, may I ask what the second battle report says?" Upon hearing Zhao Wenan's voice, the Sum Emperor came back to his senses. He adjusted his emotions and once again his expression turned icy cold. After corroboration from multiple sources, it is confirmed that the North Prince indeed led the army of North City. slaughtered 200,000 barbarians, and captured an additional 100,000 or more as prisoners. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire court exploded into turmoil. My heavens! So it's true. How is this possible? The North Prince, that good for nothing, has actually achieved the greatest military feat in the history of Great Sum. Not even the Sum Emperor himself had achieved such a feat when battling Chen nation. And the North Prince was up against a barbarian army of 300,000, a force whose combat power was generally stronger than Great Sum's. With the mere troops of North City, how had the North Prince managed to defeat the barbarians? Could it be that the Sum ancestor really crawled out of the imperial tomb and helped the North Prince defend Yan County? After hearing what the Sum Emperor had to say, all the ministers couldn't believe it because it completely overturned their understanding of the situation. Even if the North Prince wasn't useless, with the meager soldiers of North City, defending Yan County would be very difficult. And now they were being told that not only had the North Prince managed to hold Yan County, but he had also annihilated the barbarian tribe's army of 300,000. Who would believe that? At this moment, the princes at the court were utterly dumbfounded. Wasn't Prince Lu Chen supposed to be the most worthless among them, his body hollowed out by alcohol and women? Could he really lead the meager soldiers of North City to defeat the barbarian tribe's army of 300,000? Was this something this waste could accomplish? Everyone at the court began to wonder if they were still dreaming, which is why they were witnessing such an absurd event. The court was comprised of people from Great Sum, who should have been overjoyed to hear such a world-shaking report of victory, but at the moment, not a single person in the court could feel happy. If what the Sum Emperor had said was true and could be confirmed, then it would mean Great Sum was about to undergo a massive change. Slain were 200,000 of the barbarian tribe's warriors, with an additional 100,000 captured. This achievement was comparable to the Sum Emperor's own feat of annihilating Chen nation. With such a great merit, who would dare deny the North Prince the position of Crown Prince? The North Prince's achievement had even reached the level of overshadowing his sovereign. At that moment, everyone had one question on their minds: how exactly did the North Prince do it? Secondly, the ministers were very worried. The North Prince, who had always been deemed useless by them, couldn't really return to the capital city to become the crown prince, could he? In the court, there was a faction for Prince Lu Shuyun and one for Prince Lu Yi, as well as other princes' power bases, but there were no officials from Prince Lu Chen's faction. Now even the officials from the Chu family at court were with Prince Lu Shuyun's faction. And at this time, they were being told that Prince Lu Chen might return to the capital city to become the crown prince. This was like throwing all the ministers' investments down the drain. They absolutely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Seeing on the ministers' faces disbelief or, rather, unwillingness to believe, the Sum Emperor continued, according to various reports, the North Prince has at least 50,000 heavy cavalry at his disposal. A few days ago, the North Prince sent 5,000 heavy cavalry southward to bring back his wives, concubines, and children to Yan County. As the Sum Emperor spoke these words, the court exploded once again. 50,000 heavy cavalry. How could that be possible? How could the North Prince possibly have so many heavy cavalry? The ministers knew all too well what heavy cavalry represented. When the Sum ancestor was conquering the land, 3,000 heavy cavalry chased down an army of 100,000 peasant soldiers. Now the entire Great Sum only had 20,000 heavy cavalry. Heavy cavalry required a vast amount of resources. Each cavalryman needed at least 3 high-quality horses. Besides horses, the most important thing for heavy cavalry was their armor. It might take a craftsman a month to make a set of heavy cavalry armor, at least 3 months at the minimum. How could the North Prince have 50,000 heavy cavalry when he had been in North City for such a short time? What did having 50,000 heavy cavalry imply? It meant that the North Prince could declare independence from Great Sum and proclaim himself emperor without any problem. And if the North Prince truly had 100,000 barbarian tribe prisoners, it would mean that even if the court knew of his possible intent to rebel, at this moment they would still not dare to act against him. Instead, they would have to prioritize appeasement. Logically, the North Prince hadn't had the time or resources to build 50,000 heavy cavalry, so where did they come from? Since intelligence from various sources has already confirmed the existence of these 50,000 heavy cavalry, the issue has indeed become critical. Once the North Prince displays his 50,000 heavy cavalry, it means that he is not only capable of rebellion but also possesses the intention to rebel. Within Great Sum's borders, especially when the Sum Emperor curtails the power of the regional kings each year, for a seigneur to build up 50,000 heavy cavalry can only mean an intent to rebel, can it not? At that moment, Zhao Wenan could no longer hold back and directly asked, Your Majesty, may your servant boldly ask if it's true that the North Prince has 50,000 heavy cavalry? The Sum Emperor replied coldly, This intelligence was relayed back by General Wang and has also been confirmed by my shadow guard. Hearing this, the ministers all gasped in shock. Does this mean that the report is true? The North Prince actually has 50,000 heavy cavalry. No wonder the previous battle report mentioned that the North Prince led the soldiers of North City to slaughter 200,000 members of the barbarian tribe overnight. However, come to think of it, North City certainly cannot be so simple as to only have 50,000 heavy cavalry. Heavy cavalry hold overwhelming advantage against infantry, especially conscripted peasants, but their superiority is not as clear against the cavalry of the barbarian tribe and might even be at a disadvantage. Because heavy cavalry are clumsier than the barbarian tribe's light cavalry, making it difficult to catch up with them. If the barbarian tribe's soldiers wanted to flee, they could do so with ease. If the battle report about the North Prince leading his soldiers and slaying 200,000 barbarian tribe soldiers is true, then there must be something else in the North Prince's hands. As for whether this something is weapons or an army, that is hard to say. At this moment, the imperial court fell into the silence of death once more. Logically, some should now impeach the North Prince for contemplating rebellion, but the timing of North City's heavy cavalry's emergence was just too perfect, coinciding with the barbarian tribe's 300,000 soldiers marching southward. Just as the North Prince has led the soldiers of North City to defeat the barbarian tribe, if someone steps forward now to accuse the North Prince of plotting rebellion, wouldn't that be akin to seeking death? Who would dare accuse the North Prince at this time? This is the greatest military achievement since Great Sum's founding. Who can accuse the North Prince? Seeing that none of the ministers spoke up again, the Sum Emperor said coldly, What now? Did none of you eat breakfast before coming to court, not even having the strength to speak? You're usually so lively, so why is everyone mute today? No sooner had the Sum Emperor's words fallen than Zhao Wenan immediately knelt down and then kowtowed to the Sum Emperor, saying, His Highness Prince Lu Chen, brave and adept at war, has led the soldiers of North City to slay 200,000 barbarian tribe soldiers and captured another 100,000. He is indeed the third person since the venerable Sum ancestor to achieve such a feat. With such a significant contribution from His Highness Prince Lu Chen, rewarding him with ordinary things would certainly not be fitting. I humbly request Your Majesty to allow Prince Lu Chen to return to the capital city and to establish him as the crown prince. Hearing Zhao Wenan's words, some ministers inwardly cursed him as a sly fox, well aware that the young and robust Sum Emperor has been reluctant to appoint a crown prince for fear of the crown prince harboring other ambitions. Zhao Wenan's move to propose the appointment of a crown prince at this juncture was clearly not about making the North Prince the crown prince. He was simply trying to sicken the Sum Emperor and to sow discord between the Sum Emperor and the North Prince, his son. After hearing Zhao Wenan's words, the Sum Emperor did not immediately reply. Instead, he scanned the ministers in the court. He was waiting for someone else to speak. Lin Gaoyuan, kneeling on the ground, instantly understood the Sum Emperor's intention and immediately said, Your Majesty, although His Highness Prince Lu Chen has made a tremendous contribution, the matter of appointing a crown prince is of significant importance and should not be made hastily. The Sum Emperor still did not speak. His gaze fell upon the several princes in front of him. At that moment, the princes were sweating profusely, not daring to breathe loudly. Especially Prince Lu Shuyun. He was utterly awake now. At last, he understood why each of his assassination attempts had failed and who was responsible for the massacre at his residence. This younger brother of theirs had hidden too deeply. He had deceived everyone in Great Sum. The Sum Emperor glanced over the crowd and, seeing that no one seemed to have anything more to say, He spoke up, "The matter of the crown prince concerns the very foundation of our nation and requires careful deliberation. We shall not discuss it today." Upon hearing the Sum Emperor's words, Zhao Wenan did not continue to speak either. He had only been talking for the sake of it, and besides, he could not possibly support the North Prince. There were only a few court officials who would support the North Prince. Ordinary princes, even those not involved in the struggle for succession, might have some interactions with the ministers, but the North Prince was an oddity. He had no dealings with any minister, so who would support him? Apart from the Chu family possibly being tempted, the support base of the other princes remained largely unchanged. After all, the North Prince did have blood ties with the Chu family, and although they now supported Prince Lu Shuyun, that was because Prince Lu Chen was initially too weak to stand on his own. Now that Prince Lu Chen had made such great military achievements, even to the point where his merits overshadowed his sovereign, how could they not be moved? They might even support Prince Lu Chen once again. Of course, this presented a significant challenge to the other princes. First and foremost, the 50,000 heavy cavalry from North City. Without addressing the 50,000 heavy cavalry of North City, the North Prince would forever be a sword hanging over their heads. Even if they seized the throne in the future, such a formidable military power in North City could just as likely dethrone them. Without eliminating the 50,000 heavy cavalry, without eliminating the North Prince, no prince could rest easy. Almost instantly, all the princes involved in the struggle for succession united on the same front, that the North Prince was their greatest threat and must be brought down. At this point, the Sum Emperor continued, "My esteemed ministers, the North Prince has made such great contributions, how do you think the court should reward him?" In the end, the Sum Emperor still left the question to the ministers. The North Prince's merits were indeed too substantial. Even the Sum Emperor himself was at a loss as to how he should be rewarded. The position of Crown Prince was definitely not an option. He had never intended to appoint a Crown Prince so soon, let alone one who was the North Prince, a prince of whom he wasn't even certain whether he was his own child. How could he possibly make him the Crown Prince? After hearing the Sum Emperor's question, the ministers looked at one another, unsure of what to do. The merit was simply too great. It seemed that only the position of the Crown Prince could match this achievement. Any other reward would seem insignificant by comparison. But obviously, the Sum Emperor was not going to give the position of Crown Prince to the North Prince, so what should be used to reward the North Prince? Certainly, it couldn't be nothing. To give nothing would not sit well with the people of Great Sum if they were to find out, and it would be unjustifiable. After all, the North Prince had been killing the barbarian tribe. The same barbarian tribe with which the people of Great Sum had deep-seated hatred. How could the people of Great Sum accept it if the North Prince killed so many barbarians, and yet the court showed no sign of acknowledgement? At this moment, Lin Gaoyuan spoke up, "Your Majesty, I believe that due to the North Prince's enormous achievements, ordinary rewards can no longer compare." Hearing this, Zhao Wenan immediately retorted, "Prime Minister Lin, isn't that just stating the obvious? His Majesty needs a concrete reward, not to hear you rattling on pointlessly." Lin Gaoyuan ignored Zhao Wenan and continued, "I believe the order of expansion could serve as a reward for the North Prince's contributions this time." This statement caused an uproar in the court. The order of expansion, as the name suggests, means to expand territories. When Great Sum was founded, some ancestor granted many seigneurs with the order of expansion, and the territories they conquered belonged to those seigneurs. But soon, subsequent emperors of Great Sum realized this posed a huge threat because some seigneurs' territories were growing too large and were nearly surpassing the actual territories controlled by the Sum Emperor. After the efforts of several generations of Sum emperors, the order of expansion was eventually abolished, and several wars even erupted as a result of abolishing it. To the current Sum emperor, further reduction of seigneur power was achieved. Nowadays, seigneurs are basically assigned to fiefs by the court, and even if they conquered territories from other nations, those belong to the court. To the Sum emperor, seigneurs have no right to claim them as their own. If the order of expansion were to be granted to the North Prince, then in the future, his territory in North City could expand indefinitely, provided he had the strength. For the court, this wasn't necessarily a good thing. If the North Prince possessed too much territory, his power could likely increase further, posing an even greater threat to Great Sum. However, upon hearing Lin Gaoyuan's suggestion, the Sum Emperor did not immediately reject the idea because he found it somewhat useful. Once the North Prince held the order of expansion, he would likely wage wars to enlarge his territory. Wars require money and resources, they need to consume strength. Besides, the North Prince was in North City, and if he wanted to expand his territory, there was only one choice, to expand northward. The north was the realm of the barbarian tribe, which meant that the North Prince's wars against the barbarian tribe would continue. For Great Sum, this weakened North City's strength and also mitigated the threat posed to Great Sum by the southward advances of the barbarian tribe to some extent. It was a good strategy. Just that once the order of expansion was used, it would likely only be reclaimed through war or by making the North Prince the next Sum Emperor. Once the North Prince held the order of expansion and expanded territory, he would certainly not surrender the land to the court, there was no need to even think about this. The Sum Emperor pondered for a moment. Then he said, "Draft an edict. North Prince has slain 200,000 from the barbarian tribe, captured more than 100,000, and has shot the Sky Wolf King on the battlefield. For his great achievement, he is especially rewarded with 2 million taels of silver, 200,000 bolts of cloth, and the Order of Expansion." Seeing the Sum Emperor simply awarding the Order of Expansion like that left the ministers somewhat flabbergasted. It had not been easy for the previous generations of Sum Emperors to reclaim the order, and now the current one was giving it away again. However, at this time, none of the ministers said anything because, compared to the Order of Expansion, people were more concerned with the position of Crown Prince. If they could exchange the order for the position of Crown Prince, then they would still find it acceptable. After all, the north was the territory of the barbarian tribe, and the North Prince could only expand his territory further north. If he moved south, it would not be expanding his territory, but rebelling. As long as North Prince did not become Crown Prince, everything was negotiable, and there was no issue with giving him the order of expansion. At the same time, at the northern gate of the capital city, a soldier bearing a small red flag was loudly shouting while riding a horse, "Great victory in North City." North Prince led the soldiers of North City to slay 200,000 of the barbarian tribe and captured another 100,000. The soldier rode his horse towards the direction of the imperial palace, shouting as he went. This kind of great victory had to be shouted out, it had to be let known to the common people. It's just that Lin Shuming and the military supervisor had instructed the Red Ribbon messengers before dispatching them not to shout it out in the capital city and to wait until they reached the imperial palace. Because the merits of North Prince were too significant, it was best for the common people to find out after the royal court had discussed and decided on how to reward North Prince. Otherwise, public opinion could definitely exert some pressure on the royal court. But Lu Chen didn't think so much about it. He figured that the common people were bound to learn of it sooner or later anyway, so he dispatched the Red Ribbon messenger, instructing him to shout vigorously along the way and even specially prepared dozens of water bottles for him. Only when the common people of the Great Sum knew about North Prince slaying 200,000 from the barbarian tribe in North City would the royal court not dare to do anything to him. Such a great achievement, if the royal court did not reward him but thought instead of reducing his fee for accusing him of rebellion, it would surely lose the hearts of the people. At this moment, the common people of the capital city, hearing the war report from the Red Ribbon messenger, were stunned. Had they heard wrong? North Prince led the soldiers of North City to slay 200,000 of the barbarian army. Was it true? Wasn't North Prince a useless prince? An effete prince, his body hollowed out by indulgence in wine and women, could obtain such military exploits. This was so outrageous they dared not doubt its falsehood. Although the common people lacked political acumen, they were also aware that a war report so outrageously fake was actually unlikely to be false, because no one would dare transmit such a blatantly false report. Moreover, it was a message brought back to the capital city by the Red Ribbon messenger. For a time, all the common people in the capital city were in a frenzy. Of course, most commoners were questioning the authenticity of the news. After all, the news seemed too preposterous to believe. A universally recognized useless person, merely changing his location, had undergone such a dramatic transformation, it was obviously impossible. At the same time within the capital city, spies from other nations or dynasties also heard the news delivered by the Red Ribbon Messenger. Although they were highly skeptical, their reaction was not the same as that of the common people. Upon hearing the news from the Red Ribbon Messenger, spies from other countries immediately made use of various connections to inquire about the movements on the High Court. Those ministers would surely know if the event was true or not. Soon, spies from other countries found out that the war report delivered by the Red Ribbon Messenger was indeed true, which dumbfounded them. Having collected intelligence in the Great Shah dynasty for so many years, they had never considered North Prince seriously, dismissing him as just a useless prince not worth understanding. Such a worthless prince was never expected to become the crown prince of the Great Shah dynasty. The result. Once the war report was confirmed, it meant that all the intelligence they had collected about North Prince over the years was false. They had all been deceived by North Prince, who turned out to be the most promising and cunning prince of Great Shah. Although some found it hard to accept this reality, the spies from various countries quickly relayed the intelligence they had gathered about North Prince back to their respective capitals. At the same time, Imperial Palace, Royal Garden. After arriving at the pavilion where Satu-Ce was, the Sum Emperor asked, the state preceptor should already know everything, correct? Satu-Ce replied, yes, I'm aware. When Satu-Ce learned about what North Prince had been doing in North City, just like everyone else, he couldn't believe it. But after a shadow guard showed him the intelligence they had gathered, he gradually came to accept the news. At this moment, Satu-Ce said, congratulations to your majesty for having Prince Lu Chen, such a brave and skilled warrior. Hearing this, the Sum Emperor coldly said, State Preceptor, are you mocking me? Satu-Ce immediately replied, this subject would not dare. The Sum Emperor snorted and then said, Chen really hid his capabilities deep enough. 50,000 heavy cavalry. Even the court can't afford to maintain so many heavy cavalry. Yet somehow North City has suddenly produced 50,000 heavy cavalry, just like that. At this time, Satu-Ce said, Your Majesty, it looks like Vice Commander Bai's intelligence wasn't wrong. It is highly probable that Prince Lu Chen did not collaborate with Mysterious Moon Palace, because he simply doesn't need to rely on them. The Sum Emperor then said, Has the state preceptor not considered where Chen's heavy cavalry came from? You should be well aware of what North City is like. He has only been there for a short while, so how could he possibly create 50,000 heavy cavalry? Satu-Ce asked, could it be that your majesty suspects Prince Lu Chen of collusion with other dynasties, and that these heavy cavalry came from another dynasty? However, as far as I am aware, apart from Great Shah, North City only borders the Dayu dynasty. If such a large force of heavy cavalry had passed through Dayu, the Shadow Guard would certainly have some information. Hearing Satu-Ce's words, the Sum Emperor fell silent. What Satu-Ce said was right, heavy cavalry are of great interest to all major dynasties. Any dynasty using heavy cavalry would be known to the others, and it wouldn't go completely undetected. Furthermore, no dynasty would willingly give away 50,000 heavy cavalry to others, that's simply an impossibility. That leaves only one possibility left, that the 50,000 heavy cavalry truly were created by the North Prince. But no matter whether it's time or resources, North City couldn't possibly have manufactured 50,000 heavy cavalry. Could it be that this son of mine can summon soldiers out of thin air? At that moment, Satu-Ce said, Your Majesty, I think this could very well be a good thing for you. The Sum Emperor asked, Why does the state preceptor think so? Satu-Ce answered, You do not know the origin of these 50,000 heavy cavalry, nor do the court ministers, nor the aristocratic families. At these words from Satu-Ce, it dawned on the Sum Emperor. It meant he could pretend that the North Prince was someone he had supported since, after all, no one else knew how the North Prince had come by the heavy cavalry. The North Prince was appointed by him to North City, and it could be said that it was thanks to the Sum Emperor himself that the North Prince could achieve the military exploits he has today. Therefore, the Sum Emperor might have known what kind of person the true North Prince was, and also known that the North Prince had always been concealing his true abilities. Assigning the North Prince to North City was likely part of an important mission. Perhaps all of this was the Sum Emperor's grand scheme. Creating heavy cavalry requires a lot of resources, and it is not something that can be done in a day or two. North City didn't have those resources, and right now in the entire Great Shah, only one person could support the North Prince having 50,000 heavy cavalry. That would be none other than the current Sum Emperor. At this time, the Sum Emperor asked, "The state preceptor thinks I can use Chen's heavy cavalry to confound the aristocratic families." Satu-Ce said, "Yes, Your Majesty. Currently, only you could enable North City to have 50,000 heavy cavalry. No family or dynasty could have the capability to do so, and it was also you who personally sent the North Prince to North City." With hands clasped behind his back, the Sum Emperor stared at the lotus pond in front of him, deep in thought for a long time. The 50,000 heavy cavalry of North City could indeed be of some use, but after utilizing them, the question of how to deal with them afterwards would be another troublesome matter. After a long while, the Sum Emperor spoke, "State preceptor, I need you to make a trip to North City." Satu-Ce, expecting this, immediately replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." The Sum Emperor continued, "After you arrive in North City, tell Chen that I am considering making him the crown prince and hope he will not let me down." Satu-Ce said, "Your servant understands." The Sum Emperor then turned around and said, "Very well, state preceptor, prepare for your journey to North City." "Yes, Your Majesty." This old servant shall take his leave. The North Prince, leading the soldiers of North City, had crushed the barbarian tribe's 300,000 cavalry. This news quickly spread throughout the Great Sum from the capital city, and at the same time, people heard about the order of expansion that the Sum Emperor had rewarded the North Prince with, confirming the authenticity of the North Prince's military achievements. Overnight, the citizens of the Great Sum changed their view of the North Prince. In everyone's eyes, the North Prince's former reputation for being uneducated and indulging in pleasure-seeking was all an act. The thought of the North Prince having issued a notice seeking a concubine made countless families start to scheme, wanting to marry their daughters off to the North Prince. Meanwhile, the rise of the North Prince also put immense pressure on the Great Sum's major aristocratic families, just as Satu-Ce had speculated. Now, every aristocratic family considered the North Prince's 50,000 heavy cavalry to actually be the Sum Emperor's private army. Because only the Sum Emperor had the ability to create 50,000 heavy cavalry in North City. To the aristocratic families, the North Prince was very likely a significant piece positioned by the Sum Emperor in North City. After all, without being granted the fiefdom of North City by the Sum Emperor, the North Prince would not have been able to achieve such military exploits. The 50,000 heavy cavalry seemed like a sword hanging over the heads of the aristocratic families, unsettling all of them greatly. Within the core region of the Great Sum, the soldiers and the aristocratic families could essentially be bribed with money, and even though the Sum Emperor had reformed the military by revoking military power, some forces within the army still contained the influence of the major aristocratic families. But the soldiers from North City were different. The major aristocratic families didn't even know when the North Prince's 50,000 heavy cavalry came into existence, let alone bribing its soldiers, which is why they suspected that this army had been specially crafted by the Sum Emperor for the North Prince in North City. Because just beyond North City to the north lies the grasslands, a natural horse pasture perfectly suitable for horse breeding. Moreover, since the aristocratic families paid no attention to North City or the North Prince, the sudden emergence of a 50,000-strong heavy cavalry went completely unnoticed by them. And now, why would the Sum Emperor want the North Prince to reveal these 50,000 heavy cavalry? In the eyes of the aristocratic families, this was because the Sum Emperor was preparing to strike, so he first let these heavy cavalry sharpen their blades on the barbarian tribe's 300,000-strong army, and then intimidate the aristocratic families within Great Sum. Indeed, the effect of intimidation had been achieved. Since learning about the 50,000 heavy cavalry in North City, the voice of aristocratic families at the court had significantly diminished, and furthermore, they became much more compliant over the next long while. Several days later, North City. The convoy of the North Prince mansion slowly entered Yan County, and right now Lu Chen was waiting at the city gate. Not long after, the carriage bearing Mu Zixuan and the others entered the city gate. Seeing Lu Chen personally there to receive them, Mu Zixuan immediately had the coachman stop, then descended from the carriage and ran straight toward Lu Chen, throwing herself into his embrace. Prince, your concubine has finally seen you again. At this moment, Dazhou and Xiaozhou also came down from the carriage and ran over to Lu Chen, nestling in his embrace. Lu Chen, with a smile, comforted them, all right, so many eyes are upon us. Let's talk more after we return to the prince's mansion. On hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan and Dazhou, Xiaozhou's faces turned red instantly. Having not seen their man for so long, naturally, they were thinking of certain matters. As soon as Lu Chen said they would talk, they instantly understood what he meant. At this time, Chu Yukan was watching Lu Chen from a distance and did not come closer. After all, her sister was right there watching, and if she approached, no one knew what Chu Qingli would say about her. If it had been another time, she would have gone straight over. Being stared at so intently by Chu Qingli, Chu Yukan felt some pressure and a bit guilty. Seeing Chu Yukan just looking at him from atop her steed, Lu Chen was suddenly perplexed. What was going on? Why had Chu Yukan become so distant after being separated from him just once? Why wasn't she coming over to show him concern? If it had been before, Chu Yukan would have stripped him bare to inspect his body thoroughly before she would have been assured. Right then, Lu Chen caught sight of the cold and detached woman beside Chu Yukan. Seeing that woman, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. The woman's eyes were fixed on him, seemingly filled with animosity towards him. Lu Chen was somewhat bewildered. Who is this beautiful young woman? Why did she look as though she bore some deep grudge against him? What was she doing beside Chu Yukan? Lu Chen immediately used the system to identify her. Name: Chu Qingli. Status: adopted daughter of the Chu family, an assassin trained by the Chu family, 9th grade martial artist, 26 years old, Chu Yukan's non-blood related sister, who has an abnormal attachment to Chu Yukan, believing Chu Yukan belongs to her. She considers the North Prince to have stolen her sister, hence her antagonism toward the North Prince. Rating: 95. Favorability: 50. Affected by the ongoing influence of Dragon and Phoenix T. Seeing the system's introduction in front of him, Lu Chen was taken aback for a moment. He realized why Chu Yukan was behaving so out of character today, not approaching him. It was due to the consideration of her sister. But then again, Chu Qingli had also consumed Dragon and Phoenix tea, his queen was truly thoughtful. Thinking of this, Lu Chen affectionately tousled Mu Zixuan's hair. Afterward, Lu Chen said, let's head back to the prince's mansion first, we can discuss everything later. Hearing Lu Chen's words, all three ladies said no more. Following that, Lu Chen and Mu Zixuan and the others boarded the carriage together. Inside the carriage, Mu Zixuan asked with concern, Prince, are you injured? Lu Chen replied, my love, rest assured, I am all right. At this point, Lu Chen asked, by the way, did Miss Chen and her companions come to Yan County with you? Lu Chen was a bit worried that Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyan, knowing his true strength, would have run off. They were both women of extraordinary beauty with very high ratings, and naturally, he didn't want to miss out on them. Mu Zixuan replied, they came with us, they are sitting in the carriage behind. Upon hearing Mu Zixuan's answer, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that mysterious Moon Palace hadn't given up on him yet, and that was for the best. At this moment, Mu Zixuan suddenly thought of something. She stole a glance at Lu Chen with the corners of her eyes before cautiously saying, Prince, your concubine made a mistake in Anping City. Lu Chen asked in confusion, what mistake did you make? Mu Zixuan said, your concubine gave the Dragon and Phoenix tea to Madame Chu's sister to drink. Instead of getting angry, Lu Chen actually showed a slight smile. Then, with his arms around Mu Zixuan's delicate body, he said, my beloved concubine is so dedicated in selecting concubines for me, how could that be a mistake? Seeing Lu Chen say this, Mu Zixuan finally relaxed a bit. She had been worried that Lu Chen might not like Chu Qingli and that she had arbitrarily brought women back for him. Afterwards, Mu Zixuan nestled into Lu Chen's embrace, just quietly staying there. Before long, they returned to the prince's mansion. Once everyone had disembarked from the carriages, Lu Chen saw Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyan again. With a smile, Lu Chen said to Chen Wanrong. Miss Chen, Madam Lin, I thought you might find North City too dangerous and never come back to Yan County. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanyan said, Prince, we are aware of what happened in North City. With the prince here, how could North City be dangerous? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Yan County is now the safest place in Great Sum. Lu Chen said, Madam Lin, you exaggerate. The safest place could only be the capital city. At this moment, Lin Wanyan seemed to remember something and continued, by the way, Prince, our palace master intends to open a tavern in Yan County. I wonder if that would be acceptable. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen turned his head to look at Chen Wanrong, then said, Miss Chen wants to open a tavern in Yan County. If it is to make money, shouldn't you open a tavern in the capital city? Yan County isn't really a place to make money, is it? Chen Wanrong replied, with the prince here, I believe Yan County will soon become even more prosperous than the capital city. Chen Wanrong's voice was crisp and pleasant, like the girl next door, tickling Lu Chen's heart. Lu Chen, of course, understood what Lin Wanyan and Chen Wanrong meant. They weren't just planning to open a tavern in Yan County, they were probing him. The presence of a mysterious Moon Palace tavern in Yan County would signify the palace's power moving into Yan County. In other words, mysterious Moon Palace planned to support the North Prince and stand by his side. Lu Chen then said, since Miss Chen has so much faith in me, I cannot disappoint Miss Chen. Mysterious Moon Palace can open as many taverns as it wishes in Yan County. Hearing this, Lin Wanyan and Chen Wanrong were somewhat relieved. They had been slightly worried the North Prince might refuse, but since he had agreed, things would be easier. Now all they needed to do was wait for an opportunity to control the North Prince. At this moment, Lu Chen glanced at Chen Wanrong. Name: Chen Wanrong. Identity: scion of Chen family, princess of Chen nation, palace master of mysterious Moon Palace, 21 years old, master realm, came to North City mainly to get close to the North Prince, control him with a love worm, and use the prince's blood to concoct the subtle dragon spell against the Sum Emperor. To avenge Chen nation, due to some reasons, she has developed complex feelings towards the North Prince. Rating: 98. Favorability: 80. She greatly admires your spirit of self-sacrifice in repelling the invasion of the barbarian tribe. Seeing such a high favorability from Chen Wanrong took Lu Chen by surprise. Lu Chen then glanced at Lin Wanyan. Name: Lin Wanyan. Identity: adopted daughter of the Great Sum left minister Lin Gaoyuan, later left the Lin family to join the mysterious Moon Palace, half-step Grand Master, 31 years old, she followed Palace Master Chen Wanrong to North City, intending to use the blood of the North Prince to concoct the subtle dragon spell against the Sum Emperor. Influenced by various factors, she believes the North Prince to be a man of great character and has developed complex feelings for him. Rating: 95. Favorability: 90. This one at favorability 80, the other at 90. Lu Chen thought to himself that he was certainly going to be busy from now on. Just then, a melodious voice rang out from behind Lu Chen. Prince, your humble servant has finally seen you. Lu Chen turned his head and saw it was Wang Qingqi, that bitch. Wang Qingqi immediately came to Lu Chen's side and threw herself into his arms, saying, Prince, your humble servant has been thinking of you day and night in Anping City. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled slightly, then said, you're probably not thinking of me, but rather other things on my person, right? At these words, Wang Qingqi coquettishly rebutted, Prince, when did you become so naughty? Lu Chen said, all right, hurry inside. I'll have to talk to you all later. Wang Qingqi said, your humble servant will wait for you in the room. Having said that, Wang Qingqi sashayed her waist into the prince's mansion. At this very moment, Chu Qingli, watching from a distance as Lu Chen interacted with a group of women, said coldly, I thought the North Prince was different from what the outside world rumored. It seems I was mistaken, he is still that North Prince. Hearing Chu Qingli's words, Chu Yukan said, Qingli, what man doesn't like beauty? There's nothing wrong with Chenur liking pretty girls. If he didn't like beautiful girls, how would he carry on his family lineage? Come with me, let me introduce you to Chenur. With that, Chu Yukan walked towards Lu Chen, and Chu Qingli followed reluctantly. If it weren't for her need to stay in the prince's mansion to monitor Chu Yukon and prevent anything from happening between her and the prince, she would not have come forward to be introduced to the North Prince. Arriving in front of Lu Chen, Chu Yukon said, "Chenur, let me introduce someone to you." Hearing Chu Yukon's words, Lu Chen smiled slightly. He, of course, knew what kind of person Chu Yukon intended to introduce to him. Lu Chen's gaze then fell upon Chu Qingli, who was beside Chu Yukon. Chu Qingli had a cold demeanor, dressed in a light blue garment, holding a sword in her hand. Her beauty was striking, tall and slender, with a waist so slight it seemed it could be encircled by one's hands. She was like a fairy from the heavens. She was similar to Bai Qingqing, both being the type of woman who had a cold aloofness about them. However, her coldness differed from Bai Qingqing's. Bai Qingqing's was solitary, a coldness devoid of emotional warmth, while Chu Qingli's was more of an arrogant coldness, her exterior icy, but what lay within her heart was uncertain. Lu Chen looked at Chu Qingli and said, "Madam Chu, is this young lady beside you the one you wish to introduce to me?" Chu Yukon responded, "Yes, this is my sister, her name is Chu Qingli." Hearing this, Lu Chen chuckled and said, "Madam Chu's sister. Should I also address you as aunt, then?" Chu Yukon said, "There's no need for that, just call her Qingli." Although by seniority, it wouldn't be wrong for Lu Chen to address Chu Qingli as aunt. As a prince, he couldn't possibly call everyone by such a term. A prince has his own dignity to maintain. As for Chu Yukon herself, Lu Chen had been calling her aunt since he was young, for over a decade, and she had been calling him Chenur for just as long, so it was acceptable for the two of them to address each other in this manner, but it certainly wouldn't be appropriate for others to do the same. At that moment, Chu Qingli, somewhat reluctant, approached Lu Chen and performed a curtsy, saying, "This humble girl pays her respects to the prince." Lu Chen laughed and said, "Qingli, we are all family here, there's no need for such formality." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Qingli inwardly found it amusing, thinking to herself, who would consider this lecher part of their family. Chu Yukon then continued, "Chenur, I would like Qingli to take up the position of vice leader of the internal guards in the prince's mansion, what do you think?" After all, the prince's mansion was Lu Chen's domain, and a position like a commander would certainly require his approval. After hearing Chu Yukon's suggestion, Lu Chen replied without hesitation, "Good, no problem. Bai would be perfect as my personal guard, so Qingli can take over Bai's former position." Originally, Lu Chen had planned for Bai Qingqing to remain the deputy commander of the internal guards, but since Chu Qingli was coming in, he decided to let her take on that role. In Lu Chen's view, the more women he had in his inner court, the better, especially ones as beautiful as Qingli. At that moment, Chu Yukon gave Lu Chen a look, then glanced at Chu Qingli out of the corner of her eye, before finally asking with concern, "Chenur, I heard that you led the soldiers of North City in battle against an army of 300,000 from the barbarian tribe for an entire night. Did you sustain any injuries? Is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable?" Lu Chen sighed and said, "Ah, Madam Chu, I was fine until you asked, now my dantian is starting to hurt again. I'm not sure if it's because I've used too much of my skill that I've been feeling my inner strength has not been flowing smoothly these past few days. I feel listless, and I'm even having difficulty breathing." Hearing what Lu Chen said, Chu Yukon's face immediately showed a worried expression, and then she asked, "Don't you know how to use that cultivation technique to regulate your body? Bai's skills should be superior to mine. Didn't you ask her to help you with it?" The cultivation technique that Chu Yukon was referring to was, of course, the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill. However, since her sister Chu Qingli was present, she dared not say it out loud. After all, it was a dual cultivation technique, and mentioning it would expose her intimate contact with Lu Chen. Lu Chen then said, "Madam Chu, have you forgotten that Bai is an emotionless being? Operating that cultivation technique requires someone who resonates with my heart and mind. No matter how strong she is, it's useless if that isn't the case." Hearing this, Chu Yukon seemed to remember that Lu Chen had indeed told her from the beginning that only a woman who harbored thoughts of him could activate the effect of his special cultivation technique. Although Bai Qingqing was Lu Chen's woman, she lacked emotions, so even if she and Lu Chen were intimate, It was useless for operating his special cultivation technique, regardless of whether they had shared a bed. As Chu Yukon pondered this, a blush crept across her face. Did this mean that she was the only one who could tend to Chanur's needs, and no other woman could? At that thought, strange feelings arose within Chu Yukon's heart, a mix of satisfaction and embarrassment, a complex blend of emotions. Overhearing the conversation between Lu Chen and Chu Yukon, Chu Qingli slightly furrowed her brows and looked at them with a suspicious glance. She always felt that there was an illicit affair between Chu Yukon and Lu Chen. What kind of cultivation technique required two people to be emotionally connected? That didn't sound like any orthodox skill. Realizing her sister's suspicious gaze, Chu Yukon coughed and quickly said to Lu Chen, "Chanur, I'll take Qingli back to the prince's mansion now to arrange her living quarters. We can discuss the rest later." Lu Chen replied, okay. Chu Yukon then said to Chu Qingli, "Qingli, come with me. I'll show you to your room." Without further thought, Chu Qingli followed Chu Yukon into the prince's mansion. After all, she was now in the prince's mansion, and her sister's every move would be under her surveillance. If her sister had any special relationship with the North Prince, she would eventually find out. After everyone had entered the prince's mansion, Lu Chen also turned around and entered the mansion. Once back at the prince's mansion, Mu Zixuan immediately handed the child over to the wet nurse and went to bathe herself. It seemed that all the women of the prince's mansion had a tacit understanding, as the first thing they did upon returning was to bathe. By the time Lu Chen arrived at Mu Zixuan's room, she was tidying up her hair. Upon seeing Lu Chen enter, Mu Zixuan quickly got up, intending to salute him, but before she could steady herself, she was pulled into his embrace. Mu Zixuan's delicate body pressed tightly against Lu Chen's broad chest. Instantly, a man's scent wafted through her nostrils and entered her brain, throwing her into chaos and making her body tremble slightly. Blushing, Mu Zixuan said, "Prince, my hair is not yet done." Lu Chen smiled slightly, gently caressing Mu Zixuan's jade back, and then, embracing her, he walked towards the bed, saying as they moved, "It's all right, it's going to get messy later anyway." Lu Chen had long planned to practice the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill with his consorts. Several of his consorts were ordinary people, whose lifespans were around 100 years at most. Lu Chen did not really want to witness the day they grew old and died. As his realm continued to ascend, it was very likely that his consorts and children would all die before him. Therefore, Lu Chen had decided to start having his consorts cultivate as well. The Dragon Phoenix Yin-Yang spell could help those who had not practiced martial arts to possess inner strength and continuously improve their power. Once Mu Zixuan and the others obtained a certain level of inner strength, he would find suitable cultivation techniques for them to practice. As for how many years they could live, that was up to fate, but Lu Chen would try his best to allow them to live additional years. After reaching the bed with Mu Zixuan, Lu Chen first attended to the main affair with her and then, when it was nearly time, he used the Dragon Phoenix Yin-Yang skill. Although Mu Zixuan was an ordinary person, when she felt inner strength emerge within her, she realized that Lu Chen was transforming her body, and she cooperated with him even more. The host has cultivated feelings with Mu Zixuan once, Qi refinement mantra experience value has increased by 20, rejuvenating skill experience value has increased by 20, Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang skill experience value has increased by 30. Meanwhile, inside the prince's mansion, after arranging a residence for Chu Qingli, Chu Yukon took her on a patrol around the inner courtyard. Since Chu Qingli was to be the guard commander of the inner courtyard in the future, she needed to familiarize herself with the different areas of the inner courtyard of the prince's mansion. When Chu Yukon brought Chu Qingli to Mu Zixuan's yard, Chu Yukon said to Chu Qingli, "Qingli, this yard has 3 rooms, the one in the middle is the princess's, where Chanur also sleeps at night. In the room next door." Chu Yukon had not finished speaking when she faintly heard some odd noises coming from the room. As someone who often stayed in the prince's mansion, she knew exactly what those sounds meant. At that moment, Chu Yukon's face turned a shade of red. Chu Qingli naturally heard the sound as well. Being an assassin who often did the Chu family's dirty work, especially killing men, she understood what the sound was about, even though she was still a virgin. Chu Qingli snorted coldly and said, he truly is a lecherous man. The princess had just returned to Yan County, tired from the journey, yet that lecherous man assaulted her. It seemed the rumors outside were absolutely true. The only mistake was that the North Prince, despite being lascivious, did have some abilities, he was not a complete weakling. If he were a weakling, Yan County could not have been defended, nor could he have commanded an army of 50,000 heavy cavalry. But even if Lu Chen had strength, this could not change the fact that he was a lecherous man. Chu Qingli worried that if Chu Yukon stayed in the mansion, there might come a day when she too would be caught and brought to the North Prince's bed. As Chu Yukon's sister, she would never allow such a thing to happen. She was determined to find a way to rescue her sister from danger. Chu Yukon, now feeling awkward, said, "Let's go somewhere else." The sounds from Mu Zixuan's room grew louder, and lingering to eavesdrop seemed improper. Then Chu Yukon led Chu Qingli to another place. It was uncertain how much time had passed. Mu Zixuan got up to dress Lu Chen. She had no intention of keeping Lu Chen to herself for a whole day. After all, Lu Chen had other women to attend to. Moreover, if Lu Chen really were to stay with her all day, she doubted her body could withstand it. At this time, Mu Zixuan said, "Prince, I just felt a warm current flow through my body. Is this you infusing me with inner strength again?" Being the daughter of a general, Mu Zixuan understood something about inner strength even without having practiced. Lu Chen replied, "Yes, I have cultivated a special cultivation technique that allows us to practice it together while we do certain things." Turning his head to look at Mu Zixuan, he then caressed her beautiful cheek and said, "My love, you, and Xiao Xiao are all ordinary people. If you three do not cultivate, you may live only 100 years at most. I don't want to see you go before me." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan's heart trembled. She had never thought about this issue before. Now thinking about it, ordinary people live at most 100 years, while grandmasters and celestials of the heavenly human realm have lifespans of at least several hundred years. That is to say, when Lu Chen was still in the prime of his youth, the three of them would have already become gray and old. The thought that Lu Chen might lose interest in them once they grew old filled Mu Zixuan's heart with immense anxiety. She had always been intoxicated by Lu Chen's tender affections, believing that she had married a good prince and that life could go on like this forever. Now, she realized that although Lu Chen was so good to her at the moment, there might come a day when he would disdain them for growing old. Even if Lu Chen did not disdain them, the sight of their gray hair and aged appearance against Lu Chen's youthful vigor was distressing, and they would be unable to continue attending to him, which would undoubtedly give rise to all sorts of thoughts in their hearts. Coming back to her senses, Mu Zixuan said, "Prince, I understand what you mean. I shall start practicing martial arts from tomorrow on." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen chuckled and then stroked Mu Zixuan's hair, saying, "My beloved doesn't need to deliberately practice martial arts, I will teach you immortal law, and you can cultivate with me." Mu Zixuan was startled for a moment, before saying, "Prince, immortal law is not to be imparted lightly. If the immortals find out that you have taught it to us, it could very well sever your chance for immortality." In the eyes of the world, the chance for immortality was sacred, and imparting the immortals' knowledge to someone without their consent was a desecration that could provoke the immortals' punishment. Mu Zixuan was very worried that Lu Chen might be punished by the immortals as well. Lu Chen replied, "Beloved, don't worry, the immortal fate I've received is different from the ordinary ones. Even if I teach you the immortal law, the immortals will not reprimand me. On the contrary, they would appreciate my efforts in passing down the immortal law." With Lu Chen having said this, Mu Zixuan felt relieved. "I understand, I will definitely learn the immortal law that you pass down to me with great effort." With that, Mu Zixuan tied Lu Chen's belt. After she finished dressing him, Mu Zixuan continued, "Prince, you should go to Xiao Xiao and the others now, they must be waiting for you in their room." Lu Chen smiled faintly, then embraced Mu Zixuan and kissed her before saying, "I will come to accompany you tonight." Mu Zixuan's cheeks flushed as she softly uttered a, hem. Immediately after, Lu Chen turned and left Mu Zixuan's room. At this very moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao was in Zhou Yuyu's room, with Zhou Yuyu sitting in front of a copper mirror, and Zhou Xiaoxiao behind her, helping to put up her hair. Zhou Yuyu then asked, "Sister, do you think the prince will come to our place during the day?" Zhou Xiaoxiao replied, he probably will. Zhou Yuyu said, he should be off to accompany Sister Mu. As Zhou Xiaoxiao arranged Yuyu's hair, she said, Yuyu, you know quite well how formidable the prince is, how could Sister Mu possibly keep the prince by her side the whole time? Hearing Zhou Xiaoxiao's words, Zhou Yuyu's delicate body couldn't help but tremble involuntarily. She remembered the time when Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao were pregnant, during which the prince came to dote on her daily, making her feel as if her body wasn't her own anymore. While the two sisters were talking, the door to the room was pushed open. Seeing Lu Chen enter, the two sisters quickly stood up straight and said, we've seen the prince. Lu Chen, wearing a smile, asked, ladies, why do I hear that someone was discussing me just now? Could you be talking behind my back? Zhou Xiaoxiao hurriedly said, Prince, I wouldn't dare. Lu Chen closed the door behind him and then approached Zhou Xiaoxiao, saying, what won't you dare? You've talked behind my back not once or twice before, it seems that a good punishment is in order indeed. Hearing Lu Chen's words, both sisters' faces instantly turned red. Lu Chen wasn't truly accusing them of anything, he simply sought an excuse to punish them. Zhou Xiaoxiao then said, I am willing to accept the prince's punishment, as long as the prince is willing to forgive me. Lu Chen's gaze fell on the cute and petite Zhou Yuyu, who blushed and said, I know I was wrong, I shouldn't have talked about the prince behind his back. I am also willing to accept the prince's punishment. Lu Chen immediately embraced both women, then my punishment begins now. The two women subsequently fell silent, accepting Lu Chen's punishment. Chu Yukan, accompanied by Chu Qingli, patrolled the inner yard before they headed to the north courtyard. As they walked, she said, Qingli, Chenur is, after all, the prince, so when you see him in the future, try not to keep such a stern face. Chu Yukan was still somewhat worried that Chu Qingli's strong hostility towards Lu Chen could cause greater conflict between Chu Qingli and Lu Chen. One was her own sister, the other her own Chenur. Chu Yukan did not want any conflict between them. Chu Qingli replied expressionlessly, Sister, I'm an assassin, this is how I've always been, as you know. Hearing Chu Qingli's response, Chu Yukan sighed and said, Qingli, now that you've left the Chu family, your identity has changed, and you need to adapt quickly to your new role. You are no longer an assassin and cannot continue to see yourself as one. If you keep a stern face and keep everyone at arm's length, what man would marry you? How will you ever marry off in the future? Chu Qingli answered indifferently, I have no plans to marry. Having sister is enough for me. This. Chu Yukan didn't know how to persuade Chu Qingli. Chu Qingli had always been stubborn, and once she set her mind to something, she rarely changed it. It was hard to sway her. As they talked, they entered the north courtyard, and at that moment, Chu Yukan said to Chu Qingli, this is the north courtyard, Zhou. Good brother. Ah, darling, spare me. Chu Yukan hadn't finished speaking when she heard voices coming from a room. Chu Yukan stopped mid-sentence. A look of disgust immediately appeared on Chu Qingli's face. This was the inner courtyard, those who would do such things here didn't need much consideration. This guy had just been with Mu Zixuan and now he had come over here. Does he think of nothing but women all day and night? What kind of beast is he? Chu Yukan coughed and said, Qingli, let's go look somewhere else first. As she finished speaking, Chu Yukan turned and left the north courtyard. After leaving the north courtyard, Chu Qingli asked, Sister, the North Prince is a martial artist, right? Chu Qingli had sensed the aura of a martial artist from Lu Chen at first glance. Even though Lu Chen didn't seem like an ordinary martial artist, Chu Qingli, as an assassin, had encountered all kinds of martial artists, and could easily tell if someone was one. Chu Yukan replied, yes, Chenur is indeed a martial artist. Chu Qingli continued, aren't martial artists supposed to abstain from carnal pleasures? With so many women in his mansion, can he still practice martial arts? For most martial artists, indulgence in sensual pleasures could sap their energy considerably, and except for those who followed the demonic path, most would exercise restraint and not frequently indulge in such pleasures. In this world, some women would rather their husbands be low-level warriors than high-quality warriors, for this very reason. The higher the quality of the warrior, the stricter they are in abstaining from carnal pleasures. There are many who refrain from touching women for not just a year, but a decade, and marrying such warriors is akin to living a life of celibacy. Chu Qingli could feel the strong flow of skill in Lu Chen. His strength was at least above the 8th rank, making him a high-quality warrior. For a high-quality warrior like him to have so many women in his mansion, and for him to appear so unrestrained, Chu Qingli found it puzzling. How could he be so lustful and still manage to become a warrior of above the 8th rank at the age of 16 or 17? Blushing at Chu Qingli's question, Chu Yukon responded, "The martial arts that Chen'er practices are a bit special, they don't require abstention from carnal pleasures." Recalling the immortal law that Lu Chen cultivated, which not only allowed for indulgence but might be boosted by interactions with women, Chu Yukon felt her face grow hot. Of course, she definitely could not tell Chu Qingli that, lest she think Lu Chen was practicing some evil martial arts. Upon hearing Chu Yukon's words, Chu Qingli appeared doubtful. What kind of martial arts didn't require one to abstain from carnal pleasures? Could it be true? She had never heard of such martial arts before. It couldn't be the yin-yang balancing arts, could it? Without asking any further, Chu Qingli decided to closely observe the situation in the prince's mansion, especially the condition of Lu Chen's women. If it indeed was that type of nefarious cultivation technique, she would instantly recognize the signs in Lu Chen's women. Yin-yang balancing techniques were extremely harmful to a woman's health, and since several of Lu Chen's consorts were ordinary people, they wouldn't withstand such methods and would soon fall ill. As long as Mu Zixuan and the others were being harmed in such a way, Chu Qingli would notice signs the next day. Chu Qingli thought that, if she confirmed the North Prince was using such techniques, she would have to whisk her sister away promptly. She did not want her sister to be harmed by the North Prince. Host has cultivated feelings with Zhou Xiaoxiao once. Qi refinement mantra experience value increased by 20. Rejuvenating skill experience value increased by 20. Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang skill experience value increased by 30. Host has cultivated feelings with Zhou Yuyu once. Qi refinement mantra experience value increased by 20. Rejuvenating skill experience value increased by 20. Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang skill experience value increased by 30. Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang skill breaks through to the second layer. Lu Chen, with Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao in his arms, looked up at the system interface before him and thought that to gain more experience points, it seemed he'd have to find that bitch. Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao were, after all, ordinary people, and considering they were so, Lu Chen didn't dare to be too rough with them. But that bitch was different. As someone nearly a half-step grandmaster, Lu Chen could do as he pleased. Lu Chen swiped through the system interface and glanced over the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang skill. After breaking through to the second layer of the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang skill, he was able to infuse more inner strength into his wives and concubines, allowing their realms to be upgraded faster and also accelerate his own cultivation speed. Combined with the Qi refinement mantra, the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang skill should add even more experience points. Thinking of this, Lu Chen decided to give it a try. He glanced at Dazhou and Xiaozhou, and seeing that they were already very tired, Lu Chen didn't plan on troubling them further. Afterward, he slowly got up, preparing to find a certain bitch. Seeing Lu Chen getting up, the two sisters hurriedly helped him get dressed. Meanwhile, in a courtyard brimming with plum blossoms. The courtyard was very quiet, and there were no maids inside. Inside the room, a silhouette tepidly stepped into the bath with her jade-like feet. After soaking in the tub for a while, the graceful figure came out and then, swaying her hips, went back to her beauty couch. Admiring her long jade-like legs, the beauty sighed and said to herself, "The young prince probably won't come today." Lu Chen has 3 wives and concubines, and all are properly married to him. Wang Qingqi thought that as a mere female slave, and with the princess only just back at the prince's mansion, Lu Chen would naturally want to accompany the princess. But just then, a familiar voice sounded at the door, who says this prince wouldn't come today. As the voice fell, Lu Chen pushed the door open and saw Wang Qingqi half reclined on the beauty couch in light gauze. He chuckled and said, "As this prince's female slave, you dare call me the young prince? Qingqi, you have grown quite bold." Seeing that Lu Chen had come, not only did Wang Qingqi not get up, she instead covered her mouth with her delicate fingers and said with a giggling smile, whether the prince is the young prince or not, doesn't this lowly one know? Lu Chen then closed the door and went directly to the front of the bitch, wrapping his arm around her soft waist and flipping her body. The young prince, huh? This prince thinks you have been away from this prince for too long and need a lesson. You should be properly disciplined, so you know what a female slave should say and what she shouldn't. At that moment, Wang Qingqi twisted her head, her brows brimming with flirtation. As she was about to provoke further, she was promptly silenced with a kiss. Chu Qingli had followed Chu Yukin around the entire inner courtyard and planned to return to the room that Chu Yukin had arranged for her. At that moment, as she passed by a courtyard blossoming with plum flowers and noticed such a unique scenery, Chu Qingli subconsciously stopped and lingered for a moment. However, at that time, she heard some faint sounds. Not having entered the courtyard, she couldn't make out exactly what the sounds were. Out of curiosity, Chu Qingli then stepped into the courtyard and listened carefully. Good brother, this lowly one is wrong. You're not the young prince, you are the great prince. This lowly one is going to die. Chu Qingli's expression suddenly darkened. She had initially thought it was some sort of sound, only to realize it was some animal indulging in wicked deeds again after all. This guy really doesn't do proper work, spending all day in the arms of women, right? Chu Qingli looked disdainfully at the room the sounds were coming from and then turned to leave. Not long after Chu Qingli had left, she encountered Mu Zixuan coming out of the courtyard. Chu Qingli immediately said, I've seen the princess. Mu Zixuan gave a slight smile and then asked, Qingli, did Madame Chu arrange a place for you to stay? Chu Qingli replied, thank you for your concern, princess. Everything is arranged. Chu Qingli then said, Princess, I will go on patrol now. Alright. Then Chu Qingli continued on her way to her room, passing by Mu Zixuan. As she walked, Chu Qingli wondered, why did Mu Zixuan not only appear unaffected by yin-yang balance but seemed to have become even more beautiful. Her skin seemed to glow and had become more delicate, as if she had grown younger. Was it her illusion? Logically, someone who has been through yin-yang balance should look exhausted and especially haggard, definitely not like Mu Zixuan. Could it be that the North Prince did not use some yin-yang balance technique? If there were no yin-yang balance, a martial artist like the North Prince who's always in the arms of women would probably have his strength drained in a matter of days, let alone practicing martial arts. Strange, how did he do it? In the small courtyard blooming with plum blossoms, the sound gradually ceased. In the room, a graceful figure lay on the couch, her delicate body twitching slightly. Lu Chen looked at the system prompt in front of him, feeling the power that surged within his body, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. Indeed, to enhance my strength, I need to find this bitch who likes to provoke me. Host and Wang Qingqi cultivated their relationship once. Qi refinement mantra experience increased by 100, rejuvenating skill experience increased by 100, dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill experience increased by 100, achieved an emotional crit, all cultivation techniques, experience increased by an additional 200. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the third layer of Qi refinement mantra, realm elevated to master realm. A Grand Master is different from another, the Master Realm is precisely the existence second only to a Grand Master. Lu Chen now possessed skill that was infinitely close to a Grand Master. At this moment, Lu Chen felt he had inexhaustible strength, and his sensory abilities seemed to have strengthened greatly, most notably his vision and hearing. He glanced toward the window and actually saw the things outside through the gap, and he could even hear the maids and servants outside discussing what to have for dinner. Not only was his sensory ability enhanced, but Lu Chen also felt that a certain gas was being released from his skin. Lu Chen looked down at his palm, where a faint gas began to gather. Lu Chen couldn't help but think, is this the so-called solid protective Gangqi of the Grand Masters? Afterward, Lu Chen tried to mobilize the spiritual energy in his body, letting it form a protective Gangqi around him. Soon after, white smoke began to emit from Lu Chen's body, countless streams of smoke converging to form a thin barrier around him. At this moment, Wang Qingqi, who was still groggy on the beauty couch, snapped to alertness at the sight. Although she was not a grandmaster, she recognized at a glance that what Lu Chen was releasing was the gang chi of a grandmaster, and Lu Chen's protective gang chi seemed different from that of ordinary grandmasters. The aura emanating from Lu Chen's body was even more commanding than that of a typical grandmaster, leaving Wang Qingqi's mind momentarily stunned. The young prince is actually a grandmaster. A 16 or 17-year-old grandmaster. Although she had known Lu Chen was strong, she didn't know his exact realm. She had guessed that Lu Chen might be a grandmaster, but had never had it confirmed. Now, seeing the protective gang chi Lu Chen emitted, it was almost certain that he was a grandmaster, and his skill was probably close to that of a grandmaster. Could it be that the rumors amongst the maids and servants in the prince's mansion are all true? The young prince is really an immortal disciple, possessed of an immortal fate. As Wang Qingqi was lost in thought, Lu Chen retracted the protective gang chi from his body. He took a deep breath, then turned his head to look at Wang Qingqi, who was staring at him from the couch. At that moment, Lu Chen was still shirtless. He smiled and said, "Has the bitch recovered?" Wang Qingqi came back to her senses, with a look of resentment, and said, "No wonder the prince was so fierce, it turns out the prince is a grandmaster. If this servant had known, I would have surrendered earlier." Lu Chen chuckled and said, "Daring to provoke me, even if I were not a grandmaster, I would still have you know the consequences of provoking me." Wang Qingqi then said, "Prince, didn't you say you'd arrange something for this servant once we return to Yan County? I'd like to know what the prince plans for me." Lu Chen slapped her buttocks lightly and asked, "What kind of work do you want to do?" Wang Qingqi moaned softly, "This servant was only an assassin in the past, only knowing how to kill, not how to do anything else." Lu Chen said, "How about this? I plan to establish an intelligence organization named Rain Listening Pavilion, and you will serve as its tower master." Upon hearing this, Wang Qingqi asked doubtfully, "An intelligence organization? Doesn't the prince already have an organization called the Brocade Guard?" Although Wang Qingqi didn't know much about the Brocade Guard, since she often came and went in the prince's mansion, she was already aware of a very powerful intelligence organization there. This organization could even predict the movements of the barbarian tribes in advance, which spoke volumes of their strength. Since there was already such a powerful intelligence organization, why establish another? Wang Qingqi was somewhat puzzled. Lu Chen said, "Indeed, I already have an intelligence organization, but this one will soon become official. Before long, everyone will know I control the Brocade Guard, and I need a private intelligence organization." As time passed, the Brocade Guard was bound to be revealed to the public, maybe without people knowing where their agents were, but still recognizing the organization itself. Of course, Lu Chen didn't plan to create another intelligence organization just because the Brocade Guard would be exposed, he had deeper considerations. Lu Chen continued, "In the future, Rain Listening Pavilion will operate as traders in various countries while gathering intelligence." Understanding Lu Chen's intent, Wang Qingqi then said, "All right, then I will serve as the first tower master of Rain Listening Pavilion." At that time, Lu Chen turned his head and glanced at the enchanting figure of Wang Qingqi, then smilingly said, "Mr. Wang, I have prepared such a grand gift for you, don't you think you ought to thank me?" Backquote, backquote, backquote. Wang Qingqi's eyes were brimming with emotion as she softly said, "Prince, didn't I already thank you just now?" Lu Chen leaned down, looking at her from above, and smiled, "That is still not enough." Lu Chen was now at the master realm, and because he had just made a breakthrough, there was an excess of energy in his body that needed release. Seeing the naked desire in Lu Chen's eyes, Wang Qingqi quickly lifted her delicate hand to stop his broad chest, her expression becoming slightly panicked. "Prince, I have reached my limit, please go to your other wives and concubines." Wang Qingqi was really afraid of Lu Chen. Although it seemed that Lu Chen knew of a very special treatment method that could instantly heal her minor injuries, she did not want to experience the feeling of her body not belonging to her too often. She feared that soon her mind would be occupied solely by certain matters, completely succumbing to being a woman who knew only the pursuit of pleasure. Lu Chen did not heed Wang Qingqi's words. He took away her jade-like hand, placed it above her head, and while leaning down whispered in her ear, "This prince is very vengeful. You called me the young prince earlier, and that little punishment from before is definitely not enough. As my female slave, it is necessary for you to understand that the master cannot be insulted. Wang Qingqi's face flushed with embarrassment as she looked into Lu Chen's eyes, about to say something, Prince. That night, Lu Chen returned to Mu Zixuan's room and spent the night in her embrace. He spent the whole day today accompanying his wives and concubines. The next morning, Lu Chen got up early, and just after Mu Zixuan had helped him dress, a maid approached him. Prince, someone is looking for you. Hearing this, Lu Chen immediately said, let him wait for me in the study. Yes, Prince. The maid then withdrew. After the maid had left, Mu Zixuan said gently, Prince, your concubine has already had breakfast prepared, and it will be brought in shortly. Why don't you eat before you go? Lu Chen lifted his hand and gently stroked Mu Zixuan's cheek before embracing her with a kiss. A blush immediately appeared on Mu Zixuan's face. She didn't understand why Lu Chen always liked to kiss her even when they were not engaging in that kind of activity. In Mu Zixuan's opinion, kissing was only something men and women did during conjugal relations, but Lu Chen was different. He seemed to think of it as an ordinary act. However, Mu Zixuan didn't mind this at all, because it was Lu Chen's way of expressing love. Kissing her showed his affection for her. My beloved, I will skip breakfast. I need to go see what the brocade guard wants, it must be important. Wang Qingqi said, I understand, then should I have the servants send breakfast to the prince's study later? Lu Chen said, yes, that's fine. After the words fell, Lu Chen released Mu Zixuan and turned to leave the room. As soon as Lu Chen entered the study in the outer courtyard, he found not only Qin Yushan but also Mu Chengtian there. Seeing Lu Chen enter, both of them immediately bowed and said, greetings to the prince. Lu Chen nodded and asked, what's the matter? Qin Yushan answered, Prince, the barbarian tribe's general Xiao Pengtian has awakened. Hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes slightly narrowed. Xiao Pengtian still had great use to Lu Chen, so he had no intention of killing him. At this point, Mu Chengtian spoke, Prince, from what I understand, this Xiao Pengtian has a very high status in the Sky Wolf King's tribal court. His strength and status are second only to the Sky Wolf King. If those barbarian captives find out he is alive, they might cause trouble. I think it's better to just kill him. Mu Chengtian's thinking was sound. Xiao Pengtian was Xiao Hongbo's greatest general, and although there had always been tension between Xiao Hongbo and Xiao Pengtian, outwardly they seemed to get along harmoniously. In the ranks of the barbarian tribe soldiers, Xiao Pengtian held considerable prestige. If he were to escape, returning to the barbarian tribe's royal court, it was very likely he'd become the next Sky Wolf King. Moreover, this could inspire other ideas among the captive barbarian tribe members. If the captives were to unite, there would probably be numerous uprisings and attempts to flee North City. The best solution would be to kill Xiao Pengtian outright, eliminating the backbone of the Sky Wolf King's tribe and preventing them from rallying together again. However, Lu Chen didn't immediately follow Mu Chengtian's advice. Instead, he turned to Qin Yushan and asked, Commander Qin, do you think it's better to kill him, or to keep him alive? Qin Yushan answered, Prince, from what I understand, the highest status in the barbarian tribe's royal court doesn't belong to the Sky Wolf King, nor to Xiao Pengtian, but to the Sky Wolf King's queen. If we cannot capture the Sky Wolf King's queen, killing Xiao Pengtian won't keep the Sky Wolf King's tribe from quickly recovering. My thinking differs from General Mu's. I believe keeping Xiao Pengtian alive could further divide the Sky Wolf King's tribe. It would be best if we recognized Xiao Pengtian as the next Sky Wolf King. After hearing Qin Yushan's words, Lu Chen fell into contemplation. Both had valid points, simply considering the matter from different perspectives. If they kept Xiao Pengtian and declared him the Sky Wolf King, the barbarian tribe of the Sky Wolf King's clan would surely not acknowledge him. They would consider Xiao Pengtian a traitor who had betrayed the Sky Wolf King's tribe, causing a rift among the barbarian tribe between those who supported Xiao Pengtian and those who supported the queen. There was indeed the potential for further division within the Sky Wolf King's tribe. However, whether or not the Sky Wolf King's tribe was divided wasn't of great importance to Lu Chen. He desired more than just the Sky Wolf King's tribe. At that moment, Lu Chen's gaze fell on the map in his study. Then he said, General Mu, are you aware that among the gifts the court bestowed upon me there is the Order of Expansion? Upon hearing this, Mu Chengtian froze, not because Lu Chen failed to call him father-in-law, which wasn't an issue since they were discussing official business, but because of the Order of Expansion. Although the imperial edict had been dispatched to North City, Mu Chengtian was unaware of the court's gifts to Lu Chen. Lu Chen knew in advance thanks to the brocade guard's carrier pigeons. Any movement in the capital, Lu Chen would learn of within a few days, which is why he was well aware of the Order of Expansion among the items bestowed upon him by the capital. Regaining his composure, it seemed to Mu Chengtian that Lu Chen had a plan in mind. He immediately asked, Prince, are you intending to annex the entirety of the North Land into North City? Although Mu Chengtian was surprised that the court would grant the Order of Expansion to Lu Chen, what astonished him even more was Lu Chen's intent. The expanse of the North Land was unfathomable. If Lu Chen was eyeing the whole region, Mu Chengtian couldn't imagine how many soldiers were needed to defend all its territories. Lu Chen offered a muted smile, then stepped over to his desk and spread out a map drawn by the brocade guard. Looking at the map, he continued, the North Land is larger than the entirety of Great Sum, and North City simply cannot contain it. What I intend to do is designate the North Land as my fief, then set up additional jurisdictions within it. Upon hearing this, both Mu Chengtian and Qin Yushan were taken aback once more. The North Land had always been the domain of nomadic tribes, and occupying the entire area would require driving them out completely or defeating them all. But the North Land was simply too vast. Setting aside the challenge of locating these tribes, even if they were found, the tribes could flee. How could you possibly defend against that? Was there a plan to build a great wall across the North Land? Considering how large the territory was, constructing such a wall was unimaginable in terms of manpower and resources. Even with 10,000 slave soldiers from the barbarian tribe at the North Prince's command, building a wall to encircle the whole North Land during their lifetime was unfathomable. After a good while, Mu Chengtian and Qin Yushan in the study finally came to their senses, both shocked by Lu Chen's ambition. However, Qin Yushan quickly calmed down. After all, in his eyes, Lu Chen was the son of destiny, who would one day unify the entire continent. But Mu Chengtian was different. Although he had also thought Lu Chen's ambition was to unify the world, his definition of the world did not include the North Land. The expanse of the North Land was so vast that even the barbarian tribe did not know its full extent, yet Lu Chen actually wanted to include the North Land into his domain. If Lu Chen truly did that, then the territory he owned would be larger than all the lands of the Great Shah, minus North City, combined. If a seigneur owned more territory than an emperor, could he still be called a seigneur? Of course, that wasn't the key point. The key was whether he could actually possess the North Land. If one merely drew a circle on the map and claimed the North Land belonged to the North Prince, that certainly wouldn't suffice. Barbarian tribes wouldn't recognize your map. At that moment, Mu Chengtian tentatively asked, Prince, if you plan to include the North Land in your fief, how will you defend against the invasions of the barbarian tribes? Do you intend to build a great wall in the North Land? Lu Chen countered, barbarian tribes. What barbarian tribes? Hearing Lu Chen's retort, Mu Chengtian suddenly felt his mind go blank. There were several barbarian tribe clans in the North Land, which the North Prince was surely aware of, and the Sky Wolf King's royal court was also there. How could the North Prince ask him what barbarian tribes? Lu Chen continued, what barbarian tribes are there? They are all my subjects. Lu Chen glanced at the map of the North Land and continued, any great wall, no matter how splendid or sturdy, cannot hold back an internal enemy. The great wall I want to construct is not an external one, but one in the heart, a great wall built in the enemy's heart. One day, I will make the enemy unconsciously retreat the moment they think of stepping into my domain, not daring to take a single step forward. Hearing Lu Chen's words, both Mu Chengtian and Qin Yushan were taken aback. Lu Chen had a strong desire for the land of the North Land. Not to mention that the North Land could serve as pastures to raise horses, cattle, and sheep for their North City. The vast land surely harbored abundant resources. such as coal, oil, various metal ores. Although these things might not yet have a use or have been discovered, the larger the territory, the more likely it is to hold numerous resources, and he would eventually need these resources. The key was that the Northland was only inhabited by barbarian tribes, and even they were not the masters of the Northland. The Northland could quite honestly be considered ownerless land. Even the Dayu dynasty hadn't claimed the Northland as their territory. Lu Chen thought about how the system once hinted that as the number of children born to him increased, the rewards he would receive in the future would become more abundant. Although many resources couldn't be explored or mined now, as the rewards provided by the system grew, there would come a day when he would have the means to extract those resources. In short, the larger the territory, the potentially greater the resources, it was paramount to secure the land first. As for how to handle the barbarian tribes of the Northland, Lu Chen had a simple idea. Population is also a kind of resource. It had been quite some time before Mu Chengtian recovered from what Lu Chen had just said. He immediately bowed and said, "Prince, your ambition is great, and I wish to become the sword in the prince's hand. Wherever the sword points, the army advances, and I am willing to build a great wall that the enemies will never be able to surpass for the prince." Lu Chen coughed slightly, then said, "I have already felt General Emu's loyalty. Let's talk about serious matters now." Lu Chen then said to Qin Yushan, "Commander Qin, continue leading the Brocade Guard to collect intelligence on the Sky Wolf King's royal court. You must always have their movements well in hand." Qin Yushan replied, "Yes, Prince." Having said this, Lu Chen thought for a moment and then said, "Let's go see Xiao Pengtian first. I have some words I want to say to him." Hearing this, Mu Chengtian and Qin Yushan promptly led the way for Lu Chen, and soon the three of them arrived at the prison in Yan County, where criminals were held. Xiao Pengtian sat on the ground, disheveled and listless. He had been medicinally stripped of his skill by the Brocade Guard and was now no different from an ordinary person. The prison room where Xiao Pengtian was held was fairly clean, with a bed and blankets, not at all like the filthy and chaotic other cells. Hearing the door open, Xiao Pengtian sensed someone was coming and looked up to see who was outside the cell. Seeing the visitor was a young man dressed in a brocade python dragon robe, with a white jade belt, Xiao Pengtian instantly guessed the man's identity. Xiao Pengtian scoffed and said, "They say the North Prince is just a greenhorn, lustful and incompetent, a craven at heart. I never expected that in the end, it would be this greenhorn who led a mere tens of thousands of North City soldiers to annihilate our Sky Wolf clan's army of 300,000. Lu Chen said, "Before me, you call me a greenhorn, aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" Xiao Pengtian said with an air of indifference, "What difference is there between me now and if I were dead?" Xiao Pengtian thought his skill was gone, that he was now a cripple, and with the Sky Wolf clan's army of 300,000 wiped out by the North Prince, he had no face to return to the Sky Wolf clan. Xiao Pengtian continued to ask, "I wonder what brings the North Prince to such a filthy place to see me, is there something you want to extract from my lips?" Lu Chen offered a faint smile and then said, "This prince may know more about your Sky Wolf King tribe than you do. Do you think there is anything I need to learn from your mouth?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xiao Pengtian's mind was instantly filled with the image of one person. At first, he didn't take it seriously, thinking that Wu Yuan was merely hiding money in secret, but now he had basically understood what was going on. The erroneous information they had collected about the North Prince mostly came from the trade convoys of Wu Yuan and his associates, leading them to severely misjudge the situation in North City. If they had known about the roughly 50,000 heavy cavalry in North City, they would never have dared to charge headlong into Yan County like this. Even without those mysterious weapons that could explode, the 50,000 heavy cavalry alone would be enough to meet their 300,000 strong barbarian army head-on. Under such circumstances, even if they were to conquer North City, the Sky Wolf King tribe would suffer heavy losses. They might covet the land of North City, but they would never make such a huge sacrifice just for a piece of territory. With a sneer, Xiao Pengtian said, "Is the North Prince here specifically to witness my plight, to take pleasure in it?" Lu Chen said, "This prince does not have such a hobby. I am here to propose a deal to you." Xiao Pengtian frowned. "A deal? What kind of deal?" Lu Chen asked directly, "Would you like to become the Sky Wolf King?" Hearing Lu Chen's question, Xiao Pengtian seemed to understand something and then sneered coldly. Does the North Prince think I would betray the Sky Wolf King tribe just to cling to life? Ridiculous. As a warrior of the barbarian tribe, one can only die standing, never living on one's knees. Lu Chen was not at all surprised by Xiao Pengtian's response and said indifferently, indeed, death is the easier path, but have you considered, if you were to die, what would become of the 100,000 barbarian captives, your wives and children in the Sky Wolf King tribe? Without those 100,000 barbarian men, the Sky Wolf King tribe would be left with nothing but the elderly, weak, and sick, wouldn't it? 10 years from now, it's hard to say if the Sky Wolf King tribe will even still exist. At these words, Xiao Pengtian's mind shuddered. Instantly, familiar faces flooded his thoughts. If he and the 100,000 barbarian captives were to die, there would truly be no men left in the Sky Wolf King tribe. While it might appear they had assembled a 300,000 strong barbarian army, in reality, excluding the small contingent from the North Free King, the Sky Wolf King tribe had called up almost all the battle-ready barbarian men to muster that army. This southern invasion constituted a gamble for them. In the eyes of the Sky Wolf King tribe, if they took North City, according to the Queen Consort's vision, they would no longer need to roam for pastures and would have endless supplies of food, never again fearing hunger or cold. So, almost everyone was particularly enthusiastic about moving south. They originally thought with the aristocratic families of Great Sum and Prince Lu Shuyun restraining the royal court, taking North City would be a piece of cake, but the outcome turned out to be the dire situation they faced now. Additionally, without the men, the winter would be even harder for the Sky Wolf King tribe. Northland is vast, and the Sky Wolf King tribe is not the only one there. Without the men, when winter comes, the other tribes will surely plunder the Sky Wolf King tribe. Especially the North Free tribe. Since the North Free King was getting on in years, he did not join them in the southward campaign, and he was still alive. The North Free King had long coveted the beauty of Xiao Wenyao, and if he learned that the Sky Wolf King's 300,000 strong army was gone, he would likely lead the soldiers of the North Free tribe straight to the royal court of the Sky Wolf King. By then, let alone Xiao Wenyao, even the Queen Consort might be captured by the North Free King. If the Sky Wolf King tribe were to lose even their Queen Consort, then the tribe would truly be finished. With that thought, Xiao Pengtian's expression kept changing, and Lu Chen could tell he was struggling internally. After a long pause, Xiao Pengtian asked, if I agree to cooperate with you, will you release those 100,000 barbarian soldiers? Lu Chen immediately said, that's out of the question. Xiao Pengtian said with a cold laugh, what's the point of the North Prince telling me all this? Is he trying to amuse himself? Lu Chen continued, indeed, I have no intention of simply letting those 100,000 captives go free, but I can relocate the entire Sky Wolf King tribe to North City. Moreover, if among those captives there are those who perform well, the North Prince would consider allowing them to be reunited with their families. Upon hearing this, Xiao Pengtian felt a jolt in his heart. What was the Sky Wolf King tribe's ultimate goal in attacking North City? Wasn't it to take over the land of North City? To relocate there and settle down? If the North Prince really meant what he said, and that was his true intention, then even if Xiao Pengtian cooperated with the North Prince and became a traitor to the Sky Wolf King tribe, he wouldn't feel there was anything wrong with it. Better than starving or freezing to death on the plains or being plundered by the North Free King. Xiao Pengtian asked, how can I be sure you're not luring the Sky Wolf King tribe to North City just to annihilate us, to cut the grass and remove the roots, to kill us all? It seems that cutting the grass and removing the roots is something you people of Great Sum like to do the most. Lu Chen had anticipated Xiao Pengtian's worries and replied directly, even if you don't agree to cooperate with us, I can easily find the royal court of the Sky Wolf King. You've heard of Wu Yuan, haven't you? Hearing this, Xiao Pengtian's face darkened, and he said coldly, he is indeed your man. I should have split his head with an axe when I had the chance. Lu Chen said, General Xiao, don't you think it's meaningless to say these things now? Xiao Pengtian fell into silence and said no more. Seeing that the conversation had reached its end, Lu Chen turned around and said, General Xiao can take some more time to think it over. I have plenty of time. Whenever you come to a decision, let me know. Also, I'd like to remind General Xiao one more thing. Winter is approaching, and your tribe doesn't have much time left. As his words fell, Lu Chen turned and left the prison cell. Meanwhile, in the Northland, the royal court of the Sky Wolf King. The beautiful Yelv Nanyan was reclining lazily on a couch, sighing lightly. Indeed, no matter how you furnish a tent, it can never match the comfort of a great sum bed. Alas, I wonder if the king has taken North City yet. Just then, Xiao Wenyao lifted the tent flap and entered, saying, Queen, have you received any news about my father and the others? Xiao Wenyao was already planning her escape to Great Sum. The moment North City was taken, she intended to head straight to Great Sum, never to return to the Northland. She had prepared herself for hardship, preferring to endure in Great Sum rather than marry the North Free King, the filthy old man who never bathed for life. Yelv Nanyan answered, there's no news for now, but it should be soon. Yelv Nanyan remembered their deal with Prince Lu Shuyun. Since the Sum Emperor had to guard against rebellion from the aristocratic families within Great Sum, he would likely not send too many soldiers northward. Thus, the 30,000-strong army led by the Sky Wolf King could easily take over all of North City. At that moment, a man's voice suddenly came from outside the tent. Queen, something terrible has happened. Following the voice, a disheveled Wu Yuan entered the tent, knelt on the ground, and cried out, Queen, the sky is falling. Seeing Wu Yuan in this state, Yelv Nanyan immediately had a bad premonition, her eyebrows knitting together as she hurriedly asked, Wu Yuan, what has happened? Choking back tears, Wu Yuan reported, our caravan was originally heading to Yan County to receive the king's spoils of war, but we heard that the king's army of 30,000 has been defeated by the North Prince. The king died in battle under the walls of Yan County. 20,000 soldiers have been killed, and another 100,000 have been taken captive by the North Prince. Upon hearing Wu Yuan's report, both Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao were struck with immense shock, their faces turning deathly pale without a trace of color. Yelv Nanyan collapsed onto the couch, her hand trembling uncontrollably as she murmured to herself, how is this possible? Hearing Wu Yuan's news, Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao were both stunned for a long while. At that moment, the thought that her uncle might have also died in battle left Xiao Wenyao feeling so weak that she plumped down onto the ground. She felt little for her father, king of the Great Sum, especially since he had sent her to the North Free King like a tool, so she wouldn't be overly saddened by her father's death. But she felt differently about her uncle, who had always treated her well and had even spoken before setting off of sending her to Great Sum after taking North City. Alas, now all those plans had vanished into thin air. Yelv Nanyan muttered to herself, how could there be a defeat? There shouldn't have been many soldiers defending North City, even if they couldn't win, the king and his men shouldn't have been unable to escape. As she spoke to herself, Yelv Nanyan suddenly looked up, staring intently at Wu Yuan, are you sure the news you heard is true? Still crying, Wu Yuan continued, my lady, I didn't just hear it, I also saw Great Sum soldiers digging many large pits to bury bodies, and when I entered the city, I saw large numbers of barbarian tribe soldiers being tied up and taken somewhere. Hearing Wu Yuan's words, Yelv Nanyan felt her mind go blank. If what Wu Yuan had said was true, it would be an immense disaster for the Sky Wolf King tribe. This southern expedition involved most of the tribe's able-bodied men, and with so many men gone, the Sky Wolf King tribe faced a catastrophic blow. With so many men gone, the Sky Wolf King tribe would worry less about food, but without men, other tribes on the steppe would certainly target them. Especially the North Free King's tribe. The barbarian tribes were not harmonious with each other and often waged wars. If the barbarian tribes were harmonious, they wouldn't have splintered into several major tribes each with its own royal court. Although the North Free King had initially lent tens of thousands of soldiers to the Sky Wolf King's tribe, which appeared to show a good relationship between the two tribes, it was only because the Sky Wolf King's tribe had promised many benefits in return, and the North Free King sent the soldiers symbolically. Now that the Sky Wolf King was gone, and the tribe had lost so many men, the North Free King would not be polite. He was very likely to lead his people to rob the Sky Wolf King tribe of food or women. If the North Free King took all the food from the Sky Wolf King tribe, many of the elderly and children would not survive the winter. Perhaps by next spring, the Sky Wolf King tribe would no longer exist. What worried Yelv-Nanyan even more was that if the North Free King brought his troops to plunder the Sky Wolf King tribe, they might capture her and force her to become the North Free King's woman. Yelv-Nanyan knew well what kind of man the North Free King was, and she certainly did not want to go to his royal court. Thinking this, Yelv-Nanyan quickly collected herself. They needed to save themselves now. Regardless of the conditions, they had to redeem the 100,000 barbarian tribe soldiers captured by North City. Among those soldiers might be men from the North Free King's tribe, but with 100,000 captives, there would undoubtedly be tens of thousands from the Sky Wolf King tribe, even if all of the North Free King's men survived. Also, Yelv-Nanyan planned to ransom only the soldiers from the Sky Wolf King tribe. Having regained her composure, Yelv-Nanyan immediately said, "Call a meeting of the tribal elders at once. Wu Yuan, you may leave for now, I'll call you if needed." Wiping his tears with his sleeve, Wu Yuan obeyed, "Yes, my lady." Yelv-Nanyan glanced at the listless Xiao Wenyao who sat on the ground, let out a sigh, and said, "Yao Yao, you should go out too." Xiao Wenyao didn't respond. She slowly got up and left Yelv-Nanyan's tent directly. At that moment, Xiao Wenyao was void of any emotion, her face expressionless, her eyes devoid of any sparkle, she seemed like a walking corpse. The news brought by Wu Yuan was too devastating for her, so much so, she now forgot how to grieve. Soon, the elders of the Sky Wolf King tribe appeared inside Yelv-Nanyan's large tent. At this time, the elders did not know what had happened. They had just seen Wu Yuan leaving the ladies' tent and thought they were summoned because the Sky Wolf King had conquered all of North City. The elders sat on the ground inside the ladies' tent, and one of them asked, "My lady, may I ask why you have called us? Could it be that the king has taken North City?" Yelv-Nanyan's face was pale, and with a sigh, she said, "You must be prepared for what I am about to tell you." Seeing that Yelv-Nanyan had not answered the question and instead said something so ominous, the elders were stunned and a bad feeling began to grow inside them. At that moment, another elder pressed, "My lady, what has happened? Please, just tell us." Yelv-Nanyan then said, "The king has been defeated, and 200,000 soldiers have been killed with another 100,000 captured by North City. The king himself perished under the walls of Yan County." As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a bolt from the blue. All the elders in the tent were stunned, their minds went blank, reacting just as Yelv-Nanyan had when she first heard the news. They could neither believe nor dare to believe the words spoken by Yelv-Nanyan. That was an army of 300,000. And moreover, 300,000 cavalry. The most important thing was that this time there were several grandmasters, and no one knew how many 9th grade martial artists there were, while North City only had 30,000 soldiers. How could they possibly be defeated? Even if they could not conquer Yan County, their king would not have died in battle under the walls of Yan County. The barbarian tribe's 300,000 cavalry moved with such speed, if they wanted to flee, they could easily retreat back to their royal court. But now the queen had informed them that not only had 200,000 barbarian tribe soldiers died, the remaining 100,000 barbarian tribe soldiers had all been captured by the people of Great Sha. How could this be possible? Yelv-Nanyan saw their disbelief, and knew they dared not believe it, but the message was brought back by Wu Yuan, and soon they would be able to verify this news. In fact, from the lack of messages from the Sky Wolf King for so long, Yelv-Nanyan had felt an ominous unease in her heart, but from the beginning, she had not imagined that the Sky Wolf King's army would end up with such a fate. None of the 300,000 barbarian tribe soldiers managed to make it out of North City. What did this indicate? It indicated that North City must have been prepared, and it was highly likely that the Sky Wolf King's army had been surrounded, which left them no chance to escape. Otherwise those 100,000 barbarian tribe soldiers wouldn't have ended up surrendering and becoming captives of Great Sha. Yelv-Nanyan couldn't figure out what had gone wrong. At this time, two of the older elders, upon hearing Yelv-Nanyan's news, directly threw their heads back and fainted. The other elders were brought back to their senses, and they quickly approached the two elders. "High Priest, Elder Fu, you must hold on. High Priest, are you all right? Elder Fu, wake up." Seeing the tent turn into chaos, Yelv-Nanyan did not stop them. After who knows how long, the high priest and elder Fu finally regained consciousness, and the elderly were gradually beginning to accept this cruel news. They were very clear in their minds that now was not the time for sorrow, nor the time to seek blame. The Sky Wolf King's tribe had suddenly lost hundreds of thousands of men, and moreover, many tribes knew the location of the Sky Wolf King's royal court. Once those tribes learned of the Sky Wolf King's death and the loss of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, they would surely send people to plunder them. Especially the North Free King from the north. Therefore, the most important thing now was to move immediately, they could not continue to stay here. However, relocating the royal court would take a lot of time, and since their tribe now had hardly any men of age, it would take even longer. They were very worried that if the news were to leak out at this time, it would attract the attention of other tribes on the steppe prematurely. At this moment, the high priest, with the support of the elders, looked at Yelvananian and asked, "Queen, has the defeat of our king been confirmed?" Yelvananian replied, "Not yet, this is the news Wu Yuan brought back from North City. However, I will arrange for someone to confirm it shortly. For now, let's assume the news is true." Thinking for a moment, the high priest then asked, "Queen, what should we do next?" This defeat was not blamed on Yelvananian by the elders. After all, it was an army of 300,000 cavalry. Such a large cavalry force being defeated by Great Shah could not possibly be the fault of a woman. Logically, even if they fell into a trap by the Great Shah dynasty from the start, with an army of 300,000 moving south, it seemed implausible that the entire army would be annihilated. There must be other factors involved. The people who could become elders of the Sky Wolf King's tribe were all relatively clever, and they were well aware that now was not the time for accountability. After pondering for a moment, Yelvananian said, "We absolutely cannot let the ordinary people of our tribe know about this. After the council meeting later, you go out and tell our people that the king has conquered North City. Tell them to pack up immediately, we're moving to North City." Hearing Yelvananian's words, the elders instantly understood the reason for her actions. If we tell the tribespeople about the defeat now, it will inevitably cause panic. Panic is one thing, but the main concern is the risk of the news leaking out. If the other tribes on the grasslands learn of their defeat, they will surely seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack against them. On one hand, they tell the people that the great king has conquered North City, while on the other, they prepare them to move to North City. Even if some tribes discover their plan to relocate the royal court, they might be deceived by their own people into thinking that they truly have conquered North City and that the relocation of the royal court there is imminent. But in fact, they are merely moving to a different place. Yelvananian continued, "Additionally, I will send Wu Yuan to North City to negotiate with the North Prince to see if we can use cattle and sheep to exchange for our soldiers. A tribe cannot be without its able-bodied men." Upon hearing Yelvananian's words, the elders fell into silence. Now, this was the only course of action available to them. Meanwhile, outside the tent, Xiao Wenyao sat on a grassy slope, gazing quietly in the direction of North City. At that moment, Wu Yuan came to her side and then said, "Your Highness, I'm not sure whether I should tell you this, but I found out that General Xiao hasn't died and is currently imprisoned in the dungeons of Yan County." Upon hearing this, a flash of brightness erupted in Xiao Wenyao's eyes. She immediately turned to look at Wu Yuan and, grabbing his collar, she asked, "Wu Yuan, is what you're saying true? My uncle isn't dead. He's really alive, right?" Seeing how agitated Xiao Wenyao was, Wu Yuan sniffled and said, "Yes, I've learned that General Xiao is locked in the dungeons, enduring torment every day. It's all my fault. If I had gathered more intelligence about North City, perhaps General Xiao wouldn't be in this situation today. I deserve to die." After hearing Wu Yuan's words, Xiao Wenyao let go of his collar and then muttered to herself, "That's great, my uncle isn't dead." At this point, Xiao Wenyao suddenly thought of something and continued to ask, "Wu Yuan, do you know what the North Prince likes? I must exchange for my uncle's return." The exchange of prisoners between the barbarian tribe and the Great Shah dynasty was actually a very common practice. Since its establishment, the Great Shah dynasty had engaged in countless wars with the northern tribes. After every war, the Great Shah dynasty and the barbarian tribe would exchange prisoners. If one side had no prisoners to offer, they would use resources for the exchange instead, such as cattle, sheep, or provisions like grain, salt, and iron. If the barbarian tribe wanted to redeem their people, they would use horses, cattle, and sheep, while the Great Shah dynasty would use salt and iron to retrieve their soldiers. Of course, even though the Great Shah dynasty would retrieve their soldiers, those soldiers would not be relied upon as before. However, to prevent the common folk from losing heart, the Great Shah government would usually expend some resources to bring back their soldiers. It is precisely because of the frequent exchange of prisoners that Yelvananian, upon learning of the Sky Wolf King's defeat, immediately thought of exchanging cattle and sheep for prisoners. Xiao Wenyao had also considered exchanging something to rescue her uncle. After hearing Xiao Wenyao's question, Wu Yuan sighed and then said, "Alas, Your Highness, as far as I know, the North Prince seems to only like one thing, and that is the company of beautiful women. Moreover, he favors only the most stunning women. Only our queen and you would be of the type the North Prince favors." Xiao Wenyao's mind went blank, and she froze on the spot. After a long pause, Xiao Wenyao, unwilling to accept the situation, asked, "Can't we use cattle and sheep to exchange for my uncle?" Wu Yuan said, "If it were only ordinary soldiers, the North Prince might allow us to exchange them for cattle and sheep, but General Xiao is a master-level martial artist. If he is released, the next Sky Wolf King could very well be him. The Great Shah will not let him return so easily unless we can present something that truly appeals to them." After hearing Wu Yuan's words, Xiao Wenyao fell silent. Just then, a barbarian tribe soldier approached Wu Yuan and said, "Wu Yuan, the queen requests your presence, she has a task for you." Wu Yuan then said to Xiao Wenyao, "Your Highness, I must go to the queen now. Don't let your thoughts run wild, and please do not consider using yourself as a trade for General Xiao. The North Prince is a lecherous man. If you go to North City, who knows what sort of torments you would endure." Hearing Wu Yuan's parting words, Xiao Wenyao's heart skipped a beat. How had she not thought of this before? If North Prince liked beautiful women and she was his type, couldn't she also be used to exchange for her uncle's return? But, Xiao Wenyao remembered the reminder Wu Yuan had given her. The North Prince was a lecher and she herself was a woman from the barbarian tribe. If she really went to North Prince Mansion, she would likely only become one of North Prince's female slaves, and how he would torment her was unpredictable. She only knew that her father often sneaked great some women into a certain tent behind the queen's back, where he would torment them in various ways, often leaving those women wanting to die from their screams of agony. If her own father routinely tormented women from Great Sum, how could the North Prince treat the daughter of the Sky Wolf King kindly? At the thought, Xiao Wenyao's delicate body shook uncontrollably. However, when she thought of how kind her uncle had been to her since childhood and that, if she did not try to save him, he might die in a North City prison, her resolve strengthened. Now, he was her only remaining relative and she did not want to lose this last kin. Moreover, even if she did not go to North City, it was very likely that the North Free King would come to take her away. Her father had originally offered her to the North Free King and now that he had been defeated, once the North Free King learned of this, he would certainly come to their prince's mansion to seize her. Compared to the North Free King, Xiao Wenyao would rather suffer at the hands of the North Prince. After all, the North Prince was a man of great sum who did not have the habit of cannibalism and also bathed. Even if tortured, it would still be better than dealing with the still uncivilized North Free tribe. With this in mind, Xiao Wenyao made a silent decision. At the same time, Wu Yuan arrived at Yelvananian's tent. As Wu Yuan entered and was about to speak, Yelvananian said, "Wu Yuan, I have a very important task for you. I hope you won't let me down. If you can complete this task, I will give you 100,000 taels of silver." Upon hearing this, Wu Yuan immediately knelt and said, "It is my duty to serve the princess, and I dare not take your silver." Yelvananian said, "If you can accomplish this task, you will have done a great service to the entire Sky Wolf King tribe, and 100,000 taels of silver is what you deserve." Wu Yuan quickly said, "Please tell me, princess, no matter what it is, I will try my best to complete it. I will exhaust my life in your service and die only after I have fulfilled my duties." Yelvananian said, "I need you to go to North Prince Mansion and negotiate with North Prince. We, the Sky Wolf King tribe, plan to use horses or cows and sheep to exchange for our soldiers. Upon hearing this, Wu Yuan was stunned for a moment before saying, Princess, I fear that I won't be able to play a decisive role in this matter. Yelv Nanyan asked, why is that? Are you worried that North Prince will find out you're working for the barbarian tribe and have you captured and killed on the spot? If that's the case, you don't need to worry at all. We will not reveal a word of your involvement to North Prince. Just say that your caravan happened to have traded with the Sky Wolf King tribe for cows and sheep. North Prince is likely not to trouble you then. Many caravans in North City have had such transactions with the barbarian tribe, like fur trading and, of course, trading cows and sheep. If one were to be killed simply for transacting with the barbarian tribe, then caravans would probably stop coming to North City, and the city would become even poorer. North City is already so poor that a caravan's main purpose in coming there is to pass through and trade with the northern barbarian tribes. Yelv Nanyan believed that even if North Prince did not understand business, surely someone under him would understand this logic, and they would most likely not trouble Wu Yuan, the merchant. Wu Yuan said, Princess, that's not what I meant. What I'm saying is that if North Prince truly wants to negotiate with the Sky Wolf King tribe, he will likely only speak directly with you. I'm just a merchant and at most can only relay a message. With Wu Yuan's words, Yelv Nanyan instantly understood his point. Now that the Sky Wolf King tribe had few men left, North Prince would probably guess the situation of the tribe, and since they had proposed an exchange of prisoners, they would certainly need to talk terms. If she did not appear in person, North Prince might think the Sky Wolf King tribe lacked sincerity. Besides, this was not a small number of captives, it was not a matter that could be settled in one or two discussions, and North Prince might even make exorbitant demands. Having Wu Yuan, a merchant, negotiate might not lead to terms the Sky Wolf King tribe could accept. With this in mind, Yelv Nanyan's brows furrowed slightly. Did she really need to meet North Prince herself? After a long contemplation, Yelv Nanyan eventually decided to take the initiative to represent the Sky Wolf King tribe in negotiations with North Prince. She then said, here's what we'll do. You first convey our intention to negotiate to North Prince and see if he has any conditions. If he is willing to let our soldiers leave, then propose that we meet in person for negotiations. Wu Yuan said, yes, Princess, I will go to North City right away and convey your intentions to North Prince. As he said this, Wu Yuan prepared to rise and leave the tent. At that moment, Yelv Nanyan suddenly thought of something and continued, wait, when you go to North City this time, inquire whether any of our barbarian tribe generals are still alive. Wu Yuan immediately said, replying to the princess, this servant knows that General Shao is still alive and is imprisoned in the jail of Yan County, and it seems that the North Prince has no intention of presenting the prisoner to the Great Sum Court. Hearing Wu Yuan's answer, Yelv Nanyan was slightly excited, and she immediately asked, are you sure General Shao is still alive? Wu Yuan answered, this servant only heard about it, and cannot be entirely sure. Moreover, this news seems to be known by many, and this servant bought the intelligence from a soldier in North City. According to what that soldier from North City said, after the war ended, the soldiers of North City sent a general of the barbarian tribe to be imprisoned in the jail of Yan County, and the North Prince even had a physician treat him. Based on the description by that soldier, this servant deduced that the general he spoke of must be General Shao. Yelv Nanyan took a deep breath. Now that the Sky Wolf tribe had no master-level warriors left, if Shao Pengtian was still alive, they must retrieve him at any cost. If the Sky Wolf tribe lacked a powerful warrior to oversee them, it would be difficult to survive on the grasslands of the Northland. Having calmed her emotions, Yelv Nanyan continued, when you go to North City this time, you must gather more intelligence about General Shao. Once it's confirmed that General Shao is still alive, immediately have someone send us a message. Wu Yuan said, yes, Princess. Yelv Nanyan then said, all right, make haste with your preparations and leave for North City immediately. Wu Yuan bowed and said, this servant takes his leave. Right after that, Wu Yuan turned and left the tent. Watching Wu Yuan's departing figure, Yelv Nanyan heaved a deep sigh. The royal court of the Sky Wolf tribe had relocated many times, and she had followed the migration of the Sky Wolf King's court multiple times, until they finally chose this place near a river. She had thought that when they next moved the royal court, they would go straight to North City and would no longer live a nomadic life chasing water and grass. Little did she expect, they were about to embark on a life of constant upheaval once more. At this thought, images of the life her mother had described to her as a child came to mind. A life without worrying about hunger or cold, without fear of wolves and wild beasts, with bright lights in every household at night, streets and alleyways filled with food vendors, tasting delights wherever she walked, returning home at night to find a bath prepared by servants, bathing immediately, and sleeping in a warm, fragrant bed, waking up the next day to a beautiful and worry-free day. Perhaps she would never live such a life. Her mother, once a person of great sum, had not lived such a life since being brought to the barbarian tribe, and died without experiencing it again. How could she ever live such a wonderful life? Yelv Nanyan tried to calm herself, not to think too much. Right now, the most important thing was to ransom the barbarian tribe's able-bodied men and Xiao Pengtian. To protect the Sky Wolf tribe first. If the Sky Wolf tribe were lost, her fate would be even more tragic. She couldn't bear to live the miserable life she had as a child again. A few days later. North Prince Mansion. Lu Chen was examining intelligence reports from the brocade guard in his study when there was a knock at the door. Lu Chen said indifferently, "Come in." Immediately, the door opened, and Qin Yushan entered the study. "Your Highness," he greeted. Lu Chen, looking at the intelligence in his hand, hummed in acknowledgement and asked, "What's the matter?" Qin Yushan placed the intelligence in his hand on Lu Chen's desk. "Your Highness, Wu Yuan has returned, and he brings news that the Sky Wolf King's wife wishes to negotiate with you in person. They plan to redeem the captives of the barbarian tribe and Xiao Pengtian with horses or livestock." At these words, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, then put down the intelligence in his hand and glanced over the report Qin Yushan had placed on the desk. Lu Chen had initially guessed that the Sky Wolf tribe would concede, but he didn't anticipate that the Sky Wolf King's wife intended to negotiate with him in person. After all, negotiation is a dangerous matter. It's very possible that those coming to negotiate might never return. The Sky Wolf King's wife was braver than he had imagined. Truly worthy of a woman who could wield power within the Sky Wolf tribe. Lu Chen had initially thought of making Xiao Pengtian the Sky Wolf King to divide the tribe, but now it seemed unnecessary. From the intelligence, Lu Chen learned that the royal court of the Sky Wolf King had already begun moving. This was clearly a precaution against the North Free King and other barbarian tribe factions. It appeared their recent defeat had made them feel a great crisis, and there was no need to provoke them further with Xiao Pengtian. Whether Xiao Pengtian returned or not, in the eyes of the Sky Wolf tribe's people, he was the next Sky Wolf King. Now, with no master-level warriors in the entire Sky Wolf tribe, even if reluctant, they could only acknowledge Xiao Pengtian as the new Sky Wolf King. So for them, acknowledging Xiao Pengtian as the Sky Wolf King actually won't serve to divide them. Instead, they would try all means to ransom Xiao Pengtian back. At this point, Lu Chen put down the intelligence report on the desk and rose from his seat. "Let's go take a look at Xiao Pengtian," he said. With those words, Lu Chen left the study and headed to the prison where Xiao Pengtian was held. For the upcoming negotiations with the Sky Wolf King's wife, Lu Chen planned to bring Xiao Pengtian along, intending to bring the entire Sky Wolf tribe under the control of North City. It all depends on what Xiao Pengtian has in mind now. If Xiao Pengtian agrees, North City will then have more barbarian tribe soldiers. When it comes to combat on the plains, it will be much easier to locate the other tribes of the barbarian tribe. Before long, Lu Chen appeared before Xiao Pengtian. At this moment, Xiao Pengtian was evidently in much better spirits compared to before. Although his hair was still a mess, he looked much cleaner overall. The jailer had granted him the best treatment available in the prison, a luxury those barbarian tribe captives outside couldn't enjoy. When Lu Chen arrived, Xiao Pengtian simply lifted his head to glance at him. He didn't rise from the bed but instead lowered his head and continued lying on his side, his eyes slightly closed, as if he were asleep. Lu Chen asked indifferently, "General Xiao, what have you decided?" Xiao Pengtian didn't answer directly but instead said, I can't guarantee that everything you've said is true, nor can I guarantee that you will keep your promises. If it were anyone else from Great Sum proposing that condition, perhaps he might have believed it was possible, but the offer to make him the Sky Wolf King came from the North Prince. How could he dare to trust a North Prince who had feigned incompetence to deceive the barbarian tribes and ensnared the 300,000-strong barbarian army all at once? The North Prince's schemes ran too deep. Although the North Prince was only 16 or 17 years old, the current Xiao Pengtian couldn't dare to treat him as a child. If he viewed the North Prince as just a petty child as before, his Sky Wolf King tribe might suffer calamitous destruction. It sounded as though the North Prince had rejected his proposal, but Lu Chen, through Xiao Pengtian's loyalty level, discerned the inner turmoil in Xiao Pengtian. Name: Xiao Pengtian. Status: Great General of the barbarian tribe Sky Wolf King tribe, prisoner of North City. Strength: Grandmaster Realm, sealed state. Loyalty: 60. Xiao Pengtian's loyalty had reached a usable level, he must certainly want to agree to the proposal. After all, a stable life was something the Sky Wolf King tribe had always desired. If it weren't for the stability of life, to avoid starvation and the cold as before, they wouldn't have led 300,000 troops to attack North City this time, that was their primary goal. If Lu Chen truly agreed to allow the entire Sky Wolf King tribe to relocate to North City and settle down and also teach them how to cultivate, he would definitely agree. But the key point was that he didn't trust the North Prince. The North Prince's cunning was too profound. Xiao Pengtian, who had been outsmarted once before, was naturally very cautious. At that moment, Lu Chen said, I have come today not only to ask about your decision but also to share some news with you. Xiao Pengtian asked with curiosity, what news? Your queen is planning to meet with me to negotiate. She wishes to exchange horses, cattle, and sheep for the release of your barbarian tribe's soldiers and you. General Xiao, do you think I will agree? Hearing this, Xiao Pengtian's mind went blank for a moment. But he quickly calmed down because he had already anticipated that the queen would do this. Now, besides negotiations, they had no other option. If it were anyone else from Great Sum, there would be a very high chance for negotiations, and maybe they could indeed exchange some horses and livestock to retrieve some barbarian tribe soldiers. But they were facing the North Prince. Xiao Pengtian could tell that this young man's eyes revealed immense ambition, he might not agree. No. Rather, he definitely wouldn't agree. If the North Prince was willing to negotiate, he wouldn't have offered Xiao Pengtian the position of the next Sky Wolf King. Seeing that Xiao Pengtian remained silent, Lu Chen continued, during these negotiations, I will take General Xiao with me. I believe that after the negotiations, General Xiao will immediately make a decision. Xiao Pengtian frowned. Take him along. What was the intention behind that? Could it be that he was to be used as a bargaining chip to threaten the Sky Wolf King tribe? Just as Xiao Pengtian was about to speak, Lu Chen already turned and left. Lu Chen's main purpose in visiting the prison was to personally deliver the news to Xiao Pengtian, without the intention to waste too many words with him. The annexation of the Sky Wolf King tribe was a foregone conclusion. In the end, the Sky Wolf King tribe had no choice, unless they decided to seek shelter with other barbarian tribes. Otherwise, once the negotiations ended, Xiao Pengtian would have no choice but to agree to their terms. After Lu Chen left the prison, Xiao Pengtian let out a deep sigh. They had now completely run out of options. To survive, to protect the entire Sky Wolf King tribe, they might have only one choice, to pledge loyalty to the North Prince. But they had just been slaughtered by the soldiers led by the North Prince, 200,000 of their own kin. How many in the tribe would be willing to pledge loyalty to the North Prince now? If the North Prince sincerely planned to relocate the Sky Wolf King tribe to North City without any deceit, it was very likely that he would also disperse the entire Sky Wolf King tribe and not allow them to stay together. If that were the case, would the Sky Wolf King tribe still be the Sky Wolf King tribe? Once their people were scattered across various places in North City, their tribe would essentially cease to exist. By then, his title of Sky Wolf King would be nothing but that, a title. He would have neither land nor followers. Xiao Pengtian had pondered long and hard in the prison, yet in the end, he could not make up his mind. He decided to wait until the king's wife and the North Prince negotiated before making a decision. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Thanks to Wu Yuan's shuttling back and forth, eventually, a negotiation time and venue were set between Lu Chen and Yelv. Soon, Lu Chen led his people northward to the grasslands of the Northland. Lu Chen was no fool, he naturally would not venture deep into the grasslands. The negotiation site was located beside a tributary of the Wanning River. By agreement, each side was only allowed to bring 500 men. Lu Chen also took only 500 black cavalrymen to the Northland. Of course, Mu Changtian, Qin Yushan, and Wenren Lai also went along. Yelv did the same. Although their tribe hardly had any men left, in order not to show their dire situation to the North Prince, they managed to gather 500 robust men, who appeared to be quite powerful. However, among them, there was not a single martial artist of the Master Realm. As Lu Chen was about to reach the designated location, he saw a troop of cavalry already waiting on the riverbank, and tables along with woolen seating had been arranged. As Lu Chen's group gradually approached the meeting place, his eyes caught two beautiful figures. One of them was a voluptuous woman draped in a fur cloak with various ornaments and a hair bun, catching Lu Chen's eye. The woman was dignified and elegant, looking nothing like a woman from the barbarian tribe. She seemed more like someone from the Great Shah. At this moment, Lu Chen used the system to identify the woman's information. Name: Yelv Nanyan. Identity: former Sky Wolf King's wife, 32 years old, 9th grade martial artist. Mother was a young lady from a certain family in Great Shah dynasty. Kidnapped by the barbarian tribe in her youth, gave birth to Yelv Nanyan in the barbarian tribe. Influenced by her mother from a young age, she harbors longing for Great Shah, served Sky Wolf King for many years as he was already old when she married him, leaving her still a maiden. She wields great power within the Sky Wolf King tribe, having led the tribe to further growth and formidable strength while caring for the former Sky Wolf King. Rating: 96. Favorability: 45. After reading Yelv Nanyan's information, Lu Chen wasn't too surprised. This information was more or less the same as what the brocade guard had collected about her. Then, Lu Chen's gaze moved to the woman next to Yelv Nanyan, who wore fur clothes and looked somewhat young and naive. Name: Xiao Wenyao. Identity: Sky Wolf King's daughter, barbarian princess, 7th grade martial artist, Uncle Xiao Pengtian, 18 years old this year, doesn't want to marry the North Free King, has tried to escape to Great Shah to live several times. Xiao Pengtian planned to secretly send Xiao Wenyao to live in Great Shah after taking down North City. Knowing that the barbarian army failed, Xiao Wenyao plans to trade herself for Xiao Pengtian. Rating: 94. Favorability: 50, 51, 55 continuously rising. Upon seeing Xiao Wenyao's information, Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. As the daughter of the Sky Wolf King, having taken her father's life, she not only held no resentment toward him but also had a favorability of over 50 towards him, which was still increasing. Interesting. Meanwhile, Xiao Wenyao and Yelv Nanyan both scrutinized Lu Chen, who was approaching from a distance. Yelv Nanyan had long known that Lu Chen was but a teenager of 16 or 17. However, all the information she had received about him previously painted him in a negative light, such as him being a hedonist keeping many beauties in the prince's mansion and indulging in pleasure all day, and already hollowed out by luxury. But now, it seemed all that information was false. The young man riding towards them, dressed in a cyan black python dragon robe, appeared elegant, handsomely extraordinary, and his physique seemed robust and strong. He was nothing like someone who had been hollowed out by debauchery. Clearly, they had been deceived. No, more accurately, everyone had been deceived by the North Prince. Yelv Nanyan immediately reassessed Lu Chen, identifying him as a man of great ambition. Yelv Nanyan couldn't help but worry, today's negotiation might not go smoothly. Moreover, Yelv Nanyan also noticed the black cavalrymen following behind Lu Chen. There might only be 500 of them, but these black cavalry exuded a fierce aura. They were elite heavy cavalry. Clearly, the North Prince's victory over the 300,000 barbarian army must have involved these heavy cavalry. Even though the North Prince had only brought these 500 men, Yelvananian knew there must be more than just 500 heavy cavalry in North City. The North Prince bringing these 500 heavy cavalry was a clear show of military prowess. At this moment, Xiao Wenyao's eyes were fixed intently on Lu Chen. At first, she was very nervous. After all, the thought of becoming the North Prince's female slave and being tormented by him every day terrified her after she arrived at the North Prince mansion. But the moment she saw Lu Chen, she was instantly captivated by his looks. Compared to the crude men of the barbarian tribe, Xiao Wenyao naturally preferred the people of Great Sum. Moreover, she had long heard of the North Prince's handsome and dashing reputation. Under Wu Yuan's influence, Xiao Wenyao had entertained thoughts about Lu Chen a long time ago. She used to think that after her father conquered North City, she would ask him to reward her with the North Prince as a slave. Of course, that thought had now completely shattered. Not only was it impossible for the North Prince to become her slave, but she might even become a little female slave to the North Prince instead. However, if she could become the North Prince's woman, the grievance of her father's murder seemed insignificant. Just as Xiao Wenyao was staring at Lu Chen and daydreaming, suddenly, a familiar figure appeared behind the North Prince. The tall figure was also on horseback, but he looked unkempt and very exhausted. Seeing that Lu Chen had actually brought Xiao Pengtian with him, everyone from the barbarian tribe was unsettled. The high priest excitedly said, "It's Xiao. General Xiao." Xiao Wenyao snapped out of her infatuation at once. Seeing Xiao Pengtian really alive filled her with immense excitement. She was about to run over. "Uncle! Uncle!" Yelvananian quickly grabbed Xiao Wenyao's hand, preventing her from going over. The North Prince brought Xiao Pengtian to increase bargaining chips. It was not convenient for them to contact each other at this time, as every action had to follow protocol. It wasn't long before Lu Chen arrived at the riverbank. He dismounted directly from his horse and then looked at the beautiful Yelvananian with a smile, saying, "They say the Sky Wolf King's wife is dazzlingly beautiful, that any man who sees her can't look away. I didn't believe it at first, but having seen you today, it is indeed well deserved." Yelvananian wasn't annoyed by his words. She replied with a smile, "Thank you for your compliments, North Prince. Please, take a seat." Without hesitation, Lu Chen approached the table and sat down. He wasn't accustomed to kneeling, and sitting cross-legged was also uncomfortable, so Lu Chen was eager to finish the discussion and return home soon. At that moment, Yelvananian said, "North Prince, I wonder what you think about the conditions we initially proposed." Lu Chen replied with a smile, 100,000 horses, 100,000 sheep, and 20,000 cattle. Under normal circumstances, that would indeed be enough for the release of 100,000 barbarian soldiers. However, upon hearing the word, however, Yelvananian's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and the formal negotiations began. Lu Chen gazed into Yelvananian's beautiful eyes and said, "However, if I were to release all these 100,000 barbarian soldiers, wouldn't that be like causing trouble for myself? What if you all decide you can no longer stay in the steppes and one day lead an army to attack North City again?" Yelvananian had anticipated that Lu Chen would say this and quickly replied, "We can sign a treaty, promising that for 100 years, the Sky Wolf tribe will not venture southward again." Lu Chen said, "A treaty is a fine thing, but how is it that I remember the Sky Wolf tribe has signed not just one treaty with Great Sum before? To your barbarian tribe, it seems that treaties are something that can be torn apart at any time. Even if you keep the treaty, how can you ensure that your successor, or the next Sky Wolf King, will adhere to it?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yelvananian's expression soured. What Lu Chen said was true. The Sky Wolf tribe had indeed signed several treaties with Great Sum, but it was always the Sky Wolf tribe that had broken them first. Furthermore, North Prince pointed out a crucial issue. The next person to control the Sky Wolf King tribe might not honor the alliance. Given this, it would be incredibly difficult to get North Prince to sign an alliance agreement. At this point, Yelvananian spoke up, "I wonder what kind of terms North Prince desires, please speak frankly. However, I would like to remind North Prince that even without these 100,000 barbarian tribe soldiers, our Sky Wolf King tribe can still stand tall on the grasslands. If we don't sign the alliance and some soldiers can't resist the urge to plunder southwards, that would no longer be associated with our royal court." Lu Chen chuckled and then said, Queen Yelv, if you truly believed these 100,000 barbarian tribe soldiers were expendable, you wouldn't be here negotiating with me. You are well aware of the current state of your Sky Wolf King tribe, he continued. Without men, after this winter passes, whether the Sky Wolf King tribe will even exist is questionable, especially with North Free King to the north. With the sudden loss of over 200,000 men, if North Free King learns of this, he will certainly not let this opportunity slip by. Eliminating the Sky Wolf King tribe would leave the entire Northland under North Free King's sole dominance. They have no reason not to proceed. Yelv Nanyan's hands shook uncontrollably upon hearing Lu Chen's words, which she had anticipated, yet she had never figured out a proper retort. The only thing she could do was pretend to be strong. Yelv Nanyan then said, "Don't you think it's a bit naive of you, North Prince? The Sky Wolf King tribe has been in the Northland for a century, and has produced countless offspring. Do you really think a loss of over 200,000 is enough to topple us?" Lu Chen said indifferently, "Queen Yelv, let me be clear, there's no need to keep pretending that your Sky Wolf King tribe is still powerful. From the first day I arrived in North City, I've been keeping an eye on every move you make. I'm well aware of the approximate number of people in your tribe, how many horses, cattle, and sheep you have, your collusion with the merchants from Great Sum, and your dealings with the aristocratic family and Prince Lu Shuyun." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yelv Nanyan and the barbarian tribe's elders' faces changed drastically. Their transactions with the Great Sum aristocratic family and Prince Lu Shuyun were supposed to be known only by the barbarian tribe's leaders, yet North Prince had laid it bare, which meant he had a thorough understanding of the Sky Wolf King tribe. Of course, they couldn't be sure whether this information came from spies within their soldiers or a betrayal by Xiao Pengtian. They were clear on one thing now. Their negotiations were extremely passive with barely any room for bargaining. After a long pause, Yelv Nanyan snorted and finally spoke. "So, North Prince, you've been plotting the obliteration of the Sky Wolf King tribe since you came to North City?" Lu Chen replied, "Destroy. No, I have no such intentions." Hearing this, Yelv Nanyan was immediately puzzled. If not to wipe out the Sky Wolf King tribe, what was the purpose? Lu Chen continued, "There are many tribes in the Northland, not just the Sky Wolf King tribe, and there are even more tribes to the west. Even if one tribe is wiped out, other barbarian tribes will migrate to the Northland." Yelv Nanyan then asked, "Since North Prince isn't aiming to eradicate our tribe, may I know exactly what your conditions are?" Lu Chen, feeling a bit sore in his legs, stood up and, glancing towards the Wanning River, said, "I'll be straightforward. I have no intention of releasing any of the 100,000 barbarian tribe captives." Upon hearing this, Yelv Nanyan and the elders of the barbarian tribe were momentarily stunned. Yelv Nanyan's complexion turned somewhat pallid. This was the worst outcome she had anticipated. After all, we are talking about 100,000 barbarian tribe captives, and with such a prime opportunity to destroy the Sky Wolf King tribe, how could a man as cunning as North Prince miss it? At that moment, Yelv Nanyan said, "If North Prince has no intention of releasing our people, then why agree to negotiate? Could it be that North Prince intends to use this opportunity to eliminate us as well?" Considering this possibility, Yelv Nanyan had from the start ordered the barbarian tribe's cavalry to stand by in the distance. In such negotiations, it was improbable for either side to come with so few people. As Yelv Nanyan finished speaking, the atmosphere on the scene became incredibly tense. The soldiers of the barbarian tribe tightly gripped their knives, ready for combat, while the black cavalry stood prepared to charge at a moment's notice. Lu Chen seemed utterly unaffected by the tense atmosphere surrounding him as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance at the Wanning River. "Queen Yelv, I have a question for you. What was the initial reason you attacked North City?" Upon hearing Lu Chen's sudden question, Yelv Nanyan grew even more puzzled. What was the point in asking such a question at a time like this? She simply couldn't fathom what the young man, more than a decade her junior, was thinking. Nevertheless, Yelv Nanyan eventually responded, "North City is surrounded by mountains, which block the northern winds, and it's rich in rivers. It's a treasure of land. Since Great Sum treats North Land with such disregard, why shouldn't we take it for ourselves? Lu Chen's face remained calm as he said, "Your answer has a flaw. It sounds like you're saying that you attacked North City for its land." When Lu Chen said this, some of the barbarian tribe elders were confused. Weren't they attacking North City precisely for its land? How had the North Prince managed to suggest that their objective in attacking North City had somehow changed? At that point, Yelv Nanyan asked, "Oh. Then, North Prince, what do you think our reason was for attacking North City?" Lu Chen continued, "You did it for a better living environment, for the chance to have the same beautiful life as Great Sum, and that's why you attacked North City." Yelv Nanyan did not rebut, for Lu Chen was right. If it had been in the past, the barbarian tribe would descend south to plunder mainly for food and women, but this time was different. This time they were establishing a nation to secure the same beautiful life as Great Sum. Lu Chen then said, "This king can offer you an opportunity to change your living environment." Yelv Nanyan suddenly felt she was struggling to keep up with the young man's thoughts upon hearing this unexpected proposition from Lu Chen. Yelv Nanyan then asked, "Would the North Prince be so benevolent?" Lu Chen went on to say, "I've heard that under Queen Yelvi's leadership, the Sky Wolf King tribe has been learning from Great Sum. Many people have adopted the same living habits as those in Great Sum, and the majority have even learned the language of Great Sum. Out of benevolence, I believe you are worthy of becoming citizens of Great Sum. Therefore, I permit the Sky Wolf King tribe to relocate and settle in North City." His words exploded like a bombshell. The barbarians behind Yelv Nanyan were instantly unsettled by this proclamation, bursting into a flurry of discussion. "The North Prince is allowing us to move into North City. How is this possible? It must be fake, definitely fake. He must be plotting to wipe us out in one fell swoop. How could the North Prince possibly be so kind-hearted? Exactly, we just fought a battle against North City and lost so many lives. He couldn't possibly be so kind-hearted." Unlike the agitated barbarian tribe behind her, Yelv Nanyan fell into deep thought. After a long silence, Yelv Nanyan finally spoke up. "The people of Great Sum often say that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Since the North Prince has allowed the Sky Wolf King tribe to move into North City, what are the conditions?" Setting aside the possibility of any conspiracies for the moment, Yelv Nanyan decided to hear out the North Prince's conditions first. If the North Prince had already prepared the conditions, then they could discern from them whether he harbored any ulterior motives. After hearing Yelv Nanyan's question, Lu Chen turned his head to look at Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao before saying, "Indeed, there's no such thing as free pies falling from the sky. I do have several conditions for allowing the Sky Wolf King tribe to move into North City. The first one concerns you and the Sky Wolf King's daughter." Upon hearing this, Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao were both startled, their delicate bodies trembling slightly. They couldn't believe what they were hearing and stared at Lu Chen's eyes in disbelief. Regaining her composure, Yelv Nanyan asked with a smile, as the North Prince jesting. Lu Chen said, "As to what kind of person I am, Queen Yelv should be very clear. I have a fondness for beauty, which is common knowledge. Thankfully, Queen Yelv and the young princess beside you are just my type. Of course, that's not the most important point. The most important thing is that you are the Sky Wolf King's queen and hold great power in the Sky Wolf King tribe. You're one of the most important figures there, so you must stay with me as a hostage." No sooner than Lu Chen had spoken these words did the elders behind Yelv Nanyan start to protest. "Queen, you must not agree. Yes, Queen, if you're not in the tribe, our tribe will truly be finished. Queen, don't fall for the North Prince's trick, he surely has ill intentions." The significance of Yelv Nanyan was clear. The prosperity of the Sky Wolf King tribe today couldn't be separated from Yelv Nanyan, although the defeat of the 30,000-strong barbarian army at North City also had a lot to do with her decisions. However, the people of the Sky Wolf King tribe had no intention of blaming Yelv Nanyan. On the contrary, at that moment, Yelv Nanyan became even more important to them. She was at the core of their power and the hope of the entire tribe. If Yelv Nanyan were to leave the Sky Wolf King tribe, once the tribespeople learned of the defeat of the barbarian army, the morale of the whole tribe would collapse, and the Sky Wolf King tribe wouldn't last much longer. Yelv Nanyan did not heed the words of the elders behind her, she was contemplating the truth behind Lu Chen's words. After a while, Yelv spoke up. Aside from the first condition, may I know what the other conditions are? Lu Chen said, since I have allowed your people to move into North City, from now on, every member of the Sky Wolf King tribe is my subject. They must obey my commands, actively integrate into North City, and abide by the laws and regulations of North City. Hearing this, Yelv thought for a moment. If the Sky Wolf King tribe were to really relocate to North City, obeying the commands of the North Prince was certain, but Yelv didn't think it would be that simple. After all, the Sky Wolf King tribe was a barbarian tribe. How could the North Prince be at ease with them moving into North City? There must be other conditions. Just as Yelv was about to ask if there was a third condition, Lu Chen spoke up. That's right. Once the Sky Wolf King tribe moves into North City, they must settle separately. From then on, the Sky Wolf King tribe will cease to exist. Upon hearing these words, before Yelv could say anything, the barbarian tribe's high priest, who stood behind her, immediately said, impossible. We absolutely cannot agree to such a condition. To move into North City, and even unsure if it was a plot by the North Prince, they had to dissolve the entire tribe. How could they possibly accept that? They would definitely not accept such conditions. Yelv face turned dark as well, just as she had thought. The North Prince wanted to dismantle the entire Sky Wolf King tribe, erasing it from history completely. At that moment, Yelv coldly asked, if we do not accept the North Prince's conditions, what will the North Prince do? Lu Chen said indifferently, if Queen Yelv does not accept, then I will have to learn from your barbarian tribe and simply take you back to the prince's mansion by force, making you my woman. Hearing the blunt words of Lu Chen, Yelv coldly said, does the North Prince think I am just a weak woman? As she spoke, Yelv exuded the aura of a martial artist. Over the years, she had collected much of great sums martial arts through various means, and she had been practicing martial arts in secret. Very few in the Sky Wolf King tribe knew of her martial prowess. She rarely used her skills, but that didn't mean she was a weak woman. Yelv thought to herself, she was a 9th grade martial artist, and although the North Prince was very calculating, his strength was at most at around 5th grade. If they were to really clash, with the distance between them, it wouldn't be difficult for her to capture the North Prince directly. At that moment, the soldiers behind Lu Chen stopped pretending and released their martial artist auras. Mu Chengtian and the others even displayed their protective Gangqi directly. Lu Chen of course knew why Yelv still had the confidence to speak to him like this. She was a concealed 9th grade martial artist, surely thinking she was not his match. To make Yelv utterly despair, Lu Chen also directly released his own protective Gangqi. When Mu Chengtian and the others, along with Lu Chen, released their protective Gangqi, the barbarian tribe soldiers immediately became restless. Even Yelv showed an expression of disbelief. 4 Grand Masters. The North Prince is also a Grand Master. How is this possible? Isn't the North Prince only 16 or 17 years old? Seeing Lu Chen release his protective Gangqi, all the barbarian tribe elders wilted. No wonder their army of 300,000 fell at North City. Even the North Prince, this boy of only 16 or 17, was a Grand Master. At this moment, Xiao Pengtian was also stunned in his place. He now understood why Lu Chen had told him a month ago in prison that after the negotiations ended, he would make a choice. A 16 or 17-year-old Grand Master, he no longer needed to consider anything, did he? This was an existence bound to become a great Grand Master, and might even break through to the celestial realm in the future. The rule on the grasslands was to bow to the strongest is the leader. To submit to a future possible celestial realm power was not shameful at all. Feeling the formidable aura of the martial artist coming from Lu Chen, Yelv delicate body trembled slightly. She had no choice left. Either become this young man's woman, or have only a dead end. At this moment, a barbarian tribe soldier suddenly ran from behind to Yelv side, and with a panicked look, whispered something in her ear. Yelv face turned even paler. Yelv couldn't help but look up at the young man before her eyes filled with complex emotions. Lu Chen had already guessed what the barbarian tribe soldier had told Yelv so he took the initiative to say, oh, that's right, I forgot to tell you, Half a month ago I had already sent word to the various tribes of the grasslands about the defeat of the Sky Wolf King. I believe by now the North Free King must be searching the world over for your Sky Wolf King's royal court. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the barbarian tribe elders' faces changed drastically, knowing that once the North Free King learned of their defeat, he would definitely search everywhere for them and then plunder their tribes. Lu Chen continued, you now have only two choices, either accept my terms and move all your people into North City, and your queen marries me, becoming my woman. Or, you can retreat and fight the North Free King in a battle to the death. Additionally, the North Free King might not know the location of your royal court, but I do. I believe this information would be of great value to the North Free King. At this moment, the barbarian tribe's elders all wanted to curse Lu Chen for his despicable and shameless behavior, but like fish on a chopping board, they had no choice but to bow their heads. I have plenty of time and can wait for you to discuss this slowly, but before the sunset, I expect a definitive answer from you. With that, Lu Chen turned and walked towards the Black Cavalry, but he did not leave. At that moment, the Black Cavalry brought out a table and immediately spread out all the food they had prepared onto it, and even poured a cup of wine for Lu Chen. Lu Chen sat at the table and sipped the fine wine. Meanwhile, Yelv Nanyan and a few elders of the barbarian tribe still hadn't spoken, remaining silent. It seemed they had reached a dead end already. No, to be more precise, they had embarked on a path of no return since the moment they decided to attack North City. They had chosen a foe they should never have engaged. Without doubt, the North Prince was the nemesis of their Sky Wolf King tribe, they hadn't faced anyone like him before. The end days for the Sky Wolf King tribe had indeed arrived. After a prolonged silence, Yelv Nanyan finally said, setting aside whether we can leave this place today in front of 4 Grand Masters, even if we return, I fear we cannot withstand the North Free King's slaughter. The High Priest said, Queen, do we really have no choice but to disband our tribe? Yelv Nanyan replied, if the North Prince genuinely wants to take in our Sky Wolf King tribe, relocating to North City might not be a bad thing for us, but he would never allow us to keep the tribe intact. That would be a huge threat to North City, and he wouldn't permit such a threat to exist. Hearing Yelv Nanyan's words, the High Priest of the Sky Wolf King tribe closed his eyes, appearing utterly exhausted. He then said, Queen, whatever you decide, we will follow. Just then, Lu Chen said to Xiao Pengtian behind him, General Xiao, you can go and reunite with your people now. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Xiao Pengtian was slightly taken aback. He asked in disbelief, you dare let me go over there? Aren't you afraid I'll just run away? Lu Chen took a sip of wine and then said, if you think you can escape, you're welcome to try. Xiao Pengtian glanced at Wenren Lai not far away. It was Wenren Lai's hammer strike that had knocked him unconscious before, and he was still daunted by the thought of Wenren Lai's hammer. He let out a deep sigh, then walked towards Yelv Nanyan and the others. Seeing Xiao Pengtian coming from Lu Chen's side, Xiao Wenyao was extremely excited. She hurried over, grabbed Xiao Pengtian's hand, and sobbed, Uncle. Thank goodness you're alive. Xiao Pengtian patted Xiao Wenyao's head and said, Yao Yao, don't cry, your uncle is fine, let's go over there first. Xiao Wenyao nodded, and the two approached Yelv Nanyan. Xiao Pengtian, seeing Yelv Nanyan, bowed and said, my respects to the queen. Seeing that Xiao Pengtian was released by Lu Chen, Yelv Nanyan sighed and asked, General Xiao, what is your choice? Xiao Pengtian was the only Grand Master strength in the Sky Wolf King tribe, and although his realm might have declined, there was still hope for him to recover to the level of Grand Master realm in the future. With Xiao Hongbo dead, Xiao Pengtian was the only one who could become the next Sky Wolf King. Now that the Sky Wolf King tribe had reached a desperate situation, Yelv Nanyan wanted to know what Xiao Pengtian planned to do. Upon hearing Yelv Nanyan's question, Xiao Pengtian fell silent for a moment. After a while, instead of answering Yelv Nanyan's question, Xiao Pengtian asked, Princess, if we return to the grasslands, will the North Free tribe let us go? Yelv Nanyan replied, no. Xiao Pengtian continued, at that time, whether it's you, princess, or Yao Yao, you will both be captured by the North Free King to become his female slaves. Would the princess rather be the North Prince's woman, or a female slave for the North Free King? Yelv Nanyan did not answer this question. If she had to choose between the two, Yelv would inevitably pick that little man not far away. She would definitely not choose that old coot, the North Free King. However, Yelv also knew very well that in the Sky Wolf King tribe she was a princess with power in her hands, and once she went to the North Prince mansion and became the North Prince's woman, she would lose all her power, and by then, she would just be an ordinary member of the North Prince's harem. Moreover, she was already in her 30s this year, older and aging faster compared to the North Prince's women. Perhaps at the beginning, the North Prince might covet her beauty, but it might not be too many years before she grew old and faded. The North Prince would lose all interest in her, and she could only end her days alone in the North Prince's harem. But thinking about this was useless now, she already had no choice. Moreover, the life in Great Sum was something she had yearned for since childhood, and if she missed this opportunity, she might slip back into the previous life of wandering. She had had enough of living a nomadic life following the water and grass. Seeing that Yelv did not reply to his question, Xiao Pengtian said, "The North Prince is only 17 years old at most this year, yet he is already a Grandmaster. I believe he has a strong chance of becoming a heavenly human realm expert in the future. Since our tribe's inception, we have revered the strong, and since he is strong and has defeated us, we have no reason not to submit to him. The Sky Wolf King tribe has achieved what it has today through constant warfare and the assimilation of smaller tribes. Now that we have lost, our fate is no different from those smaller tribes we once conquered, and I think it's not something difficult to accept." Hearing Xiao Pengtian's words, the elders of the barbarian tribe fell into thought. Indeed, the reason the Sky Wolf King tribe had reached its current stature was through the constant warfare and assimilation of surrounding smaller tribes into its fold. Among these elders, some were originally from other small tribes, like Elder Fu, who was absorbed into the Sky Wolf King tribe after it had assimilated his former small tribe. If North City were seen as a larger barbarian tribe, then moving to North City seemed not so unacceptable. At this moment, the elders of the barbarian tribe were no longer strongly opposed to moving to North City. After all, they had no choice. If they returned to the grasslands and were discovered by the North Free King, they would only face being conquered. And the people of the Sky Wolf King tribe had already grown to desire the lifestyle of Great Sum under the leadership of Yelv over the years. Now with such a good opportunity before them, how they chose seemed to need no further discussion. At this point, the high priest opened his eyes and said, "Let's vote, those in favor of moving to North City raise your hands." Upon hearing this, the high priest was the first to raise his hand. The high priest of the barbarian tribe held a pivotal position within the tribe, and since he agreed, the others could hardly disagree. Following suit, Elder Fu raised his hand, and soon after, the various elders raised their hands to vote for the relocation to North City. The moment the high priest raised his hand essentially represented their agreement to move to North City. The high priest was the most conservative person among the entire tribe, and since he had agreed, it was unlikely that others would not. But at this time, Yelv did not raise her hand. Seeing that Yelv had not raised her hand, Xiao Pengtian asked, "Princess, what is this?" Yelv said, "I do not have the right to vote on the future of the Sky Wolf King tribe. But since you all agree, General Xiao should go and convey this message to the North Prince." Xiao Pengtian then said, "I understand." Afterward, Xiao Pengtian turned and walked towards Lu Chen and his group. Seeing Xiao Pengtian return, Lu Chen, with a smile on his face, said, "It seems you have made a decision, but I'm curious whether you have chosen survival or destruction." No sooner had Lu Chen spoken than Xiao Pengtian immediately knelt on one knee, and with a salute, said loudly, "This subordinate, Xiao Pengtian, pays respect to the prince. From today onward, I wish to serve as the prince's sword, to clear the path ahead for the prince." Hearing this, Lu Chen glanced at Xiao Pengtian's loyalty, which had reached 75, a not insignificant number. It appeared that the Sky Wolf King tribe had chosen to move to North City. Then, Lu Chen stood up and said, "General Xiao, please rise." Xiao Pengtian said, "Thank you, Prince." As the words fell, Xiao Pengtian got up from the ground, and at that moment, Lu Chen walked directly towards Yelv and her group. Soon, Lu Chen came back to the place where they had just negotiated. He once again seated himself on the fur carpet and then said to Yelvananian, "It seems that you have agreed to my conditions." "Yes," Yelvananian said, "but we have one more condition." "Oh, what is the condition?" Lu Chen asked. Yelvananian didn't answer directly, but instead asked, "Does the prince really not intend to release those 100,000 soldiers? If we join North City, those 100,000 soldiers will no longer be captives, but your highness's subjects." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately understood what Yelvananian meant, and then said, "I can release them, but not now. I need them to do 10 years of labor in North City. If their performance is good, I can release them early, and during this period, I will allow their families to visit them. If their performance is excellent, they can be temporarily allowed to return home and reunite with their families." Hearing this, Yelvananian sighed in her heart, thinking that this was probably the biggest concession the North Prince could make. Beyond this concession, they probably couldn't get any more favorable terms from the North Prince. Yelvananian continued to ask, "Once the Sky Wolf King tribe migrates into North City, how does the North Prince plan to arrange things?" "Once you arrive in North City, you will naturally find out," Lu Chen replied. Yelvananian asked, "Isn't the prince worried that our people will clash with the commoners of North City? The war has just ended, and because of this war, quite a few people must have died in North City, right? The hatred of the North City commoners towards us cannot be erased in just a day or two." Lu Chen didn't discuss this topic further, only saying indifferently, "North City is vast, and the population is sparse. Compared with the other counties of Great Sum, North City was typically characterized by its vast land and sparse population. Even if all the barbarian tribes from the Northland were to migrate there, North City would still have the capacity to accommodate them." The key was that Lu Chen would soon bring the Northland under his territory, and at that time, his territory would continue to expand northward, and there would be even more land available. The population of the barbarian tribes was negligible in comparison. As for the hatred of the commoners, it was certainly not something that could be eradicated in a short period, and it would require a long time to blend in. Lu Chen then said, "If you have any other questions, you can ask them all at once. I can personally answer them for you today." After contemplating for a moment, Yelvananian spoke up, "When we get to North City, I would like to see our soldiers." Lu Chen didn't even need to think about it and immediately answered, "That's possible." Lu Chen had actually been planning to take Yelvananian to see those barbarian tribe captives anyway, mainly to stabilize the barbarian tribes and keep the captives from entertaining any extraneous thoughts. Since Yelvananian had taken the initiative to ask to see them, Lu Chen had no reason to disagree. Yelvananian then took a deep breath and said, "Thank you, North Prince, for making this possible. We have no further issues." "Good," Lu Chen said, "since you have no further issues, then Queen Yelvan Princess Xiao will immediately accompany me back to North City." Upon hearing this, the faces of the barbarian tribe elders showed an expression of immense pain, struggling with their emotions. If the queen left and the Sky Wolf King tribe moved into North City, it would mean the end of the Sky Wolf King tribe. Although their lives might be better than before, their attachment to the Sky Wolf King tribe wasn't something they could let go of overnight. At that moment, Lu Chen stood up and walked toward the Black Cavalry. Watching his retreating figure, Yelvananian felt incredibly complex emotions. She never imagined that at her advanced age, practically old enough to be considered an elder to the North Prince, she would end up as the North Prince's woman. Yelvananian then turned her head to look at Xiao Wenyao, who had been lost in her thoughts throughout the proceedings. "Yao Yao, let's go." Xiao Wenyao, stunned, asked, "Queen, are we really going to the North Prince mansion? Between the North Prince and the North Free King, how would you choose?" Yelvananian countered. Xiao Wenyao didn't answer, but said dejectedly, "I understand." Afterward, Xiao Wenyao walked toward where the Black Cavalry was positioned. After returning to the front of the Black Cavalry, Lu Chen said to Xiao Pengtian, "General Xiao, the matter of settling the Sky Wolf King tribe into North City will be entrusted to you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Pengtian was momentarily stunned. He had only recently pledged his loyalty to the North Prince, and now he was tasked by the North Prince with this mission. Wasn't the North Prince afraid that he might have other intentions? Lu Chen didn't care what Xiao Pengtian was thinking, He said directly to Qin Yushan, Commander Qin, didn't you say you had some pill that could restore one's skill? Give one to General Xiao. Qin Yushan didn't hesitate. He took out a small porcelain bottle from his sleeve and handed it to Xiao Pengtian, saying, this is the great returning pill. Just one is enough to help you regain your skill, and you should be able to return to the Master Realm within no more than half a month at most. Seeing the small porcelain bottle in Qin Yushan's hand, Xiao Pengtian's heart was filled with immense excitement. He had always thought he was crippled for life, and that regaining his skill would be very difficult. He hadn't expected the North Prince to have such a miraculous medicine. Xiao Pengtian took the small porcelain bottle from Qin Yushan's hand and immediately said to Lu Chen, Prince, your trust in your subordinate will certainly not be let down by me. Having said that, Xiao Pengtian opened the bottle and swallowed the pill inside without hesitation. He did not even consider the possibility that it could be poison. Even if it were, he would just have to accept it, for he was already crippled and had little chance of regaining his skill. Once Xiao Pengtian had taken the great returning pill, he instantly felt his skill returning to his body, and a protective Gangqi even emerged around him. Although he did not know what the great returning pill was, Xiao Pengtian knew that it must be extremely precious, and the fact that Lu Chen had given him such a valuable pill to consume showed how much Lu Chen valued him. For a moment, Xiao Pengtian's loyalty shot up rapidly, reaching 89 in an instant, nearly hitting 90. Seeing that Xiao Pengtian had regained his skill, Lu Chen continued, General Xiao, you should return to the Sky Wolf King tribe with the elders of your tribe today. Upon hearing this, Xiao Pengtian was once again stunned. Once he regained his senses, Xiao Pengtian immediately asked, Prince, aren't you afraid that your subordinate might just run away? Now that he had regained 90% of his strength, if he were to be allowed to return to the Sky Wolf King tribe, some people would probably just take to their heels and never come back to North City again. Xiao Pengtian did not understand why Lu Chen was so confident in him. Lu Chen said with a smile, it's the same as before. If you think you can escape, you're welcome to try. With that, Lu Chen walked over to his horse and swung himself into the saddle. At that moment, Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao approached the Black Cavalry. Wenren Lai led two horses over and said to Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao, ladies, please. Hearing Wenren Lai call her, lady, Xiao Wenyao's face instantly turned a shade rosier. She stole a glance at Lu Chen who was already on his horse. Xiao Wenyao did not believe that Lu Chen intended to marry her, nor did she consider herself marrying Lu Chen. In Xiao Wenyao's view, she was just Lu Chen's slave. Xiao Wenyao had grown up on the grasslands, which had shaped her understanding of the world. In the grasslands, the vanquished were always slaves, there was no room for human rights there. Yelv Nanyan did not think too much about it, she swiftly mounted her horse. Once Yelv Nanyan was on horseback, Xiao Wenyao came back to her senses and quickly mounted her horse as well. Being a slave was better than being married to the North Free King, an old fool who devoured people without even bathing. With that thought, Xiao Wenyao accepted her fate and implanted in her mind the identity of being the little female slave of North Prince. From now on, the North Prince was to be Xiao Wenyao's master. At this time, Xiao Pengtian looked at Xiao Wenyao and then said, Yao Yao, your uncle is going back to the tribe for now, I'll come and check on you after a while. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Wenyao and Yelv Nanyan were taken aback. They had not known beforehand about Lu Chen's plan to let Xiao Pengtian return to the Sky Wolf King tribe. When she recovered, Yelv Nanyan's beautiful eyes were fixed on Lu Chen's back, as she tried to see through this young man.